So in this moment, I'm gonna create backend project. So right now you're gonna go to terminal and then you're gonna create a project inside job portal project right here. Gonna create a Laravel API project. So this is I gonna say Laravel new, and this is gonna be job portal backend. Then I'm gonna press enter right here. So would you like to update now? So a new version of Laravel installer is available. So and the version, I'm gonna click no, and I'm gonna press enter. I don't need to use starter kit right here, and then I'm gonna press enter. Do you want to install Laravel? I'm gonna say no, I don't want to use AI. Okay, and then this will create a Laravel project right here. So we're gonna wait a minute. And then this I'm gonna click Progress because I use Progress. If you use my SQL or you use my SQL line, but I recommend to use Progress is better. So I can choose Progress SQL, and then I can press enter. So would you like to run default database migration? So I don't need, so I can say no. And then would you like to run npm install and npm run build? So I can install npm, so I can press enter. So the next step, I gonna navigate to backend project. So this is gonna be job portal and backend right here. And then I'm gonna install Composer. So I can say Composer install. Composer install right here. I'm gonna press enter. Okay, alright, and then I can open, so I can say PHP artisan serve. Then I gonna press open right here. So right now I have installed PostgreSQL. So then I gonna connect that database. So I gonna go to my Postgres. Okay, and I have entered my PostgreSDB. So right now I'm gonna create a database that named job portal DB. So I'm gonna click right here. I'm gonna click this, then I'm gonna click create and database. So I name database name, this is gonna be job portal DB. Then press save right here. Okay, right now I have created DB already. Then I navigate to my project. So I minimize this from, and I goes to backend and goes to .env right here. Scroll down, you see my SQL right here, and this is gonna be job portal DB right here, and username. So my username is Postgres. So you have to enter your own DB username and your password, but my password is admin123. Okay, everything gonna be fine, and then you're gonna go to your CD. Then I can say CD job portal backend. And then you're gonna type PHP artisan migrate. You're gonna migrate, then you press enter. Okay, so I'm gonna check. I'm gonna go to my DB right here, job portal DB, go to schema section and scroll down table right here. So you see I have migrate table into PostgreSQL, and then I'm gonna go to Laravel API, then I'm gonna refresh. So you see it's gonna work. So after I have created a table, I have migrate table, then I gonna I gonna undo me, I gonna back, I gonna reset all the table. So I can say PHP, and this gonna be artisan, and this gonna be migrate, this gonna be migrate, and column press right here. Then this command will drop all the table in PostgreSQL. So I can press enter. Okay, then I gonna go to in PostgreSQL I gonna select my user and my DB right here. I gonna add select pg underscore terminate underscore backend PID from pg state underscore activity where date name equal to job portal DB and PID angle braces, and then backend underscore PID bracket and semicolon right here. So I gonna click this right here, and then I gonna I gonna delete all the table. I gonna delete job portal DB right here. I gonna click execute right here. So maybe something wrong, so I need to cut this right here, and then I gonna go to test DB right here, then I gonna click query right here. So I gonna do again, I gonna select all of this, then execute, and then I gonna select this, drop successfully, right? So then I gonna create again, I gonna execute right here. So successful. Then I gonna refresh. Then I gonna go to job portal DB, schema, and table. So we don't have table because we have the lead DB already, and then we're gonna create again. So that's why we don't have a tables. And then in VS Code right here, I gonna create a table, and then I gonna migrate again. So right now I gonna go to database right here, and then migration. So I gonna minimize, I gonna expand this, and I gonna select user right here, user. So in user I have update table ID, table string, first name, last name, and this is table string, email, unique, timestamp, email verify add, and this I gonna add password, nullable, and this enum I gonna add role right here, role that contain admin, user, and recruiter, and I gonna set user is default, and table boolean is active, I gonna set default is true. Table string Google ID, I can set nullable. Remember token and timestamp right here, so everything gonna be fine. And below I gonna scroll down right here, I can drop user and password, reset token, and reset. Mean I gonna I gonna roll back right here, and this is we gonna roll back right here. When we migrate, and then we're gonna roll back if we execute this. So right now I gonna click migrate, I gonna say PHP artisan and migrate right here. I gonna press enter. Then I gonna go to my PostgreSQL right here. Then I gonna expand this table right here. I gonna refresh. You see, and then I can scroll down looking for user right here. I gonna view all rows, and you see first name, last name. So I have set all of this right here. So then I gonna create user image. So I gonna type PHP right here. So I gonna clear all of this, and then this gonna be PHP artisan make migration right here, and this gonna be create underscore user underscore images table, right? So then I'm gonna press enter. So right now I have created a migration right here, this, right? So then I gonna define some field, right? So I gonna add foreign ID right here, user ID, constraint user, and email path and timestamp. So this table belongs to user. That's why I put foreign ID, user ID right here, because it belongs to users table right here. Then I gonna add PHP artisan migrate. I gonna press enter. Then I can check in PostgreSQL right here. I gonna refresh. You see user email right here. Then I gonna view all rows right here. We have ID, user ID, email path, created then and updated then right here. So the next step is I gonna clear all of this. I gonna create another field, right? So I gonna create job listing. So this gonna be job listing, right? Then I gonna press enter. So right now I have created job listing right here. So job listing, and then I gonna add some field. So this table ID, and this line table for an ID, user ID, because job listing belongs to user. So I gonna set user ID right here, constraint user on the lead cascade, and this field table string title, I gonna add title. This string I gonna add location, and this enum, that enum contain remote, on-site, hybrid. This is location type, and this I gonna add number. I can say table decimal, mean salary, and this gonna be max salary, and nullable. This field can nullable right here. And another is job type. So job type is enum that contain full-time, part-time, contract, internship, freelance. And another field that I can add is level, that will contain intern, junior, mid, senior, lead, manager. This is an enum, right? And this application deadline, date, I can add date right here, data type date right here. And this timestamp, I can add post date, use current right here. And this I can add string company name, and this can be tag company description can be nullable, and this contact person, and this company email, and this department, and this website right here can be null. And the last I can add table timestamp right here. And down is I gonna drop job listing, mean I gonna roll back right here when I migrate. And then if I wanna reset, so I can say roll back, mean we're gonna back. After back, we're gonna delete all the field right here. So right now I gonna add a PHP artisan. Then I can say migrate. I press enter right here. Then I'm gonna go to table. I'm gonna refresh, and then I can select job listing right here. Then I'm gonna view all rows. So you see there's many fields right here that I just created. So the next step is I'm gonna create description. That description belongs to job listing right here. I have separate because description inside job listing, but I have separate table that description contain key mean company like requirement key and some field that I gonna define in description. So this I gonna say description right here, create description. So this gonna be create description right here, description. Then I gonna press enter. So right now I gonna go to migration right here, description. So create description, right? And then I gonna assign some field. So this is table ID, and this field gonna be table frontend ID, this job listing ID that I mentioned before. This table belongs to job listing, so that's why I gotta put job listing ID right here. And this on the lead cascade, and we have 3 fields that contain in description table. The first is key role, responsibility, and skill and experience right here. This is a tag, so we can import a lot of code, a lot of string right here inside this field. So this is what that. So that's why we can say take data type. We can import a lot of string inside this field. And scroll down. This is we gonna roll back. We're gonna roll back right here. Roll back mean we're gonna drop all the table in descriptions. So right now I gonna migrate. I gotta clear all of this. Then I can say PHP artisan migrate. So right now I gonna go to browser, and then I gonna refresh table, and then I gonna check description right here, view all rows. You see right here we have ID, job listing, key role, responsibility, skill and experience right here. So the next step is I gonna create another migration. So I gonna create company logo right here. I gonna delete this. This gonna be company underscore logo right here. PHP artisan make migration, create company underscore logos underscore table right here. Then I'm gonna press enter. So in this field, company logo belongs to job listing, not belongs to description. This is belong to job listing, right? So then I gonna define some field that is table ID, and this table job listing ID that is belong to job listing right here. This company logo belongs to job listing. That's why we're gonna put job listing ID and constraint and on the lead cascade right here. And this job original name, that field is original name, and this field logo path that is a string right here, and then timestamp right here. And scroll down, this drop if exists. So this is a rollback, so we migrate and then we're gonna reset, or we're gonna roll back. Then all the field in company logo will drop or will delete. This is we call a rollback. Okay, right now I'm gonna go to terminal. I'm gonna clear all of this. Then I'm gonna migrate. PHP artisan migrate. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, then I'm gonna go to my DB, PostgreSQL. I'm gonna click refresh. Then I'm gonna scroll down and find company logo right here. Then I'm gonna select all rows. So you see, this is the field that I have just created. Okay, the next step is I'm gonna create another table. So I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste. And this I'm gonna create apply jobs table. So I'm gonna say create apply job table. Then I'm gonna press enter. So right now I navigate to apply job right here, apply job table, this migration right here. Then I'm gonna delete and define some fields. So I'm gonna add table ID, and this table belong to job listing, right here, apply job belong to job listing, and this also belongs to user table, right here. This is a foreign to step to field that that is a contain apply jobs table, and jobs table belong to this field right here, these two field, job ID and user ID. And I'm gonna define first name, last name, email, LinkedIn. This is a string and can be nullable, and this tag resume can be tag and nullable, and this is enum that we gonna add status field. Enum contain apply, accept, reject, and expire, and I gonna set default is apply, and unique. This is a job ID, user ID right here. This is we're gonna add to prevent duplicate application right here, and this timestamp. And scroll down. This is we're gonna drop in axis. This is we can say roll back. We're gonna roll back. We create and then roll back. Roll back. We can drop or delete the previous table right here. And then I'm gonna clear all of this. Then I'm gonna add PHP artisan migrate. I'm gonna create table into a Postgres right here. Gonna press enter. So right now I'm gonna go to Postgres, and then I'm gonna refresh table right here. I'm gonna refresh. I scroll down. I'm looking for apply job right here. Then I'm gonna select all rows. You see, this is a field that I have just created. Okay, so right now I'm gonna create model. So you're gonna go to app, HTTP and controller. Under HTTP we have model provider, so I'm gonna click this right here. Okay, then you're gonna go to terminal, and then I'm gonna cd my project. I'm gonna type PHP artisan make model, and then I'm gonna name that model apply. This is gonna be job. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, and then we have create apply job, and next step I'm gonna copy this command. I'm gonna paste this, and I can change that model to this gonna be company logo right here. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, and then we have create the company logo. Okay, then I'm gonna paste. Then I'm gonna change this apply job to I'm gonna create description model right here. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, I have create description right here, and another I'm gonna paste. Then I'm gonna change right here. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, I have create job listing right here. Okay, then I'm gonna create another model. This gonna be user image right here. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, I have created user image, user, job listing, description, company logo, and apply job right here. So in apply job right here, I gotta define field. So I can add hash factory, or I can add protected fieldable. So this gonna be $sign. So this I gonna say protected, and this fieldable right here. And in fieldable we have create array that contain user ID, because apply job belongs to user ID and job ID right here. So we're gonna go to Postgres right here, and then we're gonna click job apply job. So this, and I'm gonna view all rows. So you see user ID, job ID, first name, last name, email, LinkedIn, resume, status right here. So we're gonna add all of this in model. So I have add job ID, first name, last name, email, LinkedIn, resume, and status. And the next step, I gonna define relationship right here. So this is gonna be the relationship. And below, I can add public function. So I'm gonna say job, then curly braces, and this gonna be return. Then I gonna say $sign. This belongs to job listing. So belongs to, I gonna import job listing from model right here. So we have extend model, so we're gonna access all the model right here, and this belongs to job model, and I gonna double column, and this gonna be class, and this is gonna be job ID right here, job ID. And also apply job belong to user ID. So I gonna say public function, and this gonna be user. Then I gonna return $sign. This belongs to user right here, from a dot right here, double column, and this gonna be class. So the next step, I gonna go to company logo, and company logo I gonna add, this gonna be protected, and this fillable inside array. So I gonna create. So then I gonna go to this. I'm gonna go to company logo right here. Then I'm gonna click view all rows. You see job listing ID, original name, logo path right here. So I can add field inside array, and this gonna be job listing ID. And then I can add original name, logo path right here. Then below I can add a relationship right here. So this is gonna be public function, and this is gonna be job listing, and I gonna return this belongs to job listing right here, from the class. So the next step, I can clear all of this. Okay, the next step, I gonna go to description. So description belongs to job listing. Then I gonna add protected fillable and arrays. So this is job listing ID. So I gonna go to PostgreSQL, and then I gonna check description right here. I gonna select view all rows. You see, I can add all of the fields into fillable in array, job listing ID, key row, responsibility, skill, and experience right here. So I gonna go to my project right here, and this is gonna be job listing ID right here. So another, I can add key row, responsibility, skill, and experiences that I have shown you in PostgreDB. So either way, you can add this table in description. We can add, we confirm that this model belongs to description table. So we can add protected, and we can add table equal to description right here. So then we're gonna go to migration, and we're gonna check in description right here. So we're gonna add this description right here. I'm gonna close this, and the next step I can add relationship below, and it's gonna be public function, and this gonna be job listing, because description belongs to job listing, right? And I can add return $sign this belongs to job listing, double column and class. Okay, so I have defined description, and then we're gonna go to job listing right here. So this this gonna be protected fillable, and I can check in PostgreSQL. I'm gonna go to job listing right here. I'm gonna view all rows. You see I have many fields right here. See ID, title, location. So I'm gonna add all of this in protected. So I add user ID, title, location type, mean salary, max salary, type job, posted date, level, application deadline, company name, company description, contact person, company email, department, website. And then I confirm that model is from job listing. So I can say protected, and this table equal to job listing table, right here. We confirm that model is a job listing migration, that I have created migration right here, job listing. So we confirm that migration right here. Migration mean table. So we confirm this right here. So I can close all of this. And the next step, I gonna case protected, and I gonna add case. This equal to array. I gonna hide posted date. I don't show a posted date and application deadline right here. This is we call case. So this is gonna be posted right here. So I add posted date time, and application deadline. This is date time right here. I don't want to show this in a browser, so I gonna hide this. This is we call case. So the next step, I gonna add relationship. So public function, and this gonna be user. I gonna add return $sign this belongs to user class. So job listing belongs to user table right here. User model, I'm gonna import this model right here, user. And another relationship is I can add public function and description. And I can return $sign this belong mean a one-to-one and has one. So I can add has one, and it's gonna be description column class. So job listing has description mean has one-to-one relationship, and also I can add job listing has image company logo. We can say company logo, so this is going to be public. And function, I'm gonna add company logo, then I'm gonna return this has one image, because job listing has one image right here. So, and this I can say company logo, company logo, import from model right here. Gonna click this, double column class, and I can confirm we have relationship with job listing ID. So this is going to be job listing ID, relationship with ID. We can add ID right here to confirm that a company logo belongs to job listing right here. And I'm gonna add another apply job. There one job can have many apply jobs, so this is one too many. So I can say public function. This is gonna be apply job, and I'm gonna return $sign this. This is here one too many, has many. It's gonna be has many apply job. Right here I'm gonna click this from model column, double column, and class, and I can confirm ID relationship with job ID right here. Okay, everything gonna be fine. Then I gonna user right here. So we have many field in user fillable, so I gonna add some field. So when we go to PostgreSQL and I gonna select all rows, you see I have first name, last name, email, password, role, is active, Google ID right here. So, and then I gonna add those fields in this model, in this user model. So I have to add first name, last name, email, password, role, Google ID is active right here. Okay, and then I gonna add a case. I don't want to show some field, so I can add protected and $sign k equal to array, and I'm gonna add some field, and this gonna be email verify add, and it's active. I don't want to show this, so I add email verify add and that time, and it's active boolean. I don't want to show this right here. When we post data or we get data, we don't want to show right here this data. So right now I'm gonna add relationship, so this is gonna be relationship, and public function, and this is gonna be image, because user has one image right here, and this I can say return this belongs to, so has one image, so not belongs to, this is 1-to-1, and I can say has one user has one image right here, so I can say has one, and this is gonna be user image right here from model double column class. And another relationship is I'm gonna add public the function. Another method is job listing. Job listing belongs to user right here, job listing, right here. Then I'm gonna add return $sign this. This is has many, one user can create many jobs, so this is a one too many, and then I can say has many, and it's gonna be job listing. So again, job listing from a dollar here. So I'm gonna click right and class job listing. So this is gonna be, as we have money, this is money right here, job listing. Money job listing belongs to user. So this is gonna be, we're gonna add as to confirm money job. Okay, alright, and then I'm gonna go to user image right here. So, and then I'm gonna add protected and $sign fillable, and then this gonna be, so when I go to PostgreDB, then I'm gonna check user image right here. Then I'm gonna view and all rows. So we have user ID and image path. We have two fields. And then I'm gonna define in this model right here. This is gonna be user ID and image path. Okay, and then I'm gonna add relationship. So this is gonna be relationship. And I can say public function user return. I can add this image. This image belongs to user because each user has one image right here. This is one-to-one. So this is gonna be user model double column class. Okay, alright, this is all for model. Alright, so in this moment I can create an API. So I can install API using JWT and HttpOnly Cookies. So I'm gonna close all of this, and right here I'm gonna go to terminal. Then I'm gonna cd my project. This is gonna be job portal. Okay, and then I can say composer require. This is gonna be require, and I can say php dash open dash source dash server, and say slash jwt and this auth. So, and then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, alright, I have installed API using JWT, and the next step is I'm gonna generate this gonna be JWT secret key. So I'm gonna clear all of this, and I can say, and we can add JWT column and this secret. So then I'm gonna press enter. So right now I'm gonna go to .env right here, and we scroll down. So this is JWT that we gonna create secret key right here. After we enter this line of command right here. So the next step is you're gonna go to document, and inside index.md you're gonna copy these commands. I'm gonna put it in a API path right here, API path 20 right here. So you're gonna select all of this, and then you're gonna copy this. Okay, and then you're gonna go to terminal. I'm gonna pay. Then you're gonna press enter. This is a vendor publish. We're gonna add a provider PHP open source server JWT auth right here. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, alright, everything gonna be fine. So we have published already. And the next step is I'm gonna go to model right here and user, and scroll down. And scroll up right here, and then we're gonna implement. So we're gonna use PHP open source server /jwt or /contract /jwt subject, and then this gonna be implement jwt subject. So you're gonna add below jwt subject. So and then you're gonna put some, so scroll down and then below this, and then you're gonna add this code right here. So get jwt and identifier function right here and return this key right here, and public function get jwt custom claim and return array right here. So when I scroll up, so you see the error goes away because we have added this two function in a user right here in order to use jwt. And the next step is I'm gonna go to so I'm gonna search config right here and auth. So you want to go to auth under config folder and scroll down. So you gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna paste this, then I can change that to API, and this I'm gonna use JWT right here. Okay, so I'm gonna close this. So the next step is you're gonna go to terminal. I'm gonna create middleware. I'm gonna clear all of this. Then I can say PHP artisan, and this gonna be make middleware right here, and then I'm gonna add middleware name. This gonna be attach jwt from cookie. Okay, then I'm gonna press enter, and then I'm gonna check in middleware right here. So you're gonna go to HTTP and middleware right here. This is a file of middleware that we have just created right here. So below return, I can add statement. I can say if, and this gonna be not required. This gonna be not required. Header, and the hash authorization. Right here. And I can say and this and right. So in request I'm gonna add $sign right here, request, and request, it's gonna be request has cookie right here, has cookie, and inside bracket this gonna be auth underscore token, and then curly braces. Inside this I'm gonna add token equal to request right here, request, and then cookie, and this gonna be auth token. Then inside this I can add another if statement. So if I can say not empty right here, and this $sign, and I gonna add not empty, I gonna import token right here, token. Then I can say require, and this header, require header, and header right here, and then this gonna be set I can set authorization and add bureau, and this is going to be bureau dot token. So empty is a not a variable. This is a function right here. So if require header has authorization and require has cookie or token right here, and then we gonna add variable that is token equal to require cookie or token. If empty token, require header gets authorization bureau and token right here, and then we're gonna add return next request. So you're gonna add this line of code right here. So after we have created middleware, and then we're gonna register in Bootstrap right here. You go to Bootstrap folder, and inside Bootstrap we have app.php. So we're gonna define this route right here. So you look for this is a web. So in app.php, this is a route, a normal route, and then I'm gonna add another API route. So I gotta pass the API. This is a route directory and route.api right here. So scroll down, and then we're gonna go to web route right here, and this is a web, and then I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna paste this right here, and then I'm gonna change name to API route right here. This is API route. So and this is API route. So this is API route, and then I'm gonna go to Bootstrap app.php right here, and then I'm gonna add some code right here inside this with middleware right here. So I can add this middleware, and this is gonna be middleware prepare to group API, and then I'm gonna add attach right here, attach JWT from cookie right here. So I'm gonna add cookie from cookie right here. So this is from middleware right here. So you see this is a middleware. So then I'm gonna register in Bootstrap. That's why I'm gonna add this line of code right here. And this is I can add this line of code middleware validate CF of a token. This is disable CF or F for API if using JWT cookie right here. So we can add this line of code. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to .env. I'm gonna go to .env right here, and inside I'm gonna add auth underscore get equal to API right here. So after I'm gonna close this, then I'm gonna create a file that name course.php, could mean cross origin. So inside a core, this is gonna be I'm looking for config right here. There's no course.php, so I'm gonna create a file inside config folder. That file name course.php right here. Okay, then I'm gonna add some code. I'm gonna add PHP and return with path. So we're gonna allow all path, and this is allow method mean put, pop, delete, something like that. And this allow origin. So in this line, I'm gonna add my React URL. This is gonna be HTTP localhost. This is a port right here, port number from React. And then if we deploy in server, so we're gonna change this. And this is allow origin pattern, allow header, exposure header, and make a 0. Also, don't forget to add this line of code. This is important. So if you don't add this line of code, it will crash in your Laravel application. So I'm gonna add support credential return true. Okay, after I have installed Laravel API already and using JWT HTTP cookie, so right now I'm gonna create a job controller. So I'm gonna go to terminal and I'm gonna add cd job. This is a job portal and this is gonna be backend. Then I'm gonna add PHP artisan make. This is gonna be controller and I'm gonna name job controller. PHP artisan make controller and then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, so right now I have create controller right here. So then this is gonna be create job right here. So right now I'm gonna create a method that store data when I click submit from React. So I can say public function and this is gonna be store method right here. And inside bracket I'm gonna add request right here. Request and this $sign request right here. And then this gonna be I'm gonna add variable that is validate equal to $sign request right here. And I'm gonna add validate function right here. And this array I'm gonna add inside here. I'm gonna add a field. I'm gonna add field or title, and this gonna be a field title require. I need require right here, and this gonna be string right here. So right now I gonna copy all the field inside this validate. So title require a string, and the field department require and string, and this level require string, and this location require string, and this location type right here. And I can delete this. And this job type I gonna delete this right here. So and this location type I gonna add require in, remote, on-site, and hybrid. This is enum right here. We're gonna choose. And this field job type required in, and this is a enum that we're gonna choose from a table. So this is a full-time, part-time, contract, internship, freelance. And the next step is I'm gonna add application deadline, and this is gonna be nullable date. And this min salary, so I can add require numeric and min column 0. And this max salary nullable numeric min and column 0. And slash GTE. So this max salary nullable numeric min colon 0 slash GTE colon min salary. And this company name required string website nullable URL mac colon 2048. And this contact number I gonna add require string, company email require email, and this company description require string. And the next is key role I gonna add require string, responsibility I gonna add require string, and skill experience I gonna add require string, and this company logo I gonna add nullable file image, and mimi colon jpg jpeg png webp slash mac colon 4048 right here. Okay, the next step I gonna add variable that store job listing, and this gonna be job listing right here. Job listing equal to job listing, I can import from model right here, model job listing. Then I can add double colon right here. Then I can add create function right here, and this array inside bracket right here. Press enter new line. Then I gonna save title. This gonna be validate and title, validate title right here. And the next step is I gonna save department right here, and arrow icon, and this gonna be validate, and this gonna be department right here. And follow all this, I can add Laravel, validate Laravel, and location, validate location. So location can be null right here. So I gonna add double question mark right here. And location type, validate location type. And job type, I gonna add job type. Application deadline, validate application deadline, and can be null. And min salary, validate min salary. Max salary, validate max salary, and can be null. And company name, validate company name. And website, validate website, can be null. And contact person, validate, and this gonna be contact person. And company email, validated company email. Company description, validated company description. And posted date equal to, now this is a function, built-in function in Laravel. It show a current date right here, and this is important. So I gonna add user ID because job listing contain user ID, but inside this is the real product, I mean the real world project that I gonna add. But for dummy value for testing, so I didn't define a login or sign up already. I don't have that yet. So right now I gonna test. That's why I gonna add a user ID equal to 1 right here. So I comment all of this, and then I gonna go to PostgreSQL right here. So in Postgres I gonna go to job portal DB right here and schemas, and then I gonna click table right here. So in this job portal DB, I gonna query, I gonna insert one record. So I gonna put that right here. So this gonna be insert into user, and first name, last name, email, password, role, is active, created, updated, add. So, and then I gonna add value. So use a first name test user, and this is email test at test.com, password 123, recruiter, role recruiter, and is active, true, now, and now right here. And then I gonna select all of this, then I gonna click execute right here. So query successfully. Then I gonna check user right here. I gonna click this, then I gonna view all rows. So you see this is user ID 1, so I gonna add ID 1. I gonna go to VS Code, then I gonna replace with ID 1 right here. Because if we didn't add this, the whole code will be break, because I have set in a table contain user ID. That's why I gonna add ID. So the next step is I gonna create description. I gonna create a variable that can store description. So this gonna be description equal to, then I gonna add description from model right here. I gonna click this, and this gonna be create, and inside the I gonna add array or string, and this gonna be job listing, because in description belongs to job listing. So this is we call job listing ID. So I can say job listing ID, and this gonna be validated, and this gonna be ID right here. So validate, and I can say ID. I'm gonna say ID right here. This is not validate. This is job listing. This is gonna be job listing relationship. When we go to model right here and description, this is job listing. We're gonna access job listing right here. That's why we're gonna put job listing ID right here. So the next step here, I'm gonna add key role, validate key role, responsibility, validated responsibility, and skill experience. I'm gonna add validated skill and experiences. This is gonna be saved into a table that name description. So the next step is I'm gonna handle logo. Handle logo is exists. If exists. So and this I'm gonna add logo variable can be null. And then I'm gonna say if require. It's gonna be require has file, require has file, and this gonna be company logo, and then I can add curly braces, and then I can say file equal to require, and I gonna say file. This is gonna be file company logo. Then I'm gonna add another variable that contain original name equal to original name. Then this is gonna be file, and I'm gonna say get original name. Then I'm gonna add variable path right here equal to file. Then I can store that file right here, store function, and this is gonna be stored inside company logo right here, and inside company logo it is a public. This is gonna be public folder right here, file, store, and this company logo and public. So right now I'm gonna go to storage right here. Inside storage I'm gonna click add folder public. So you see I'm gonna create a folder that name company this is gonna be logo, company logo, and then I'm gonna add another folder inside public, and this is gonna be profile images, and then I'm gonna add another folder that name resume right here. So profile images and resume. So I'm gonna add 3 folder, and I contain that logo inside company logos right here. I'm gonna add this gonna be path equal to, I can save path that path to company. I can import company, and this gonna be logo, company logo from model. Then I gonna create, gonna save. Then this gonna be square bracket, and inside this I gonna add original name arrow function, and point to original name. So I can copy this, I'm gonna paste this right here, and another is logo and path, and then I'm gonna go to logo, company logos right here. Then I'm gonna select all row. You see we have original name, logo, path right here too, and this job listing ID, and this original name and logo path right here. So equal to, and this gonna be path. I can add $sign path, and another is job listing ID, job listing ID, arrow key, and then this is gonna be job listing ID, $sign job listing and ID. So if we go to model, and then we're gonna select company logo, so we have relationship job listing right here, then we're gonna set that ID right here. So this is not a path, this is a logo right here, logo. Okay, then I'm gonna add a return with a response, so this is gonna be return and response, return response, and then I'm gonna add JSON response with JSON data, and this is array square bracket. Inside square bracket I'm gonna add this, gonna be status. I can add success, and inside this I can add message. This gonna be, I gonna define job right here, and then I gonna add data, and this gonna be array inside data right here, and this gonna be, I gonna add job listing, and this gonna be job listing, $sign job listing, and another gonna be description, and this gonna be description, $sign description, and another I'm gonna add company logo, and this gonna be logo. I can add logo right here. Okay, everything gonna be fine, and inside a square bracket I can add status 201. This is 201 means success right here. So right now I can check right here, so this is a message right here. So after I have created this controller right here, this is a create store job right here, then I'm gonna go to route right here, route and API route. Then I'm gonna delete this right here, so I can add another route, and this gonna be post method. This gonna be job, and I'm gonna add square bracket, and this controller I can import controller from job controller, shop controller right here. I'm gonna import from controller and the job controller, and this double column class, and then I'm gonna add a method that says store method right here. And the next step is I'm gonna add middleware, so I'm gonna crop middleware, mean for JWT middleware. So I can say route middleware. I can add middleware from, I can check right here, from a type JWT from cookie. So I can add add / and this gonna be right here, HTTP middleware a type JWT from cookie, then double column and this class, and it method I gonna add API column auth. So this gonna be auth column and this API right here, and then I gonna group, this gonna be group. I gonna group a route, so many route inside this group right here, and this function, then curly brace and enter right here. So inside this I gonna copy this, I gonna paste right here, and I can check this gonna be get method right. Okay, right now I'm gonna go to middleware right here, scroll down, scroll up, and then you're gonna check attach middleware right here. So you're gonna space this bearer right here, gonna space, and this header we're gonna add right here as header. So I see the problem is arrow key, so we don't use function with arrow key, sorry. So this is correct right here. And then the next step is you're gonna, when you add right here a middleware from a type JWT from cookie right here, and then you're gonna go to bootstrap right here, bootstrap and app.php, and then you're gonna comment all of this because we use this instead of app right here. So you're gonna comment all of this right here. This is a global middleware, but I don't need to use global, so I need to comment all of this. So the next step is I'm gonna go to React project right here. So I gonna comment all of this. Then I'm gonna go to job portal front end and SRC. I'm gonna inside pages right here. So this is job, and I'm gonna add some code that submit form right here. So this gonna be navigate equal to you navigate right here. So you're gonna import navigate right here. You navigate from React Router DOM right here. And then I'm gonna add another con. This gonna be loading. This use state, so I can add use state loading, and this gonna be set loading equal to use state right here. And this I gonna define for right here. Okay, the next step is I gonna scroll down, and inside job title, so I gonna define, so inside I gonna add value and on chain right here. So and this I gonna add form data. So from data I gonna add use state right here. This gonna be con, and I gonna set form data, and this gonna be set from data use state, and this array. So this is not a square bracket, this is a curly braces, this is an object. Okay, then I gonna pass the title. I gonna set empty string, department empty string, the while empty string, key role empty string, responsibility empty string, skill and experience empty string, location empty string, location type empty string, job type empty string, application deadline empty string, min salary empty string, max salary empty string, and company description empty string, company name empty string, website empty string, contact person empty string, company email, and company logo. This gonna be null. If have not logo, it contain null, something like that. And then you're gonna scroll down in job right here. In job title I'm gonna add form data dot title right here, and on chain I'm gonna add handle chain. So right now I'm gonna copy handle chain right here, and then I scroll up, and below this I'm gonna add a function that handle chain, that work with handle chain, something like that. This gonna be, I'm gonna pay handle chain, and this even I'm gonna add even e right here, and this a function arrow and curly braces, and inside I'm gonna add con, and this I gonna this structure from name, and this gonna be value, and this gonna be file, this structure from e dot value, not value, this a target right here, target. And the next below this I can add if I can say name equal to company logo right here. Then I gonna add output set. I can set from data, and this gonna be spread operator. I gonna add from data, and this gonna be company logo, and file. And file, I'm gonna select the first file. We can say index 0 means the first file. If we have many files, and then we're gonna select the first file. So the first is index 0. If the file that name company logo, then I'm gonna output this line of code, a file. I'm gonna select the first file, and if not, and I can say L, if not a company logo, then we're gonna output nothing. That I can say set from data, that's set from data, and this is gonna say spread operator, and this is gonna be from data, and this is gonna be name. Then I can add value, and this is gonna be trim function. I can add trim function. Start right here. So if a company logo has a file, so we're gonna select the first file, and if no have a file, so we gonna output nothing. This is output nothing. So this is we can create a handle chain right here, and I scroll down, I can see and then I gonna define some field right here inside this. So this is department, so I gonna paste this right here, the value from data dot department and handle chain, and job level, so I gonna add value and on chain from data level and handle chain, and role I gonna add from data dot key role and on chain the same. And scroll down, I can add responsibility. So responsibility, I can add from data dot responsibility and the same on chain. Then I can scroll down, so I gonna paste this from data dot skill and experiences on chain the same. Then I gonna scroll down and this location, so I gonna add value from data dot location on chain the same. And then I gonna add work setup, so this gonna be from data dot location type on chain is the same. And the next step is I can add job type, so from data dot job type on chain the same. Then I'm gonna scroll down, this gonna be application deadline, so I can add from data dot application deadline and handle chain the same. And then I'm gonna scroll down, and this gonna be minimum salary, so I can add value from data dot min salary, the same on chain right here. And then I'm gonna pass value on maximum salary, so this gonna be from data dot max dot salary and handle chain the same. So then I'm gonna scroll down, and this company description, I can add company description right here and handle chain the same. So then I'm gonna scroll down, so in this company name I can define value company name and on chain the same. And I can scroll down, and this I gonna pay from data dot website and on chain the same. And then this contact person I can add from data dot contact person handle chain the same. Then I can scroll down, this is gonna be email right here, company email, so I can add from data dot company email. Okay, and then I can scroll down, and this logo, so inside logo I can add on chain handle chain right here the same. And then this is a submit, so everything gonna be fine. I scroll up right here, and from data this I can say on submit. on submit, and then I can say handle submit right here. Then I gonna copy this, then I gonna add con, and then I gonna pay submit. This gonna be handle submit, so I gonna copy this right here, handle submit, and this gonna be handle submit equal to a scene right here, and the I gonna add event a function and dot prevent default, and then I gonna add set loading, and this gonna be true. I gonna set loading true, and the next step is I gonna add this line of code. I gonna add this line of code to handle null value. So I gonna create con data equal to new form data, and then I gonna object key and form data for each. I gonna and key, and then I gonna add a condition. I gonna check if form data key not equal to null, and then data dot append key form data and key. This is prevent null value right here. So you're gonna add this line of code, right? And next step, I gonna add try and catch right here. Try and catch. In try, I gonna add con to make sure you gonna import API. So you have to import right here. Import API from API folder right here. You're gonna go to API folder, and this is shows API, so you can import this. So import API right here. So you need to import this line of code, right? And then I can add con. This gonna be response equal to API, and this gonna be post. Then I gonna add slash job. This gonna be single quote, and then I gonna add data. Then I gonna add header right here. So in this post method, I gonna use HttpOnly cookie right here. So I gonna add a header that contain content type, and this gonna be content type right here, content type, and this gonna be multi-path means we can upload image right here. So this multi-path slash form data right here. Okay, and then I gonna add this gonna be show. This gonna be I gonna add a set form data, and this I can add semicolon, and this enter new line. So I can add a title anti-sync. So when we post a job successfully, so I gonna refresh all the field to be anti-string, mean to, and some field can be null. For example, this in this company logo can be null, something like that. So we have title, department, level, key role, responsibility, skill and experience, location type, job type, application deadline, min salary, max salary, company description, company name, website, contact person, company email, and all of this gonna be anti-string, and image logo gonna be null right here. And then I gonna add navigate. I gonna add navigate to home page right here, slash to home page, and cache I gonna add console.log. This gonna be console.log, and this gonna be error, and I gonna add error right here. this error dot respond question mark can be null, and this can be data. I need to check in a console.log to make sure some error, and then finally I can add finally. Then I can set loading fall. Mean if the project gonna going well or fail, anyway we can set a loading gonna be fail right here. So everything gonna be fine, and then you're gonna go to env right here .env. So you're gonna comment all of this. This is for a JSON server, so I don't need to use fake data. I'm gonna use real data, so that's why I'm gonna comment all of this. Then I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste this right here. Then this gonna be a Laravel API. So Laravel it is 8,000, and then this gonna be API, and this gonna be 8,000 right here, 8,000. So you're gonna add this line of code right here, and then you're gonna go to job controller. I have checked already, so I have created a wrong code right here. You see public, but it is public. That is the problem. So you need to add public, mean to change it to be correct right here. So right now I'm gonna go to a web browser. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to web browser right here, and I'm gonna click dashboard, create job, and then I'm gonna add a fake filter right here. And then I'm gonna add this gonna be images. So I'm gonna say this gonna be type right here. I have a type many times, so this is a type right here. So right now I'm gonna click pause right here. Then it goes to right here. I can check console.log. You see. So right now I'm gonna go to PostgreSQL. I'm gonna click job listing all rows, and then you're gonna check. Maybe something wrong, so I need to check again. So I'm gonna go to dashboard. This is I got a fake filter right here, and then I can select image, and then I can add this type right here. Then I can check in console.log, and then I can click pause. So request fail, unauthorized. So okay, so right now I'm gonna go to this line of code. Okay, the problem is you're gonna go I forgot. So you're gonna go to VS Code right here, and then you're gonna check in env. You're gonna check to env in React project right here. So you see this is go to get method, but don't worry, I will handle this method. But you can go to Postgres, and then you see type right here. So right now we have a create job and post job through a React project to Laravel API, and then it store to type right here. Type. I'm gonna post this, and everything gonna be fine. So don't worry about the get method. I will handle it soon. Okay, right now I'm gonna install top message. So I'm gonna go to terminal, and then I'm gonna cd my project, and then I'm gonna install npm install react toastify right here. Then gonna press enter. Okay, and then you're gonna go to package.json right here, and then you can check in dependency. So we have a top. I'm gonna check right here. You see this version 11.0.5 right here. So I'm gonna close all of this. So right now I'm gonna go to I'm gonna create a file inside a contact. This is a toast contact right here. So this is gonna be toast contact.jsx right here, and then I can import React Yeah, I'm gonna import React from React, and I'm gonna import this gonna be use contact from React, and this gonna be create contact right here, and then I can import React Toastify /this/ React Toastify .ca right here. Then I gonna export, and this gonna be con toast provider arrow function right here, and then inside bracket this is a children flop right here, children flop right here, and this gonna be I gonna add a function to show toast right here, and this gonna be con and show toast right here, a function arrow key, and inside you're gonna say if type, it's gonna be type right here, and I'm gonna flop that inside bracket this gonna be message and type, so I'm gonna add this gonna be message and type. So type I default is success right here, and if type equal to success, and then I'm gonna show toast dot success, and this gonna be success right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna import another, so this gonna be toast, and this gonna be toast container from React Toastify right here, and this gonna be if type equal to error, and then I'm gonna add toast dot error right here, and then message right here, and this I can say if type equal to info, then I can add toast dot info, and this gonna be message right here. Okay, and then the last thing is toast message right here. The next step I can add return. Okay, then this gonna be toast contact right here, toast contact dot provider right here, toast contact dot provider, and then I gonna add value, and this gonna be double curly braces right here, and then I'm gonna show toast right here, and inside this I'm gonna add children, and it's gonna be curly brace and children, and then the next I'm gonna add toast container right here, and I'm gonna add position, this gonna be top and right, and this gonna be auto close 3000 seconds. This is not a second, this is millisecond, so this gonna be, I can add millisecond, you can say millisecond right here. Okay, and this I gonna add below, so this gonna be export con, and then use toast equal to this arrow function, and use contact right here, and inside bracket I'm gonna add toast contact this below right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to app.jsx right here. Then I'm gonna add this, gonna be import toast provider. This gonna be import provider from contact folder and toast contact right here. So below Google OAuth provider, I'm gonna add toast provider. This gonna be toast provider. So I'm gonna cut this, and below this I'm gonna add this right here. Then I'm gonna space a little bit right here, so it's all right. So right now we have created a global toast message. Then we can import that toast. We can use everywhere in a pages. So right now I'm gonna go to page right here, page, and then I'm gonna create recruiter login right here. So I'm gonna add this, gonna be use state. I'm gonna import use state from React, and then inside this right here I can space a little bit, and this I can say con. This gonna be loading, and set loading right here equal to use state. So, and this gonna be fail, and another that I gonna import is con, and this gonna be show toast and set. Okay, we can use contact, and this can be import from contact. So con, this gonna be curly braces and show toast. So we're gonna import toast right here. I'm gonna import use toast right here, and then I'm gonna add show toast equal to use toast right here. Then I'm gonna add con form data, and this is going to be use state. So we add form data set form data equal to use state right here, and this is going to be email. So email empty string, and another I gonna set password gonna be empty string. Form data set form data. Okay, and then we're gonna scroll down. We can check Google login right here, and then I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna add a on success equal to handle success, and this on error equal to handle error right here, and this shape. Okay, and then I'm gonna click this right here. I'm gonna click handle success, and then I'm gonna create I'm gonna create a function that handle this right here, and this gonna be I'm gonna use async and function right here. We see arrow function. Inside it I'm gonna add try and catch right here, and try I'm gonna add con, and this gonna be token equal to credential right here, credential response dot. So inside a bracket I'm gonna add credential response right here. So, and this credential response, and then dot credential. And about this I'm gonna add con, and I'm gonna set this gonna be a set loading equal to set loading. I can set true right here. Then I'm gonna add a wait, async await, and this is a response data. So ACF, can use ACF. So we're gonna import ACF right here. Not ACF, it shows API right here. It shows, and then this gonna be post right here, post and backtick, and this gonna be I'm gonna import API $, and this gonna be API, and /auth/Google login right here, and this I gonna add token, and this is I gonna use HTTP only cookie, so I gonna add role, and this gonna be recruiter role right here, and then you're gonna scroll up, and then you're gonna import. So this is gonna be con API URL from, I'm gonna import .meta .env .with right here .with underscore API underscore URL right here. So right now I'm gonna go to env right here. Yeah, you have to define this URL, and this is a Laravel API right here, and then I'm gonna import API URL right here inside this. And the next step I'm gonna add another, and this gonna be with, so I gotta refresh, and this gonna be curly brace, and this gonna be with credential return true, and this is we're gonna use HTTP only cookie. Okay, and this semicolon, and below if success after login, I can say after login success, then I gonna add window dot location, and this gonna be href equal to slash, mean I gonna refresh in desktop right here, and error right here I gonna work with error, and this gonna be a console dot error. Okay, and I don't need to use this, then I gonna use with toast message, and this gonna be a show toast right here, show toast, and then type error right here, and then I can add message error dot response question mark, and this response can be null, something like that, and then data question mark dot, and this error right here, or we can say Google login fail, and after try and catch I gonna add another finally, I gonna add finally right here, finally, and this gonna be I gonna set loading return false. If error or success, anyway we can use set loading return false. So and then I'm gonna check right here, so and this toast, so you're gonna add double quote, and this gonna be error right here, you have to change this to double quote error. Okay, the next step that I'm gonna do is I scroll down, I'm gonna check handle error. I'm gonna create a function that handle error right here, so below handle success, and then I'm gonna enter new line, and this gonna be con handle error equal to arrow function right here. So and this I gonna say console, I can handle error, I can add console, and this log console.log, and I gonna say Google login fail, something like that, and then I gonna show toast right here, I gonna show toast, and so semicolon I can add, and this gonna be Thai, and this gonna be error, and then I put message, and this gonna be Google login fail, please try again, Google login fail, please try again, again, something like that. Semicolon right here. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down right here. Form. So form, I'm gonna add on submit right here, and I'm gonna add a function that handle submit, and this gonna be handle manual login right here, handle manual login, and this gonna be manual login. And then you're gonna scroll down. So below name, I'm gonna add value form.email, and on chain I'm gonna add handle chain. And then you can scroll down into right here below name, I'm gonna add value form data.password, and on chain handle chain. And then this is submit. So right now I'm gonna go to I'm gonna I'm gonna create a handle chain function to handle on chain right here. So I scroll up, and then about handle success right here, I'm gonna add con, and the handle chain equal to, then I'm gonna add this handle chain, I'm gonna add, then this even, I'm gonna add even arrow function, and con, I'm gonna add the structure name and value. This is we call this structure equal to e.target, and then I'm gonna set form data right here, set form data, and it's gonna be previous, we can say previous right here, previous, and this is gonna be arrow function. Then this is a spread operator, then we add previous right here, previous, and then this is gonna be name, and then colon value right here. This is we're gonna set name and value, so we're gonna need a handle chain function right here. Okay, the next step is I'm gonna scroll down right here, and then we go to form. So I'm gonna copy handle manual login right here. I'm gonna copy this, and below this handle error, I'm gonna add con and paste handle manual login equal to arrow function. And this I'm gonna add a Signup right here to respond data, and this even, and below this I'm gonna add prevent default right here, and then I'm gonna add try and catch, and then I'm gonna set loading. This is gonna be set loading, and this is gonna be true. So set loading, we gonna set for right here, and then set loading true, and this con right here, con. And then I'm gonna add API, so this is gonna be a wait, and I use a source right here, a show API dot post backtick right here, and this is gonna be $sign. I'm gonna add API URL right here, and slash, this is gonna be slash, and this I'm gonna add route auth slash login. So, and this gonna be curly braces, gonna be email. I'm gonna submit email, then form data below form data dot email. I'm gonna submit form email and password, and below I can say password colon, and this form data dot password right here. And the next step is I'm gonna add role inside a API, inside data that we gonna respond to API, and this gonna be recruiter. And this I can add another that if we use HttpOnly cookie, so we're gonna use with credential and return true right here, and this is we use HttpOnly cookie. And then scroll down, we're gonna go to catch section, and it's gonna be con, and I can add message equal to, and this gonna be equal to error dot response dot data dot error right here, or I gonna add error dot response dot, and this gonna be message data dot message dot message right here, and then or this gonna be login fail, and below this I gonna add a toast message. I'm gonna add show toast right here, and inside bracket I gonna add this gonna be message, and this gonna be okay, that message, and then Thai, it's gonna be Thai, and this gonna be error right here. And the next step I gonna add and this catch, and then I'm gonna add finally, this finally right here, and then I'm gonna set loading return false right here. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down, so login as recruiter right here. So then I'm gonna cut this right here. I can select all and Control 8, and this gonna be, I can say loading, if loading return true, and then I can add sign in dot 3 dot right here, signing in 3 dot, and false I'm gonna add sign in as recruiter right here. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll, you're gonna check this. So I'm gonna copy this right here, copy window dot location, this is a route, and then scroll to menu login right here, and then below this you're gonna add after success, we're gonna redirect to dashboard right here, redirect to dashboard. Okay, after I have created login, process login, then I'm gonna go to web browser. I'm gonna refresh, inspect right here, and then I click console. We have a problem with toast provider, so right now I'm gonna go to VS Code and toast, and the next step is I'm gonna create this, gonna be toast contact right here, equal to create contact right here, and then I'm gonna check in message right here success. So right now it is a fail, so when we go to web browser it will go to error, and then we're gonna change success to message right here. Okay, everything gonna be fine. Then I'm gonna go to web browser, so everything gonna be fine. Okay, right now I'm gonna go to backend, Laravel backend API, so I'm gonna close front end, then I'm gonna go to backend. Okay, and then I'm gonna open terminal. I'm gonna cd my project. Okay, and the next step is I'm gonna create middleware right here, so I can say PHP artisan make middleware, and this gonna be role middleware. Then I'm gonna press enter. Okay, right now I'm gonna go to backend app HTTP and middleware, so I have created role middleware right here. Okay, the next step is I'm gonna create controller right here, controller. So I'm gonna add PHP artisan make controller, and it's gonna be auth folder and auth controller. So and then I'm gonna press enter. Right now I gotta check right here, so we have we have auth controller and auth folder. Inside auth folder we have auth controller, and the next step is I'm gonna create Google controller. So I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna create this, gonna be Google login controller, then I can press enter. Okay, right now inside auth folder we have two controller, auth controller and Google login controller. And the next step, I gonna run Google application client, mean to connect Laravel with React client. So I can say composer, then this gonna be required, and then this gonna be Google slash API client right here, Google slash API client. Then I gonna press enter. Okay, everything gonna be fine. Then I gonna go to, I gonna define in role middleware right here. So right here I gonna add, and this gonna be user equal to auth. This is got auth, and then this gonna be API user right here, and then I'm gonna find if not user or not in array function. And this gonna be not user role, this gonna be role, and this gonna be role. We have many role, so I gonna define a role in that a bracket right here. This is gonna be string right here. This is gonna be string, and this is gonna be 3 dot and $sign role right here, and this is gonna be a right, and I gonna copy this right here. I gonna paste inside bracket right here, role. Okay, then I'm gonna open curly braces, then gonna be return, and then I'm gonna say response with JSON, and this gonna be square bracket message arrow key, and this gonna be forbidden right here, forbidden. And then I gonna add status for 0C, mean 400C. This is forbidden, not allowed right here. And then if have user, so we're gonna allow, mean return next, mean allow can go into application. So that's it for role middleware. I'm gonna close this. So I'm gonna close this already right here. Then I'm gonna go to I'm gonna go to config. I'm gonna go to bootstrap and app right here. And the next step is I can add another middleware that gonna be alias middleware. So this gonna be middleware, and I can add alias middleware, and then this role I gonna connect with middleware. So this gonna be HTTP right here slash. So this gonna be slash HTTP, and this gonna be app and slash app HTTP, and this gonna be middleware. Middleware right here, and then class. Okay, that's it. Okay, and then you're gonna go to modal and click user right here. Then you're gonna go to get JWT custom claim. So inside this you're gonna add role right here, role, arrow key, and then this role, gonna add this role. Okay, and below this I can add another function that get a full name. I can say public function right here, and then get this gonna be full name, get full name attribute, return this first name, $sign this last name. So this is for for handle for Google login. So Google login we have a full name, but in Postgres I don't have a full name field in a table. That's why I'm gonna create this to handle with Google. and then you're gonna scroll up. You see a case is active boolean right here. Okay, everything gonna be fine. So I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close, yeah, close bootstrap right here, close this, and then I'm gonna go to route right here, and then API route. Okay, and then in below the about this, I'm gonna add route. So I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna paste this right here, and this gonna be auth slash and the register right here, and I'm gonna import this gonna be auth controller. I gotta import this line of code right here, and class, and this gonna be register right here. So I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna paste a 2 times, and this gonna be auth login, and this gonna be login, and this auth Google. So this gonna be Google login right here. This gonna be Google login, and this gonna be Google login. And then I gotta import Google login controller. So this gonna be Google login controller right here. Okay, and then inside middleware right here, inside middleware that I'm gonna use a type JWT from cookie, and then I'm gonna add a role. So this gonna be recruiter only. This route for recruiter only right here, something like that. And then I'm gonna copy. This gonna be route, and then I'm gonna add middleware, and this gonna be role recruiter right here, and then I'm gonna add group, and this gonna be function right here. So semicolon function, and this gonna be a route for recruiter, something like that. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna paste below, and this gonna be the user only, or the route for user. This gonna be user. Okay, right now I'm gonna go to handle with Google login. So I'm gonna go to, yeah, I'm gonna go to controller Google login right here. So in this I'm gonna add public function, and this gonna be Google login. So I need to copy this name right here, Google login right here, and inside bracket I'm gonna add request, and this request right here. Okay, and then this gonna be $sign request. I'm gonna add validate, and this a array, and this gonna be token, and this gonna be require slash, and it is string, and this gonna be role, and this gonna be require in, and this gonna be user recruiter admin. We have a user, recruiter, and admin. This is a enum that we gonna select right here. Then below this I gonna modify Google token. This gonna be client equal to new. So right now I'm gonna go to this, and then I'm gonna use this gonna be Google client right here, and this gonna be Google underscore client, and this square bracket I gonna add client ID, and this I gonna get from env file right here, and this gonna be Google client. This gonna be Google client ID right here. Okay, the problem is you're gonna cut this, and inside public right here, I confuse right here. Right, you're gonna copy and cut inside Google login right here. So you need to import from a PHP open source server / JWT auth / facades and / JWT auth right here. And then this gonna be payload client right here, and then I'm gonna add verify token, and this gonna be require token. Then I'm gonna add if not payload. Then I'm gonna return response with JSON right here, and square bracket, and this gonna be error, and this gonna be invalid Google token. Then I'm gonna add status 401. Yeah. Okay, then I'm gonna extract Google. I'm gonna add extract Google info. So this gonna be email, Google email right here equal to payload, and then this gonna be email right here, and the Google ID equal to payload, and this gonna be we use sub mean Google ID, we use sub right here mean to access Google ID, and this gonna be Google image payload, and this gonna be picture if null. So the picture if null, I can say we can null if no have picture, we can say null right here. And the next step is target role. I can add role in a login, so this is we're gonna assign Google role, target role, and then require role right here. Okay, and then this step I'm gonna add try to find Google ID or email. Try to find Google ID, and so user equal to, I can add user from model right here. So you're gonna import user model, and this gonna be where, yeah, we're gonna find where Google ID in a table. Yeah, we have a user table, and this gonna be Google ID right here. We're gonna find, and I can add this or where, and this gonna be email, and I can add email. Then I can add get first mean to select one record right here, the first record from a Google user table. So the next step is I gonna security check. I can add security check, so I can say if, and then I can add user. So this is security check if user role not equal to target role, mean target role right here, and then I'm gonna return with response JSON, this is gonna be a square bracket, and I gonna say error, I can say registered IA, then I gonna prop a role, so this is gonna be sign and user role. I gonna prop role, maybe a user or recruiter, something like that. And then please, I can add please you the correct login form. Okay, and inside this I gonna add status for 03. Yeah, and then the next step is I gonna update Google ID if it wasn't set yet. So this is gonna be, I can say if user Google ID, and then this is gonna be user update. So update inside it, I'm gonna add Google ID in a field, and this is gonna be arrow key and Google ID right here. So the next step if, and then I'm gonna add another L. Then if not found, I can register new user, so I can say register. So $sign, this is gonna be name equal to explode right here, space. Yeah, we enter a space, and then this payload. It's gonna be $payload right here, and this gonna be name, and add 2 right here because we have first name and last name. Explode means we're gonna split first name and last name. We have 2 fields right here in a user table. That's why I'm gonna add 2 because we're gonna split 1 and 2. Mean first name and last name, right? And then this is gonna be user save in a table. So I gotta add users table right here from model, and this is gonna be create. Yeah, I'm gonna create in a users table right here, and this can be first name, and I can save to first name, and this name part right here, name part in that 0. Yeah, we have you know, in the we have a 2, 1 and 2, 1 for 0 for 1 for first name, and the another 1 for last name right here. So in array we have index 0 start from 1, and 1 equal to 2. Yeah, something like that. And this I can add another last name, and this is gonna be name part, and this gonna be index 1. And email, I gonna save email, and this gonna be email. Another gonna save password because user table we have password right here, so I gonna be crypt right here. And this gonna add str, and this gonna be random. I gonna random a password. So we scroll up, and you have to import this line of code right here. Illuminate support str right here, and 24. I can add 24. We can add bcrypt your in a password. We're gonna use bcrypt you to generate a password that very difficult to read. And str random, we're gonna random. This is a length 24 letters, something like that. And another step that I'm gonna do is role, target role, $ target role. And this Google ID, yeah, here we have Google ID, and then this is gonna be Google ID, and this is active right here, is active return true. Okay, all right, so right now I'm gonna save first name, last name, and all this field into a users table. So the next step is I'm gonna add another if. This is gonna be not active. I can confirm not user, and is active if user is not active right here. And then I'm gonna return, and inside this I can say error, and this is gonna be account. And inside this I can add status that say 403 right here. Okay, the next step is everything gonna be fine. Then I'm gonna save, and this gonna be $Google images, Google image right here. Have Google image right here, and then I'm gonna add existing image equal to user image. You're gonna import from model right here. Scroll up, then you're gonna import this user image from model. Then I can check where user ID, and this is gonna be user ID. Then I gonna add first. I gonna get first record, something like that. So, and this line I gonna add only update if no images. We can update if no images. And I can say if this is gonna be existing image, not exist. Then I can add not right here, not existing image, or existing image path. This is gonna be HTTP right here, and I can save user image update. I can save or update right here, and this square bracket user ID equal to user ID square bracket, and this is gonna be image path, and this is gonna be Google image. Okay, the next step this line I'm gonna create generate JWT generate JWT and token right here. Token equal to JWT. This is going to be auth JWT auth right here, and this is a from user function, and then I can add user inside this. We're gonna generate a new token, and then this is gonna be get cookie setting from config or helper. $sign is production, and then I'm gonna say app, and then this is gonna be environment and production, and then this is gonna be return HTTP only, return response with JSON. It's gonna be JSON square bracket, and this I'm gonna say success, and this gonna be login success. And another I can add user. This gonna be array of data. This is gonna be a full name right here. User get full name. I'm gonna say full name, and this gonna be a first name. User, this gonna be first name, role, and this gonna be user role, and this gonna be email, user email, and this field gonna be image. So, and this gonna be str underscore start with option. It's gonna be optional. I'm gonna put user image, and this gonna be image, no $sign right here, images, user images, and path right here. Then this gonna be HTTP is true, and then I can add optional, and they gonna be user. I'm gonna say image, and then image path, or false. If true, I'm gonna output this image path, and if false, user is no image right here, user image, and then I'm gonna add URL. I'm gonna select image from a storage, something like that, and this gonna be storage, and this dot, so I can add user, and this gonna be images, and this gonna be image path, and then I can say null. And the next step is I gotta use API HTTP only cookie, so I can add cookie right here, cookie function, and inside a cookie function I gonna add auth token, and this I can add a token. It's gonna be $sign token, and this gonna be expire. I can expire 24 hours, mean a day, 1 day, expire 1 day, something like that, and this slash a path, and I can add now, and I can add fail, then I can add true, then I can add fail, then I can add DC a like right here. So I'm gonna define DC name right here, and DC token, and this expire 1 day, and DC a path right here, and now, so this is domain now, and yeah, this is a secure equal to fail for localhost, true, and this gonna be HTTP only, yeah, HTTP, and this is false, and this is we can say same side, like instead our string, we kind of say in the same side, we don't strict at the same side right here. So that's why we're gonna add legs. Okay, so right now I gotta check. So there's problem right here, role. So I can add role E, the lead W right here, role. And I gotta scroll down. And name right here, we can if or mean if no space, so we can add anti-string right here. So this is a double question mark right here, and I gotta scroll. Okay, and error right here, we're gonna add this, gonna be error, right? So we're gonna change to a correct word, and then you gotta scroll down. Yeah, and this is a 24, not 25, 24 hour, and this is a second right here. And then you're gonna check right here, you're gonna check. So we're gonna add not right here, not user role. Right, okay, everything gonna be fine. So you have to edit some error right here. So right now I'm gonna go to a web browser right here. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, then I'm gonna type with recruiter login, and then I'm gonna select login right here. So in order to log in, so you're gonna go to env right here. So I'm gonna close a front end right here. Env, you're gonna go to env right here, and then you're gonna name Google client ID and Google underscore client secret and Google redirect URL. So you're gonna add this 3 line of code right here. And Google client ID and Google client secret, I have created a previous video, so you have to copy and paste in this. And then you're gonna go to front end right here, and front end we have env.file, and then this is a Google client ID, so you're gonna copy this the same in a backend, front end and back end the same using Google client right here. But so I'm gonna minimize it. But in Google, in backend, in using a Laravel in backend, so we're gonna use two right here, Google client and Google ID. Google client ID and Google secret right here, we're gonna use both, and then we're gonna add a redirect right here. So right now I'm gonna go to Google console. I'm gonna check, and then console right here, and this is my job portal. So I'm gonna go to API and credential right here. Yeah, this is my job portal, so I'm gonna click this. So you're gonna add right here, if you use a local host, you're gonna add my React in a port right here. This is my port. I use a read right here. You're gonna copy this, so I can select right here. You're gonna copy this and paste in authorized JavaScript origins. And this is we're gonna use, this is my IP, so I'm gonna use this right here, and authorize redirect URL. So and authorize you redirect URL, so you're gonna add a localhost 8000 API /or/Google /callback right here. You're gonna add this line of code in authorize redirect URL right here. And then you're gonna click save right here. So I have a set already, so I don't need to save again. Okay, and then you're gonna go to web browser front end, and then I gonna log in right here, recruiter login. I gonna select sign in with Google, then I gonna click sign in. So right now I'm gonna go to my PG admin and job portal schema, and I'm gonna select all the table right here. Then I can select user, and I gonna view all rows. So you see I have assigned in with my Gmail address. So this a username Phanit, and this is email and role. So this is a recruiter right here. Okay, after I have defined Google login, so right now I'm gonna go to web browser. Then I start to register, sign in with Google. So you gotta, this account is registered as recruiter. So right now you gotta go to Google login controller and you're gonna check in role right here. So we're gonna check this, we're gonna delete exclamatory mark, so user role not equal role, target role, and then we're gonna output this right here. So then I'm gonna refresh. So right now I'm gonna sign in again with Google, and okay, everything gonna be fine. So make sure you're gonna change a little bit about user role right here. You're gonna delete exclamatory mark right here. That's okay. So right now I'm gonna work with auth controller right here. So the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna use PHP open source server /jwt auth /facade/jwt auth right here. You're gonna import this I'm gonna use JWT right here, and this is the new version of API. So right now I'm gonna create a function that handle register. So this is gonna be public function, and this is gonna be register right here. Inside bracket I'm gonna add request, and this is gonna be request right here. Then I'm gonna add validator. So then this is gonna be validator right here, and then I'm gonna add equal sign. This is gonna be validator. You're gonna import validator from facade right here. So you're gonna import this validator right here, and this is gonna be make, and then I can add require, and then I can say all. I'm gonna require all, and then I can add array of a string, and this is gonna be first name right here. First name, this is gonna be a first name, and this is gonna be, I can add require, and this gonna be string make, this is gonna be slash right here make, and this is gonna be 255 right here. So I copy from this is a first name, last name. You're gonna validate an email, password, role right here. This is a enum. So yeah, you're gonna add all of this field right here to validate, and then I can add condition. I can say if I can add validator, if validator fail right here, fail. So inside bracket right here, then I can add return, and this is gonna be response with JSON, and it's gonna be JSON, and inside JSON gonna be $sign validator error. This is gonna be error function. Okay, and then status 422 right, and then I'm gonna save that field right here, that data, first name, last name. I'm gonna save into database. So I'm gonna add this user and equal to user from model. I'm gonna add import user model right here. Yes, this field right here, and double colon, and this is gonna be create right here, create function. Yeah, inside I can add square bracket, and this is gonna be username, first name, last name, email, password, and role right here. So I can add first name and request first name, last name, request last name, email, request email, and password I gonna hash, and request password hash. So I'm gonna import hash from facade right here, illuminate, support facade right here. You're gonna import half right here, package for generate a half password. And then this is a request row right here. And the next step, I'm gonna generate token JWT token, and then I can add $ token equal to JWT right here, JWT auth, and this is gonna be from user. Then I gonna pass user inside this right here. JWT auth come from import about right here. You're gonna put this open source server right here. And the next step, I'm gonna use HttpOnly Cookies. So this is gonna be cookie equal to cookie function right here. And I'm gonna define some cookie data. So in this, I can add auth token and token, because cookie will have contain a token, and this is minute. We're gonna add a minute right here. 60 multiply 14 hour, and this is a second, and this is a minute right here. And this is a path. I'm gonna go to path slash and domain now, and this is a secure. So in change to true in production. When we deploy to production, we're gonna add true right here. And this is only HTTP cookie and row, and this we can add a leg for the same size. So the same domain name we can access, but something it is easier for you to in develop mode. In development mode, you're gonna add leg, something like that. This is the same size right here. Okay, the next step, I'm gonna return with a response JSON data, and this I can say return, and this is gonna be response right here, and respond with JSON. Inside this, I can add swift bracket, and this is gonna be message. I can add message right here, and then I can say message. This is gonna be user registered successfully, and the next I can add user data. So this is gonna be user, and this is gonna be user data that contain email, password, first name, last name, something like that. Okay, everything gonna be fine, and then inside it I gonna add status. So status success gonna be 201. This is a success message. Success we're gonna find in header, something like that. And then I gonna add with credential, and it's gonna be with cookie, because it is a HTTP-only cookie. So I gonna add cookie, and then I gonna pass cookie right here, cookie inside with cookie function. Okay, all right, this is all for register, and then I'm gonna create a function that handle login. So this is gonna be public function, and this is gonna be login right here. So inside this, I'm gonna add a request right here, request, and this request, and then I'm gonna copy from this field right here, validate. I'm gonna copy validator right here. It is the same. So, but in this validator, we have only email and password and role. So role, we're gonna check role right here, and then if exist, we're gonna find that email. So this is gonna be user. I can add variable that contain user equal to user from model. You're gonna import user from model right here. So I'm gonna scroll up. You see, this is a model. I import already, so it doesn't matter. And then double column, and this is gonna be where we're gonna find where function, and inside where I'm gonna add email. I'm gonna find where email, and then request email, and then I'm gonna get that first email. I'm gonna get a first record from a table. This is gonna be first function right here, and then I gonna check if inside bracket I gonna define if not user, and it's gonna be not user, or and it's gonna be not hash, and it's exclamatory mark and hash. It's gonna be hash. Hash mean capitalize hash right here. So we make sure that we're gonna import hash right here, hash. This I gonna check. I gonna check right here. I gonna check, and this I gonna check require password equal to, and this gonna be your user password. Make sure that user password and request password are the same, and this gonna be password right here. And then I'm gonna add a return. So if not user and not hash, mean this password not match, and then I'm gonna return. So this gonna be response. And inside JSON bracket I'm gonna add square bracket, and this gonna be error. Gonna be error right here. And then I'm gonna add invalid credential right here, and then this gonna be status. This gonna be 401 right here. And next step I'm gonna check if, and this gonna be user role. I'm gonna check role, user role not equal require user, and this gonna be require user, require role, not user, require role. Then I can output return, and this gonna be response with JSON, and this gonna be JSON. So I gonna add this gonna be error, and this gonna be this account is registered. So I gonna say this account is registered A, and then I gonna flop role, and this gonna be $ user and role. So this double quote right here, make sure that it is double quote, right? Okay, so I gonna cut this, right? And inside a JSON, this is a bracket, square bracket right here. I gonna pay that, okay? And this I gonna add status. This gonna be 403. And the next step I gonna check if user is inactive. So this gonna be if user, and it's gonna be user active is active, mean not active. And then I'm gonna say something. So this gonna be return. I gonna copy this right here. I gonna paste this. So, and I gonna delete this right here. So I can say account is deactivated right here, something like that. And then 403 right here. And then next step I gonna generate token. So this gonna be token equal to, and this gonna be JWT auth right here. And then I gonna add from user function, and then I gonna pass user. This is a token we gonna generate from a user, and then I gonna copy return right here. I gonna copy this, and I gonna paste this right here. And message, message user login successful, or we can say login successfully. And then user, I gonna delete this user right here. Then I gonna add square bracket. I gonna define this is a full name. I'm gonna respond with a full name right here. And this gonna be user from user full name. and then I gonna output role. So this gonna be user role right here, and then I gonna output, and this gonna be email, user email, and then I gonna delete this right here, and I gonna delete this too. I gonna replace with, and it's gonna be cookie right here. Yeah, so we're gonna replace with auth token. This is a second path, now, fail, true, fail, and lag right here. It is the same as the previous right here. We're gonna the same. So the next step is I gonna create a function that handle fetch data. So this is gonna be public function, and I gonna set method me right here, and this function. So then I can add try and catch. I can add try catch right here, and it's gonna be try and catch. Then this gonna be finally try. This is a lowercase right here. So in try I can add user equal to jwt auth right here, and this is gonna be pass token, and then authenticate right here, authenticate. Then I gonna return response with JSON right here, and this square bracket I can add data. This is a status, and this is gonna be success, and then I gonna add user data. This is gonna be user, and then square bracket inside user I gonna add ID. Yeah, inside here I gonna add ID, user ID, first name, user first name, last name, user last name, full name, user full name, email, user email, user role, and this is active. I gonna output user is active, and image right here, str underscore star with optional user image, and image path right here. So if have image, I gonna output image from image path right here. So this is a code that handle a image right here. So in this image we confirm that if image they contain HTTP and XC, so we're gonna output. Yeah, we're gonna output this line of code, and if not XC and don't have HTTP, and then we're gonna output this line of code that that save in a storage right here, and save storage, and then we're gonna get that image from a storage right here. So this is a detail of this. So this is a ternary operator that we're gonna true and false, something like that, and this is for example right here. So I cannot delete this. So the next step is catch. So catch, I'm gonna add a function catch. So this is gonna be slash and exception, gonna be exception right here, dollar and e. Okay, and then I'm gonna return with response, return response with JSON, and then I'm gonna add message, and this I gonna add unauthorized right here, unauthorized. Then I gonna add status 401. Okay, and finally I gonna delete this because I don't need in this case right here. Okay, the next step is I gonna handle logout. So I can say public function. This gonna be logout method right here, and this gonna be request, and this gonna be request. Inside this I gonna add try. This gonna be try, and this cache right here. So inside this I gonna add this I gonna say invalidate the JWT token, invalidate JWT token. So I'm gonna add auth. So auth from right here from Illuminate support for SaaS, and this is gonna be logout right here. So make sure that we're gonna import auth Illuminate support for SaaS right here, and then I can add a return with response with JSON, and this I can add this gonna be message, and I can add a success. This gonna be successfully logged out, and then this response with this gonna be with cookie, with this gonna be cookie right here, cookie function, and then and inside here I can add a cookie and then this gonna be forgot auth token. This gonna be auth token. This is forget, not forgot right here, forget. So I need to import forget. Right, this is a forget function. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy this cut right here. Gonna copy this, or I can copy all of this, and then I'm gonna paste this right here and return with response JSON, and this gonna be error, and this gonna be could not log out, and then status I can add 500. So then we're gonna check right here. So yeah, in login, so and this gonna be and this gonna be validator. I gonna edit something. So and I gonna say validator right here, validator. This gonna be request. Request and validator right here. And so the problem is path, so we're gonna delete path right here. So in the problem is you're gonna check user via email right here. So this gonna be changed to arrow key right here. And then you're gonna scroll down, scroll up and log in right here. So return response JSON. So this gonna be changed to success right here. Success, right? And so you're gonna scroll down, fail right here. So use validator fail. So this is a fail. Yeah, fail right here. You're gonna change this and create. So this gonna be user create right here, and you're gonna go to login and request validator, and this gonna be validate, not validator right here. So you're gonna change this right here, and then you're gonna scroll down. You see this account is registered right here. So try and catch. So we're gonna delete this right here. We don't use this. Okay, so the next step is I'm gonna go to front end right here. I'm gonna close back end. I'm gonna work with front end and contact right here. So I'm gonna minimize all of this, and in contact I'm gonna create a file that is a auth contact right here .jsx. And then I'm gonna import create contact, use contact. This is gonna be create contact, use contact, and I'm gonna add use state, use effect. This is gonna be use state and use effect. And then I'm gonna import a CS API, a source API right here, and this is gonna be a source right here. And then I'm gonna import API URL, and this is gonna be a name URL right here. and equal to import dot meta dot env and dot this gonna be with underscore API URL right here, and then I gonna import. Okay, then I gonna use contact. This gonna be con and auth contact equal to create contact. Okay, then I can export. I gotta export auth provider, and it's gonna be export con. I gotta name auth provider right here equal to the arrow function, and inside bracket I gonna add prop. That prop gonna be children, and then this I gonna use state con. This gonna be I gonna set user equal to useState right here, and useState gonna be now. Then I gonna add con, and this gonna be loading set loading, and this gonna be useState, and I can set useState gonna be true, something like that, true. Then I gonna add useState effect, and this gonna be function and dependency right here inside a function. I gonna add a single way that I gonna check auth. This gonna be con check auth, something like that. Then I gonna use a sin, and this is gonna be arrow function, and I use try catch right here, try catch, and inside try catch you're gonna add con rise equal to await, and this I gonna use a source dot get, and this backtick. So in backtick I gonna add API URL API underscore URL and slash, and this is gonna be auth slash me. This is effect data that I have just created in Laravel API, and this is I gonna use HttpOnly Cookies. So I can add comma, and then I can add curly braces, and this is gonna be with credential. I can say with credential return true, and then inside try I can set user right here, and inside bracket I can add rise dot data dot user is true. I can output rise dot data right here, and then in catch I can add set user, and inside set user I gonna add now. Then I gonna add finally then I'm gonna add set loading return. This gonna be false, and check auth I gonna pass that variable, so that function. So this gonna be below this function right here, and API this gonna be $sign right here. So you can import API from URL with API right here. This is from env.file, and another step that I gonna do is I gonna create a logout function. This gonna be logout function. Then I can add con. This gonna be logout, and this gonna be a sin right here, a sin, and I use try catch right here, and inside try I can add a wait, and this gonna be a source dot, and this gonna be post method right here, and inside a post I can add bytext and curly brace and $sign, and this gonna be API URL. Make sure you're gonna import that API, and then this gonna be auth slash, and this gonna be logout logout method that I have just created in a Laravel project right here. And this I'm gonna use HTTP only, so this gonna be with screenshot. With screenshot, it is a JWT with HTTP only cookie right here. So this gonna be with screenshot return true. And catch I don't need to use. I want to use finally right here. So I can set user finally set user equal to null, something like that. Okay, after I have defined fetch data and logout function, then I gonna return. So this is gonna be return right here, and this gonna be auth contact dot provider right here, and inside this I gonna use prop right here, and this I gonna add value, and I gonna prop curly braces, and this gonna be user set user and logout. I gonna prop that data inside auth.provider, and this gonna be children. Make sure you put children inside auth provider right here, and then I gonna export right here, export, and it's gonna be con use auth equal to arrow function, and this gonna be I gonna use contact right here, use contact function, and inside bracket I gonna use auth contact right here. Okay, so right now I gonna check. So in this section, so you're gonna add curly braces and add column right here. Okay, and the next step you're gonna do is you're gonna add loading right here, loading inside this. So you're gonna prop user set user loading and logout. And the next step is you're gonna delete the user. We don't need to use this error right here. And the final, so I gonna set this to lowercase right here, check, and but you keep capitalize the same, but I need to set lowercase right here. Make sure it is the same inside this right here. So everything gonna be fine. Okay, and the next step I gonna go to app.js right here. So I need to import auth contact from contact provider, and this I can say auth, this gonna be auth provider, yeah, from contact and auth contact right here. And then you can scroll down, so I gonna define auth provider, and this gonna be auth provider. We need to register in app.js right here, and yeah, and then I gonna cut this right here, and I can scroll down, it's below to toast provider, then I gonna space this block code right here. That's perfect. Okay, the next step is I gonna prevent login. So this gonna be prevent login in user. So then I gonna create a con, and then this gonna be guest route, then I'm gonna add a function, and it's gonna be arrow function, and then I gonna prop that. So this gonna be children right here, and then I'm gonna add con, and then I'm gonna import user and loading from contact. This is the structure right here from contact, and then I'm gonna add use contact. Then I'm gonna check if loading, then I'm gonna return null, and then I'm gonna check another user dot role equal to, and the recruiter, and then I'm gonna return, this gonna be, and I'm gonna put navigate, this gonna be right here, navigate. And inside navigate, I'm gonna add to a route to dashboard, and this I can add replace. So I can check if user dot role equal to user, then I gonna return. I gonna copy this right here. I gonna paste, and this gonna be slash. Okay, I gonna semicolon, and then I can add a return children right here, and then scroll down. So I gonna group user and recruiter. So this gonna be user only route right here, and this I gonna add. It's gonna be route right here, route, and this element right here equal to, and this curly braces, and this gonna be protected route. This gonna be allow route equal to curly braces and square bracket, and this gonna be user. So this gonna be a right here. So right now I'm gonna go to component right here, component, then I'm gonna create protected route. So this gonna be protected, and this gonna be route right here .jsa. Then I'm gonna import navigate from the router DOM, and I'm gonna import use auth, from contact right here, and then I can add con. This gonna be protected route equal to arrow function, and inside bracket I can add curly braces, and this gonna be from allow route right here. Okay, then I can add a con to fetch data to fetch user and loading. This gonna be con, and this is the structure. So this gonna be user and loading use auth right here, use auth from a contact. So then I can define, and then you can find still checking on. So I can say if loading, and then I gonna return. So return this. So I gonna return div right here, and class name plus justify center item center edge dash screen, and inside this I can add animate dash spin rounded full edge dash 10 w dash 10 border dash t dash 2 border dash purple dash 600 right here. And another step I can say not login. Then I can check if so not user, and this is gonna be user not user right here from contact, and then I can say con, and this is gonna be login page equal to allow route right here, and question mark dot include recruiter, and this is gonna be recruiter. And then question mark is true, then I gonna slash go to register login, recruiter login, and if false, then go to slash user right here, and then this gonna be return. Then navigate then to, and curly braces, and this is gonna be login page, and replace right here. And then I gonna check wrong role, so it's gonna be wrong role. So I gonna check if allow role right here, and not allow role dot include function user dot role return true, then this gonna be return to route slash recruiter login, and false, then return to slash user login. So below this I can add con loading page right here, loading right here equal to user dot role equal to recruiter, and then I can add return So this is gonna be navigate. I gonna copy this right here, and then below this I gonna add return. So this is gonna be outlet right here, and then this is gonna be export default protected route right here. So I gonna check error. So in this navigate I gonna import outlet from React Router DOM right here, because we're gonna use outlet right here, yeah, inside this return. And the next step is you're gonna check. So I'm gonna change this to allow row, not route. So I'm gonna select this all, then I can control D, yeah, control D. I'm gonna change all of this, then I'm gonna add allow. This gonna be allow row, not route right here. Okay, so make sure that it is the same all the allow rows right here. Okay, after created protected route, and then I'm gonna go to app right here. So you're gonna scroll up, and then you're gonna import this gonna be protected route from component, and then we can use inside this route. So this I'm gonna add this gonna be slash, yeah, I'm gonna delete this right here, and this gonna be slash and close route right here. So, and inside here I can add element. Inside element I gonna add protected route right here, protected route inside this, and then I can add allow route right here, and this gonna be the user, and then I gonna add route. So I gonna copy this right here, save job. I gonna cut this right here, and then I gonna paste inside this route that for user only. And the next step I gonna copy this right here. I gonna copy this, and then I gonna paste, and this only recruiter only route. I gonna delete this route right here. So, and this gonna be recruiter, and this I gonna cut right here, dashboard right here. I gonna cut this and place inside recruiter route, and I gonna delete this. So make sure everything gonna be alright and cleaner. And so the next step I gonna add 404 not found. This is for a route that you gonna tie the name that doesn't in app.js, so it will goes to page that say 404 not found right here. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser. So I'm gonna inspect right here and console.log. So a problem with route right here. I'm gonna go to VS Code, and yeah, I'm gonna delete this right here. No, we're gonna delete this. Okay, and then refresh, everything gonna be fine. So right now I'm gonna click the logout. It not work because I not define in NavBar right here. Okay, the next step is I'm gonna go to component right here, and then I'm gonna select NavBar. I'm gonna work with NavBar, and then I'm gonna import default logo from asset image default logo right here, and then I'm gonna import use navigate. This is gonna be navigate right here from React Router DOM. And the next step is I'm gonna import Google Logout. So this is gonna be Google Logout React OAuth / Google right here. You gotta import this. And the next step I'm gonna import use auth. So this is gonna be, so you are gonna open this right here. You can take, and this is gonna be use auth.
right here from contact and auth contact file. And the next step is I gonna fix data, so this gonna be con, and I gonna add the structure that contain user, and this gonna be loading and logout. Yeah, logout that this this data from a use contact, so I gonna say use. So this is I gonna fetch data from contact, from use contact. Okay, and then I gonna use navigate, so this is gonna be equal to use navigate from React Router DOM right here. So then you're gonna scroll down. So I gonna work with logout right here. So logout, I gonna work with logout this. So in this bottom, I gonna add this gonna be on click, and this I gonna set a function, arrow function, and this I gonna add handle logout right here. And then I gonna add set is open right here, set is open, and this gonna be file, mean I gonna close open a file right here. Then I gonna copy handle logout right here. I gonna copy the function. Then I scroll up, and below you effect I gonna create con, and this gonna be handle logout right here equal to a sin right here, and this is arrow function. So I use try and catch right here. So in try I gonna add a wait, and this gonna be logout. Yeah, we gonna import logout from your contact that I have just create a function that logout already, so I just import like that. And then this gonna be Google, I gonna set Google logout, and then I can set menu open, and this gonna be file right here. And then I gonna navigate, this gonna be navigate. Yeah, I gonna use navigate, and this I gonna go to recruiter login, so I can say recruiter login. And catch, so I gonna add console.log right here, and this gonna be, and this I gonna add error right here. Then you're gonna scroll down, so below this right here, below this I gonna add if loading true, then I gonna return. Okay, then I gonna return div class name 8-16 bgy border -b border -gray -100 right here. So I gonna minimize this, and then you're gonna scroll down. Yeah, I gonna work with desktop right here. So I gonna define user, if user true, and then this gonna be bracket right here. Then below this right here, so I gonna cut this, and I gonna select below div right here. So I gonna paste. Yeah, I gonna add close bracket, and I gonna say L right here, and below this I gonna add so L, and this gonna be bracket. I gonna cut this, and below this I gonna add close bracket and close curly braces right here. And inside this right here I gonna define, so I gonna define user dot role equal to, and this gonna be user, then true, then I gonna output this, so I gonna delete this, yeah, below this I gonna add this gonna be a close curly braces right here. So let me check. This is a save job, so I gonna close with a save job. So close right here, and this I gonna add bracket, so I gonna delete this, then I gonna paste inside this right here, close bracket, and then I gonna click navigate save job right here, and inside this right here, inside this I gonna add bracket. So I gonna say user dot role equal to this gonna be recruiter, then true, open bracket, and then I gonna close bracket and close curly braces right here. Then you're gonna scroll down. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. This a name, so first name, so I'm gonna add user dot first name, and image, so I'm gonna add image, so this is gonna be user dot image, or if I have no image, so I'm gonna import default logo, and then I can open this line of code right here. I can open this line of code, so this is a image right here. So make sure that you're gonna open this SVG. So I have create and copy in a document, and you're gonna copy and paste, and then you're gonna open this line of code. Okay, and then you scroll down, you see this is a name, so this is a full name, so I can add user, and this gonna be full name, and this is email, so I can delete this. I can add a user dot email, then scroll down. Okay, and this nav link, so I can add this gonna be user dot role equal to recruiter. Okay, then I can add question mark true, and I gonna navigate slash, and this gonna be edited profile, and false, so I gonna add this gonna be save job, and below this I gonna add on click, and then this a function, so this gonna be set open false, so this gonna be on click set open return false, and then you're gonna scroll down. This is a logout, so handle logout, and it's open. I gonna define already right here. Then you're gonna scroll down. Yeah, I have defined already. Okay, then scroll down. Then we're gonna go to mobile menu right here. Okay, and then scroll down. We gonna go with user info right here. So in user default, I gonna add if user true, then I gonna output this line of code, so I gonna cut this, and then below this div right here, so below this I gonna add bracket and curly braces. I gonna close this right here. This not dollar sign, and this gonna be and logic call right here, and then you're gonna select div right here, so I can define a little bit right here, so this gonna be curly brace, and I can define user if have user true, and then I gonna output this line of code, this block of code right here. So you're gonna scroll down, and inside this right here, so it's gonna be, yeah, close bracket and L, and column in L, and then you're gonna inside this, below this, and I can close bracket and curly braces right here. So you need to define this is bracket, so I can close this right here. You need to define this right here, so I'm gonna space a little bit right, and then we're gonna work with, yeah, mobile menu right here. So as or I see right here, so I gonna say this gonna be user dot image, and if no image, I gonna default logo, yeah, from image folder, and scroll down, and this gonna be I gonna output image, and this gonna be user dot full name right here, and this is email, so this gonna be user dot email, and then I gonna define this this route, so this gonna be I gonna say user dot role and equal to user, then I gonna output, so I can delete this, and inside this right here, so bracket curly braces, and this also inside this I can add curly brace, so I gonna copy this right here, I gonna paste this, then I gonna change this gonna be recruiter, and I gonna close bracket, close curly braces right here, and then we're gonna go to with a manage profile right here. So in this I gonna define curly braces, and this gonna be user dot role, and then this equal to recruiter, and then I gonna output this line of code, and this gonna be edit profile. For I gonna output slash save job. Save job means to navigate to save job right here. This is a route that we're gonna navigate, and then I can delete this right here, class name. I gonna delete class name, then I gonna add class name right here, and this gonna be curly braces. This is gonna be a function, and inside this I gonna add is active. Okay, is active, and then is active, then I gonna add this gonna be active from mobile that I have just created right here, base mobile and active mobile right here. So if active, import active mobile, and for so base mobile right here, and then handle logout, so this is gonna be on click, and then I'm gonna add handle logout right here, then scroll down, and this is a recruiter, then I gonna copy this right here, I gonna copy on click, and I gonna paste in right here in a login, and inside this login, so I can add on click, on click, and a function, this gonna be set menu, set menu open right here, and this is a for, I gonna set for. Okay, everything gonna be fine. Okay, right now I'm gonna go to backend API, so I'm gonna close it, then I'm gonna go to backend, and I'm gonna define something in API.php in route right here. So job right here, I'm gonna get job, I'm gonna cut this, and then inside this right here, this is a route, public route, this is a public route for anyone right here, and then I'm gonna go to controller, and then below this I'm gonna add public function, and this is gonna be index right here, and return, this is gonna be public. So in API, and then I'm gonna define a logout and fetch data from user. So below this attach from cookie, this is API middleware to verify user, and this I gonna add route. So I gonna copy this line of code, and then I gonna paste this. Then I gonna change these two posts right here, and then this gonna be /auth/ and this logout right here, and this gonna be I gonna import auth controller. Make sure that we're gonna import auth controller right here, and this gonna be logout method right here. Then I gonna copy this right here. I gonna paste this, and this is get method, and this gonna be fetch data. I gonna add me, and then this is gonna be auth controller, and this gonna be method me right here. I have created already in a Laravel in auth controller. We have a fetch data that method name me, and this gonna be update profile. So I don't need this route. I define data. So after that I gonna go to job controller right here. Then I gonna define something. So this gonna be a request, and this gonna be request right here, and I gonna delete this. So okay, then I gonna add a query. This gonna be query equal to, and this gonna be job listing from a doll, and with okay, and then in this bracket I gonna add description table, and then I gonna add company logo from relationship right here, and then I gonna add this gonna be letters. So letters gonna be posted date right here, posted date, not posted job. Okay, then I gonna define page. So $ per page. It's gonna be underscore. This gonna be in array function, in array, and inside array I gonna add in right here, in, and this gonna be request, $request per page. Then I gonna add array 9 and 18. This is a page that I'm gonna show in index file 100, something like that. And then it's true, so I'm gonna add in, and this gonna be request per page. And if false, so I'm gonna add 9 right here, per page 9. So in per page I'm gonna add 9, 18, 15, and 100. When I select a page 2, it will show right here 18 job right here. And another step that I'm gonna show you is I'm gonna add right here, I'm gonna add a keyword and location and mean salary and all of this query right here. This is we call filter. So I can define in index also. So I gonna say if, and this gonna be request field right here, request field, and this gonna be keyword. Then I can add query, and this gonna be where function, and this gonna be function. Inside this I gonna add q here and u, and this gonna be request inside this. And then I gonna say I gonna output keyword. This gonna be keyword equal to str lowercase. It's gonna be str2 lowercase function, and this gonna be request and keyword, request keyword. And the next step is I gonna say q will row function, and then inside this I can say this is a SQL query. So we need to add an actual query to to select or to update that inside a filter right here. So this is going to be a lower, lower, and this I can add a title. It's going to be title, and large, this is a question mark, and then this is going to be percentage mark and dot, and this is going to be keyword. I can add keyword, and then inside keyword dot, and this is going to be a percentage mark right here, and then I'm gonna add or zero. I can say or right here, and inside zero function I can add lower, and this is department. I can select department. We're gonna search in department, and large, true, right? A question mark, not true, question mark, and large, then question mark. Then I'm gonna add square bracket, and this is gonna be I'm gonna copy this right here. I can paste this. It is the same, right? So I'm gonna delete the a bracket right here. So I'm gonna put this inside curly braces right here, and then I'm gonna close semicolon. So inside bracket, so this is inside this right here. So I'm gonna minimize this a little bit right here. So make sure this is a bracket, and inside this, and this is a curly brace, and this is a bracket, right? So another step, I'm gonna query location right here. I'm gonna query this is a title and location. Right now I can do with location. So I can say if, and I'm gonna copy all of this right here, and I'm gonna paste this right here, and this is gonna be location, and this is gonna be location. I'm gonna change and request location. We're gonna request location, and this is gonna be location. I'm gonna search in location, and this is gonna be location, and this is gonna be I'm gonna search in location Thai, location underscore Thai, and this location. Okay, the next step is I gonna filter mean salary. I gonna filter salary, something like that. So I can say if, and then require, and this gonna be field. So I need to copy this right here, and then I'm gonna press enter this. So and then I'm gonna delete this right here inside this, and right here, then I'm gonna delete this also, and this I'm gonna say mean salary, and then this gonna be single quote, and I can say a size equal to, this is greater than or equal to, and this gonna be required, this gonna be mean salary, and the next step I gonna copy this, and I gonna work with job type. So this gonna be filled with job type, and we can change this location to mean salary right here, and this a job type right here. Okay, then I gonna delete this right, and then I gonna say Thai, this is gonna be Thai equal to explode column, this is gonna be a column, and I'm gonna add require, and this is gonna be job type right here, and then this is gonna be query, and this I can say where, so this is gonna be where in we're in function, and this is going to be job type, then $sign type. So this is a plural. Okay, then I kind of copy this, I gonna paste below. So then I gonna say location type, so this is gonna be location type, and type, so explode location, comma, and this request, this is gonna be location, request location type right here, and query, and this is gonna be location type and type. Okay, so the next step is I gonna create a job variable, job right here equal to, and then this is gonna be query, and I gotta put paginate, and this is gonna be per page, so per page right here. So I gotta change the per page, so this is capital line per page, and then scroll down, I gonna replace with per page right here. And then the next step, I gonna create $sign map, and I can say job, and this I can say get collection function, mean get job, and I gonna map right here, I gonna map all the job, and this gonna be a function, and this gonna be job inside function, job, and then curly braces, and then I'm gonna return. So okay, and then return, this is array, so I gonna add this, and this is a semicolon right here, and this map also semicolon. So in map I gonna put ID equal to job ID, title, job title, department, job department, level, job level, location, job location, location type, job location type, and job type right here, and posted date, I gonna add job posted underscore date, and format year, month, day, and this application deadline, I gonna job application deadline, and format year, month, day, and mean salary, job mean salary, make salary, job make salary, company name, and job company name, company email, job company email, company description, job company description, website, job website, contact person, this is a job contact person, and description, job description, and company logo, job company logo, and this is a path that I gonna put right here. If have company logo, so we're gonna output from storage right here, and this is a job company logo because I put URL in storage right here, and if no, we return null, something like that. And inside this map right here, so I gonna add value right here, this is a value. Okay, and then I gonna add a return, and this gonna be response, return response with JSON, and this gonna be JSON right here, and then this gonna be square bracket. Okay, and then I gonna add status, success, and data I gonna map through, I have created map right here, so I can output map right here, and meta, so I can add current page, last page, total, and per page right here. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll up, and then you're gonna check again. So I see the problem right here, company logo, and then I can change to company logo right here. Make sure that it is correct right here. And next step, you're gonna scroll down, mean salary right here, so you're gonna change this to mean salary, no main salary, and this is mean salary right here. Make sure that it is correct.
Okay, the next step is you're gonna go to api.php, mean go to route, and you're gonna cut this route, and inside this you're gonna add in a recruiter. So create job, only recruiter can create right here. And this is register login, Google login, you can put outside of auth right here. And this is logout and fetch data from user, you're gonna put in inside this API or to allow us to check that. And the next step is you're gonna go to web browser right here, then I'm gonna refresh, then I'm gonna click and sign in with Google. So we have the problem right here. So right now I'm gonna go to VS Code and I'm gonna go to Bootstrap. I'm gonna go to Bootstrap right here and app.php. So right now you're gonna open this line of code right here that I have created previous right here, and open this. Then I'm gonna go to web browser. I'm gonna refresh. You see right now we have enter application when we have checked already. And then the next step I'm gonna go to NavBar. So I'm gonna minimize backend, then I'm gonna go to a front end, then I'm gonna go to NavBar right here. So I'm gonna check something. This is for sales job for user and dashboard for recruiter. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down, you're gonna go to mobile menu right here, mobile menu, and user.role, and this user we're gonna add to a sales job. This is a sales job, this is for user, and recruiter also, this is a recruiter. And about this link right here, so this is I'm gonna delete this right here, and I'm gonna open this. So we're gonna go to user.role equal to recruiter, and then recruiter, this is gonna be edit profile and save job or save job right here. Mean user role recruiter is true, so we're gonna add edit profile. If false, and then we can go to save job. Okay, everything gonna be fine. So and then I'm gonna log out. So you see log out right here, I can log out. Then I log in with Google. And then this is a portal right here, and this is an email that they fetch data from Google. So right now I'm gonna go to home right here, home, and then I'm gonna add use state. I'm gonna import use state right here. This is gonna be use state from the egg, and then I'm gonna flop. So this listing job, so I'm gonna say in this I'm gonna create a use state. So this is gonna be search. Okay, so I will define letter. So I can say this is I'm gonna add a filter. This is gonna be filter job. I'm gonna define letter. So right now I'm gonna go to listing job from inside a component. So you're gonna go to listing job right here, and inside this right here, so inside a job card, so we output a job, mean we're gonna fetch job, we're gonna get job from data right here. So I have defined already, and the next step I'm gonna go to backend right here. I'm gonna go to backend and then add HTTP and controller, and then you're gonna scroll to create job right here. So I'm gonna delete this right here. This is for a testing, so I'm gonna comment this line of code, then I can open this right here. This is a real user, we're gonna put auth to verify it is a user or not, something like that. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser, I'm gonna refresh right here, and then in dashboard I'm gonna click create job, and then I'm gonna fill job. I'm gonna type right here, kind of type, and I'm gonna select logo and submit right here. So right now I'm gonna go to PostgreDB, and this is a job listing. I'm gonna select all rows. So you see I have many jobs, and the first job is this is for text, and this is for real user ID 3. So I can check in user. This is my user, my login user right here, ID 3. So it is correct, and then I'm gonna output job right here into a web browser, but maybe there's a problem inside this right here. So I'm gonna go to, I'm gonna minimize this, then I'm gonna work with front end, and component. From component I'm gonna click job card right here. So job card I gonna define something, so I can say con, and this is gonna be format salary equal to, and this is gonna be a function, arrow function, and inside it I'm gonna add num. It is a flop right here, num, and then I can say if not num, so this is gonna be not num, and then we're gonna return with 0. It's gonna be 0 right here, and I'm gonna say if a num equal to or greater or equal to, can say greater equal to 1, and this is gonna be 0 0 underscore, and this is gonna be 0 0. Then I'm gonna return, and I can say num slash min divided by 1, and this is gonna be 0 underscore 0 0 3 times right here. And then I'm gonna add fig. This is gonna be 2 fig right here, 2 fig, and then I'm gonna add 1. I'm gonna add plus, and this is gonna be million, something like that. I mean salary. I'm gonna work with salary, and I can say if so num greater or equal to 1000. This is gonna be 1000 right here, and then I'm gonna return. So return, I can say num slash 1 underscore 0 0, not bad tick. This is a this is 1, and then underscore 0 mean 1000, and 2 fig function right here, and 1. We're gonna add 2 fig. We're gonna add for example 10.0, something like that, and this is gonna be, and this gonna be k, mean 1000. We add k in a ladder, something like that. Then I can add return. So this is gonna be num. We return num from here, and then I'm gonna scroll, and then I'm gonna work with capital. So this is gonna be capitalize first equal to a function, and this is gonna be text right here, and arrow function. So I'm gonna define if not text, and then return empty string right here, and then I'm gonna return if true. I'm gonna return text dot char. This is gonna be char add function, and this is gonna be 0 dot to uppercase 2, and plus text, and this is gonna be slide. I'm gonna use slide function right here, and then slide 1. We're gonna select first letter to be uppercase right here, and then you're gonna scroll down. So this is a job. company logo, and you're gonna scroll down. You see this is a job location type right here. So inside it, I'm gonna add this gonna be capitalize first right here. Then I'm gonna close bracket right here. And min salary, max salary, I'm gonna work with this. This is a format, so I'm gonna open, and this is gonna be format. Yeah, format salary, and then I'm gonna close bracket right here, and it is the same. So this is a format salary, open bracket and close bracket right here. Okay, and the next step is job level. So I'm gonna add this gonna be capitalize first right here, and I'm gonna close right here. So job, it is a flop in a job listing job right here, and inside. So and then you're gonna navigate to listing job. So I'm gonna close all of this. Yeah, you're gonna open listing job, and inside this I'm gonna add use state. So this is gonna be meta, and I'm gonna add set meta. Set this is gonna be meta right here, and this is gonna be use state, and I'm gonna flop that, say current. This is gonna be, yeah, I define letter. So this is gonna be set meta right here. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser. So maybe a problem with a job listing. So I'm gonna inspect. I'm gonna refresh. Yeah, we have problem with again. So right now I'm gonna go to, yeah, I'm gonna work with backend. So I'm gonna go to backend. Yeah, I'm gonna open app and model. So you're gonna go to user.model. You're gonna go to job listing right here, and cache. So you have to add a right here as you need to add a right here. This is in job listing from model. So and then I'm gonna go to web browser. I'm gonna refresh. There's no job. Let me check right here. And you're gonna add now right here inside meta dot in listing job, and then I'm gonna add console.log in this field right here. So console.log right dot data to check data right here. So I'm gonna refresh, and okay, so the problem is I'm gonna delete this right here. So I'm gonna delete this a array, and then I'm gonna add data right here. So then I'm gonna go to web browser again. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, you see, so it is the data that come from database, and this is a case that I'm gonna handle, and this is uppercase, the first uppercase right here, and this also right. So the next step is I'm gonna create. So the next step is I'm gonna work with a filter and a page. So I'm gonna open this right here, meta and set meta, and yeah, and this I'm gonna say okay, and then so one, I set one, and then last page and one, and then I can add con, and this can be current page. I can set current page right here, set current page, use state, and this can be one right here. And another step I'm gonna add con, this gonna be per page, and I'm gonna set per page right here, and this gonna be 9. So for page 9 I can output 9 jobs in one page. Okay, and then I can add, yeah, this gonna be filter state. So I can say con,
this gonna be filter, and I can set filter, and this gonna be use state, and then this in object, and then I can say keyword equal to empty string. So I can add location, empty string, mean salary, job type, and location type. This is a filter that I'm gonna do in that section right here, inside bar section. So I'm gonna work with this. Okay, and then I can say reset. This is gonna be reset page right here, and then I'm gonna use effect, and then this function, arrow function, and dependency, and then I can set current page right here. I'm gonna set current page equal to 1. Okay, then in dependency I gonna add search. This is gonna be search param, empty can be null, and this is gonna be dot, and I'm gonna say search key. This is a keyword right here, and this is gonna be search param. This is gonna be search param here, search. So search param, I'm gonna put that right here inside this. I'm gonna add flop. This is gonna be search param right here, search param as right, and inside this I'm gonna add search param right here, and it's gonna be search param. Okay, and then I'm gonna search location, and then filter, and this is gonna be per page right here. Okay, and then on fetching data, so I can add this is a try catch, and then I gonna pass con param equal to new u. This gonna be u or search param right here, and then gonna be param dot append, and pass function this right here, and inside this I gonna add page, and then this gonna be current page, and this param dot append, and this gonna be per page underscore per page, and I gonna pass per page right here, and this I gonna merge hero search plus this gonna be sidebar, mean to work together. This gonna be hero search, and then I can say con keyword equal to filter right here, dot key, and question, and dot I'm gonna trim function right here, and or search param. This is gonna be search param, search param dot search param question mark dot, and this is gonna be keyword, and trim function, and or empty string right here. So this is going to be search param, so I need to add or right here, or search param, and this is going to be search param, search param. I'm gonna delete this, and this search param right here, and then this is gonna be search param right. So then I'm gonna copy this right here, and keyword, and this location, search location, and this is gonna be location, and this location, and then I can say if keyword I can say param dot append right here, and inside param I can add this going to be keyword, and then I can say keyword right here. So then I gonna copy this and this location param append keyword and location. Then another I can say if this is gonna be filter dot min salary right here, dot min salary, and then this is gonna be param dot append right here, and inside append I gonna add min salary, and this is gonna be filter dot, it's gonna be min salary. So then I gonna copy this 3 times right here, and this is gonna be job type right here dot length, and then this is gonna be job type, and this is gonna be job type dot join, and then join comma right here. And the next step I'm gonna say this is gonna be location type dot length right here dot length, and this is gonna be location type right here. This is gonna be filter location type, and then dot join, and inside the comma right here, and then inside this right here inside slash job, so I can add query, so this question mark, and I can add curly braces and $sign, and inside it I can add param dot, this is gonna be to string right here, and then I can say if, so inside this I can say if res dot data dot status such res dot data dot status equal to such, then I gonna cut this, gonna delete this right here, and then I can set meta, so I check meta and set meta right here. I gonna add t right here, set meta, so I can scroll down, and this gonna be set meta right here, and inside this gonna add res data dot data meta, and the set error, so this is gonna be set error, and I say fail to fetch job right here. So then I can delete this console, and finally set loading for okay, and inside dependency, so I'm gonna add current, this can be current page, and another I can add search param, and then another, this gonna be search param dot keyword, and I'm gonna add a question mark, can be now, something like that, and this gonna be search param dot location, and this can be now, and inside this I'm gonna add filter, and then I'm gonna add per page, and inside filter I'm gonna pass that prop, so this is gonna be filter equal to filter, this is gonna be filter right here, and then set filter equal to, and set filter right here. And then you're gonna scroll down and deselect. So in select, I'm gonna add value. So value per page, right? Per page. And then I'm gonna add another set current page. Set current page. And another I'm gonna add on chain. This gonna be on chain. And I'm gonna add even equal to curly. Yeah, I'm gonna add curly braces. And this gonna be set. I'm gonna set per page. Set per page. And this gonna be number. And e dot target dot, this gonna be value. And then I'm gonna add set current page. Set current page. And inside set current page equal to 1 right here. And inside the option, so value I'm gonna add, this gonna be 9, and this gonna be 18, and this gonna be 50 and 100. Okay, and inside below div right here, below div I can add if loading true. So I can say if loading true, and I can add p inside it right here, paragraph, and then I can say loading. This gonna be loading. Then I can add error. If error true, then I can add take red dash 500 right here. Then below this I can add another not loading and not error, and job dot length equal to 0. Then I can output job not found right here. Okay, and the next step I gonna add not loading. Okay, not loading, and then this gonna be and not error, and then job dot length greater than 0. Then I can output this line of code right here. So I gonna copy this, I gonna cut it and paste inside right here. So summarize, so I gonna update. This gonna be location, and param.append, this not keyword, this gonna be location. So you're gonna add location, and this gonna be location right here. And then you're gonna scroll down. Yeah, so you're gonna delete this right here. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. Then this part you're gonna add else. So con rest equal to await API get, and if inside this, and I can add another else right here. And then I can set job empty array right here. So yeah, this you're gonna add and logical and right here. So I forgot to add and this gonna be and. Okay, so right now I'm gonna work with filter right here, filter listing. So this is a prop, so I'm gonna pass that prop. This is gonna be filter right here, and this is gonna be set filter. And then you're gonna scroll down. This is a keyword, so we're gonna define in keyword. So in keyword I gonna define value filter dot keyword on chain, and this set filter free. And so this is the data, I mean the preview data right here, free and free right here. And keyword, this is a target inside value right here. We're gonna update when we type something. This is a preview right here. And the next step is, yeah, I gotta copy this right here. And location, so in location, in import, so I gonna paste this right here, and this not keyword, this gonna be location, filter location right here. So make sure that you're gonna import filter and set filter. This is a prop, right? And this keyword,
I'm gonna change this to location right here. And then you can scroll down, we work with min salary. So I'm gonna define value inside this right here. I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna paste this, and I'm gonna delete comment. I'm gonna delete this right here, colon, and this, gonna paste this. I'm gonna paste this right here, and I'm gonna delete this. Make sure that no colon right here. So right now I'm gonna work with in select, and this I can add value, and this value I can add filter dot, and this gonna be min salary underscore salary. And the next step I gonna add on chain. So on chain, this is a function, so e, and this arrow key, and then I can set filter and preview. This is gonna be free, and free I can add another function, and this inside I can add dot, and this is gonna be preview free right here, and then min salary, min salary colon, and then I gonna say e dot target dot, and this is gonna be value. And then you're gonna scroll down. So I'm gonna work with and job type right here. I'm gonna work with job type right here. This is job type. So right now I'm gonna delete this class right here, and then I can add class right here. So I'm gonna add w-4 a-4 rounded border to transition duration 200 flex item center justify center flex dash swing 0, and then I'm gonna add prop. So I'm gonna say if filter dot job type include label true, and then I'm gonna put output bg purple 600 and border purple dash 600. If false, so I'm gonna add border gray 300 and group over colon border purple dash 400 right here. So this is a class name that I'm gonna add in a job type. Okay, and the next step I can say this is filter dot, and this is gonna be job type dot include. This is gonna be include. This is gonna be label, include label, and this is gonna be true. Then I'm gonna delete this right here, and inside the close bracket and curly braces, and inside the I'm gonna add this is gonna be svg right here. So I'm gonna copy this svg in I go to document right here, and in that.md right here. So I'm gonna paste this right here. So this gonna be filter listing, and this I'm gonna add path 21 right here. You're gonna find that svg in path 21 right here. So I'm gonna close this, and then I scroll down. So I'm gonna work with import right here, and this checkbox. Then I'm gonna add on chain, and this I'm gonna add a function, arrow function, and this is gonna be I'm gonna handle. This is gonna be handle checkbox right here, job type right here, and label. This is gonna be label right here. So right now I'm gonna go to I'm gonna copy handle checkbox, and then I'm gonna add a function that handle checkbox. So this is gonna be con and handle checkbox equal to this is gonna be arrow function. Then I gonna pass field and value, field and value. Then I gonna add set filter right here, and this I gonna add preview, and then arrow key, and this gonna be bracket and curly braces, and then 3 dot preview. And the next step is I can say field, field. Then this gonna be preview and field. Then I gonna dot include value right here. If true, I gonna add preview, and this gonna be a field. So preview, this gonna be v, we're gonna add v right here, and this v, and this not preview, this is gonna be field right here, field, and this gonna be v, mean preview right here. And I can say dot filter function, and then this gonna be v arrow key, and this gonna be we are not equal to value. This is gonna be unchecked right here. I can say unchecked, and if false, then I'm gonna add dot preview, and then I'm gonna add inside square bracket, this is gonna be field, and then this is gonna be value right here, and this is gonna be check right here, check. Then I'm gonna scroll down. Okay, and then you're gonna go to job type, and then I'm gonna copy class name right here. I'm gonna copy class name, this, scroll down, and then you're gonna go to job mode right here. Then inside this right here, so I'm gonna delete this class name. I'm gonna select this right here, then I'm gonna paste class name right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy this filter svg right here. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna put inside this right here, and then I'm gonna change image right here. I'm gonna paste, so make sure that you're gonna copy this image. So I'm gonna put in index.md, and this filter, then I'm gonna add path. This is gonna be 22 right here. Then I'm gonna paste that filter right here, svg, so you can copy this image. So, and this gonna be not job title, and this gonna be location type. So I'm gonna add location type, and then inside this I'm gonna add on chain, and on chain I'm gonna copy from checkbox right here, on chain and checkbox function. I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna replace with that paste right here, and I can change this to location type. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. This is a clear button right here. So inside clear button, I'm gonna add on this on click right. Okay, on click I'm gonna set filter anti-string, mean keyword, location mean job type and location type. This is anti-array, and this is anti-string right here. You're gonna set, mean gonna clear all the data on the preview data right here to be empty. So the keyword that you're gonna change, so you're gonna change this to single filter right here, so gonna delete as. And the next step that you're gonna change, this gonna be not job type, this gonna be location type right here. You're gonna change this to location type. And then the next step is you're gonna change this to filter that means salary. You're gonna add v mean previous and this v also, so you're gonna add this right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to I'm gonna navigate to homepage.jsa right here, home.jsa, and then I'm gonna define use state, so I can say con that I'm gonna flop from filter, and it's gonna be search param right here, and I can set search param right here equal to use state right here, and then I gonna add this gonna be keyword, and this gonna be empty string, and another location, location, and the empty string right here. Okay, and then in this hero section, so I can add on search, this gonna be on search, and then I can add a flop right here, and this gonna be set search param, and trusted company, and about this listing job, so I can add search param equal to search param right here. So then I'm gonna go to web browser, I refresh, then I'm gonna type right here, I'm gonna find official, you see official, official et right here, and then I'm gonna add full-time, part-time, freelance, and then gonna add this right here. So this is a filter right here. This I gonna clear all. Okay, and the location, so I gonna add New York right here, we have one, and search filter by this is mean salary. Okay, that's good. So this is gonna be junior. I gonna search that, so I gonna search junior. This is gonna be junior, then I gonna search. So maybe we have problem with search. Okay, the next step is I gonna go to hero page to handle I need to submit a keyword and location. So this is gonna be inside hero page, so I'm gonna go to VS Code, and and then I'm gonna back to my project and component right here, and inside this, so I'm gonna close all of this. Okay, and inside bracket right here I'm gonna put flop, and this is gonna be on search, and then I'm gonna import use state, so this is gonna be import use state, and this is gonna be con, and use state keyword, and this is gonna be set keyword right here equal to use state. Then this is a string, so I'm gonna put empty string, and then I'm gonna add location. This is gonna be location, set location equal to use state. This is gonna be empty string. We're gonna pass that keyword that contain a location and keyword. This line of code then go to flop on on search right here, and then pass to listing job right here. So this is we call prop, and okay, I can scroll down right here. So you see a form, I have form, and then this form I can add on submit.
on submit, and it's gonna be handle submit, handle, and then you're gonna scroll down. This is a import, so import we have name keyword, and then I can add value, so this is gonna be value and this keyword. And on chain I can add event, this is gonna be event dot event and arrow key, and it's gonna be set keyword. Then I can set a dot target dot, this is gonna be value right here, so we're gonna catch value inside data, and then name, and then placeholder. Okay, everything gonna be fine. And then you're gonna scroll down, you see this is a location, so inside location I gonna define value, this is gonna be value, and this is gonna be location from use state right here. And then inside here I gonna add on chain, this is gonna be, I gonna copy this right here, this is the same, I gonna replace with this right here. Then I can change that set keyword to set location right here. Then scroll down, this is a submit right here. Okay, and then I gonna copy this right here, handle submit. I gonna create a function that handle submit, and this gonna be con. Then I gonna add event, this gonna be event arrow key, this is a function, and then this gonna be dot prevent default right here. Then I can add on search, this gonna be on search, and then I gonna set keyword and location inside on search right here, this is a prop, so it will bring keyword and location inside on search. That's why we're gonna go to home page right here. This is hierarchy on search param, because we set param and on search param, then it will pass that on search right here equal to set search param right here, so we're gonna pass this. And then on search param, search param, we have search param, gonna pass this flop also. So right now I gonna search, so I gonna search text right here, this is gonna be text, then I gonna search, you see this is text right here, so it is functional. And New York right here, we have nothing New York, but I delete this New York, we have one right here. This is we handle all of this. Okay, the next step is I'm gonna work with manage job. So right now I'm gonna go to backend, I'm gonna define route and method. So you're gonna go to app and HTTP, and okay, and then select control and job portal, a job control right here. And inside it I'm gonna add my job, mean my job for recruiter. So I go to route API.php, and then inside recruiter I gonna add so I gonna copy this route, I gonna paste the route, and this gonna be get method, and this gonna be, I gonna change this to route to my job right here, my job, and job controller, and this gonna be my job, a method gonna be my job right here. So this is for recruiter only, and then I'm gonna go to job controller. Okay, then I'm gonna define public, this is gonna be a function, and then I'm gonna add my job method right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna create job equal to and this gonna be job portal. Sorry, job listing from model right here. You're gonna import job listing from model, and then I'm gonna add with description table. This gonna be description table, and then another is logo. This gonna be company logo, because job listing we have description and company logo related to with each other right here. And then I can say, I can add with this is a function where ID, user ID, and I can add auth. Then this gonna be API, and then ID right here. This is ID function, and then I gonna get job. So this gonna be latest mean we gonna select the latest job, and then I can add get right here. After that I gonna return this gonna be response with JSON. Respond with JSON, and this I gonna semicolon and this square bracket, and then I got add status. The status gonna be subject right here, and then this gonna be data and status. Data, and then I gonna get job from a job right here. Okay, then I gonna close backend, then I gonna go to front end, SRC, and SRC I gonna go to page right here, then I gonna go to manage job. So I gonna feed data into manage job page. Okay, so right now I gonna define this gonna be con. Okay, and then I gonna use tool. So I gonna import tool. This gonna be tool. Maybe I gonna go to contact. I gonna open tool right here, and then I gonna use tools right here. We're gonna import the tool from contact, and then in this I gonna add show tools. Show tool equal to use tool right here. Okay, the next step I gonna add another con. I gonna add use state. So this gonna be select ID, selected ID, and then I'm gonna add set selected ID right here, use state, and this gonna be null. I gonna default null. Then this gonna be con, and then I gonna add, and this gonna be is modal open. Then I gonna add set modal open. Set is modal open equal to, and it's gonna be use state. And inside it I gonna add fail, default fail right here. And the next step below this I gonna add con, and it's gonna be use state job. I can pick job, set job equal to use state right here, and it's gonna be empty array. I can add another con. It's gonna be loading, set loading equal to use state, and then loading gonna be true. I can set true con, and this gonna be error, set error equal to use state, and it's gonna be null. Okay, the next step I gonna add get day left, so I gonna define day, so con, and then I gonna add get, and it's gonna be day life right here equal to, and it's gonna be deadline right here, arrow function, and then I can add con today equal to new date function, new date function, and then I gonna add con end date equal to new date function. Inside this I gonna add deadline right here. Another I gonna add con different time, and different time right here equal to end date, end date minus today, and then I can add con defer day right here equal to mark dot cell, and this is gonna be defer time right here. So this is gonna be defer time. I gonna add I right here, defer time right here, and then slash mean mean divided by, and then this is gonna be 1000 multiply 60 and then multiply 24 hour, 24. Okay, and then I'm gonna get data, so this is gonna be, I'm gonna fetch data from API. So I'm gonna use fetch, and this function, arrow function, and dependency, and then this is gonna be con. I can say fetch data, fetch job equal to, this is gonna be a scene. I'm gonna use a scene await, and then API. So right now I'm gonna import API. So import API. I'm gonna use context, so I'm gonna use API. This is gonna be right here. I can open file, and then I can say API. It will open API folder right here. I can close this. So this is gonna be API dot get method, and it's gonna be slash my job. I have defined route in Laravel API, so semicolon, and this is gonna be API get. This is not a scene. This is maybe something wrong. So sorry, I gonna delete this. So this is gonna be a scene. And then I can add function. Sorry, and then I'm gonna use try catch right here. And in try I'm gonna add con, and it's gonna be ray equal to await right here, and then I'm gonna add API dot get method, and it's gonna be slash my job that come from Laravel. Okay, and that's okay. Then I can add if statement, so I can say if dot data dot status, and equal to success. This is gonna be success. Okay, equal to success, and then I can set job right here, and inside set job I can add res dot data and catch, so I can add error, so this is gonna be set error. Then I gonna say fail to fetch job right here, and then I can add finally finally right here, and it's going to be set loading return to false. And then I can add fetch this. I gonna pass fetch job right here inside your fetch. Okay, then you want to scroll down, and inside body right here. So yeah, inside this I gonna add this. Gonna be I gonna minimize this. This gonna be I gonna pass job dot. This gonna be map. I use map right here, and inside map I gonna add job, and this gonna be arrow key and map right here. So then I gonna copy all of this right here. I gonna copy a table row. I gonna cut, and inside this I gonna add this block of code right here. So then I can add this gonna be job title. So this gonna be job dot title, and this gonna be job department. Job dot department right here, and this gonna be job location dot location. Okay, and then this table I gonna define something. So I gonna add this gonna be get date left right here, and then this gonna be job dot application right here, application greater 0 true. Then I can output this span. I gotta cut this right here. I gotta cut this. Means true right here. Yeah, and if false, so it's gonna be if false. So I can output expire. Yeah, so I'm gonna pass expire right here inside this. So then I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna open. Then you can download document, and inside index.only I'm gonna pass this. I can pass this right here. Okay, I can pass this, and this gonna be SVG. So it's gonna be SVG. It's gonna be part 23 right here. So you're gonna go to SVG part 23, and then you're gonna copy this the expire. This is span. This is not expire. You're gonna pass that right here. So I'm gonna play inside this, and then you're gonna scroll down, and this gonna be edit job and delete job right here. So edit job. So I'm gonna add. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna add backtick, and inside backtick I'm gonna add slash edited job. This gonna be edited job. Or I gotta find edit job and slash, and this gonna be $sign curly braces, and this gonna be job dot id right here. Okay, everything gonna be alright. Okay, and then you gotta scroll down. You see mobile site right here. So inside mobile site right here we have, I can find this gonna be mobile site. So this gonna be job dot map. I can map function, and then this map I gonna add a job. This gonna be arrow key right here. Then I can enter. So I gonna wrap all of this right here. I gonna wrap this div. I gonna cut, then I gonna paste inside map right here. So then full stack right here, then this gonna be job dot title. Yeah, and okay, and then inside this span I can say I can prop. So this gonna be get day life right here, get day life, and then I can add job dot, this gonna be application deadline, application deadline right here, greater than 0, then this gonna be true. I'm gonna add, yeah, I'm gonna add this. So question mark true right here, then I'm gonna add this gonna be active, then if false gonna be expire, something like that. And then I'm gonna delete this class name right here. I'm gonna paste a new class name. So you're gonna add a new class name. So I'm gonna add curly brace and backtick right here, and ph-2 py-1 rounded take-hl, and this is $sign curly brace, and inside this I'm gonna add get application and job dot application deadline equal to 0, then green, and if false return to red, and this is red for expire, green for active, something like that, and bg green and bg red, and take also right here. And then you can scroll down, so this is gonna be, yeah, job department. So I can add prop job dot department, and this is gonna be location job dot location. And then you can scroll down, this is gonna be, yeah, I'm gonna copy about right here. I'm gonna copy this nav link right here, and I'm gonna go to this right here. It is edit by ID right here. You can copy this and log the list. So I will hand down the list soon, but right now I'm gonna type in job right here. Yeah, so right now you're gonna go to web browser. Yeah, you see I have defined already. So this is a job. Then you're gonna go to progress, and this is job listing. Yeah, this is my user ID 3, and then you're gonna go to user. You see, this is my ID Phanit. So right here I have one job that inside a listings table. Okay, so right now I'm gonna work with the lead button right here. I'm gonna work with the lead button. So right now I'm gonna go to backend. Yeah, I'm gonna go to backend. Then I'm gonna go to Laravel API. So then I'm gonna copy this right here. This is inside recruiter middleware. So you confirm that you're gonna put Laravel inside, yeah, role recruiter. This I'm gonna define Laravel name. I'm gonna find this gonna be job, and then this gonna be slash and job right here, and this gonna be destroy method right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy this right here, this method. Then I'm gonna go to job, and this gonna be public function right here. Then I'm gonna pass destroy, and inside bracket this is a param, and this is gonna be ID. Yeah, I'm gonna pass that ID, and then I'm gonna find job. So this is gonna be $sign job equal to job listing from model, and then I'm gonna find where function, and this is gonna be user ID, and then I can check out right here, and this gonna be API, then auth API, then I'm gonna check ID, and then I'm gonna add this gonna be find or fail, and then I'm gonna pass that ID inside a function right here. Okay, and then this gonna be job, and then delete. I'm gonna delete job, so this gonna be job, and then delete function right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna return with response and JSON. This gonna be response, and with JSON data right here, and inside here I'm gonna add square bracket, and this gonna be a status, and this gonna be success right here. Okay, and then I can add message. This gonna be job delete right here, job delete, and this is yeah, comment. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna close this right here, and then I'm gonna go to React project, and then inside component I'm gonna create a file that is handle model. So I'm gonna create a file that say confirm. This is gonna be confirm model.jsx right here, or ICE. Okay, then I'm gonna import image, so I can say import. This is gonna be I can import alert triangle h trash tool loader tool from loci and react right here. This is icon. React icon. You can import this, and I have installed that package already. And inside bracket I can add prop. This is gonna be curly braces, so I can confirm prop is open, and then I can add on close. Then I can add this can be on confirm. I can add is open, on close, on confirm, title, and this can be confirm delete, and this message are you sure you want to delete, and this confirm type delete, cancel type cancel, and a variant, and this can be danger, and fails, so loading is fail right here. So then I can add variant style, so this is gonna be con, and then I can add variant. This is gonna be variant style, so this is gonna be danger, then danger icon, and then I can import alert icon alert. This is gonna be alert triangle right here. And I can add class name, so w dash, and this is going to be file file, and this is going to be take red 600, take this is going to be red 600 right here. And another I'm gonna add icon badge. This is gonna be icon, and this is gonna be BG red 100, BG red 100. Okay, and then I can add another. This is gonna be BTN, BTN, and this is gonna be BG dash red dash 600. And then I can add hover. It's gonna be hover, and hover I can say BG red 700, BG red dash 700. Okay, and this colon, and okay, all right. And then I'm gonna copy this 3 times. So I'm gonna paste this. I'm gonna paste this right here. And this gonna be danger, and this gonna be warning right here. and then I can add, yeah, the same, but warning, this gonna be yellow, bg yellow. This can be change this to yellow, and then this can be yellow right here, and this gonna be yellow, so confirm this yellow right here. And inside this I can add info right here. Okay, and then this gonna be blue. I can add blue. You're gonna change this to blue, and this gonna be blue, this gonna be blue, and this gonna be blue right here. So the next step I gonna add con style, so this gonna be variant style right here, variant style, and then I can add array, and it's gonna be variant. I can add variant. I can add or variant style. This is gonna be danger, and then I gonna add another function that confirm. Yeah, so this is gonna be handle confirm right here, equal to arrow function right here, and this is gonna be if tie off right here, tie off on confirm equal to function. Then I can add on confirm function inside this. Then I can add another function. This is gonna be close. Yeah, close on backdrop. This is gonna be backdrop click. So, and then I can add con. This is gonna be handle backdrop click equal to arrow function right here, and I can say if e dot target. Yeah, e dot target. So this is gonna be e not l dot e dot target equal to e dot current target. Then I can add on close. I'm gonna close right here, and inside this is a event, so we're gonna add e right here inside a function. So inside div I can add a class name. This is gonna be class name. Okay, in class name I can add fixed instance. This is high right here. This Tailwindcss is a high, mean not show right here, and set dash 50 play items dash center justify dash center bg black slash 50 drop, yeah, backdrop dash blur dash sm right here. And then this gonna be I gonna add on click inside div right here, and then I gonna add handle drop click. This is gonna be handle drop click function that I have created in a previous right here. So I gonna paste that function, and then below this I can add another div right here, div. So div, and inside this I can add class name. So I can add class name bg dash y rounded dash 2hl shadow dash 2hl w dash full map dash w dash md mh dash 2 p dash 6 right here. Okay, and inside it I can add this gonna be message. So it's gonna be message, yeah, message, and then message can add another div right here, and inside div I can add class name play item start justify between mb dash 4, and inside this I can add another div right here, and inside div I can add class name play item center get dash 3, and inside this I can add another div. So yeah, and then I gonna add style right here, style dot icon, and this I gonna add class name, and this gonna be curly braces and backtick, and then I can add p-2, and this gonna be rounded full, and then this gonna be style.icon bg. I'm gonna add dollar, and this gonna be style.icon bg right here. And below this I can add a2 right here, and this gonna be title, and then this v2 I can add class name, so this gonna be text-lg, and then font symbol, and then I gonna add text gray 800, text-gray 800, and inside below div I can add bottom right here, bottom right here, and inside bottom I gonna add on click, and this gonna be on close right here, and this gonna be disable is loading right here, and this gonna be class name, so I can add class name text-gray-400, then I can add hover column text-gray 600 transition disable column opacity -40, and inside bottom I can add this gonna be 8 right here icon, and I can add class name, and this gonna be width 5 and this gonna be height 5. This is a icon right here. Okay, and then below div I can add this can be 8, or I mean I can add line, and this can be class name mv dash, and this can be 4, and border gray 100, border gray 100. This is a line. Okay, below this I can add message. This can be message right here, and this gonna be paragraph. I'm gonna add paragraph, and this gonna be message. I have create message about right here, and this gonna be class name, so this gonna be text gray, and this gonna be 600 text-sm mv and save right here, and below this gonna be action, so in action I can add div right here. Okay, inside div I can add class name, this gonna be place justify and get -3, and inside div I can add bottom 1 and bottom 2 right here, and bottom 1, so I can add on click. It's gonna be on click and on close, on close, and disable right here is loading, so I gotta put this right here. Okay, so I gonna cut this inside this, and then this gonna be class name, so class name I'm gonna add I'm gonna delete this ph4 py-2 rounded -lg border gray -300 text gray -700 hover column bg gray 100 text-sm font medium transition disable colon opacity and -40, and inside this I can add this gonna be cancel text right here. Okay, right now I gonna go to this, and this gonna be I gonna copy this preview right here. I gonna copy all of this, then I gonna paste this right here. I'm gonna paste inside this, and on click I'm gonna change to handle confirm right here, and it's loading and the same. So class name I'm gonna add ph4 py2 rounded lg take y take dash sm font dash medium transition, and this is gonna be plate item dash center gap dash 2 disable column and opacity dash 60, and this I'm gonna add from, this is gonna be style.btn from style right here, from about right here. You see I'm gonna add a variant style right here, and inside bottom I'm gonna add a loading is loading return true. It's gonna be true. Then I'm gonna output, yeah, I'm gonna add this gonna be div right here, and then this gonna be loader. I'm gonna add icon here, loader 2 right here, and this gonna be a class name. I'm gonna add class name w-4 8-4, and then animate this is gonna be animate spin right here, and this gonna be deleting dot right here, deleting. And then if for, so I'm gonna add, yeah, I'm gonna add icon. This is gonna be trash 2 right here. Then this is gonna be class name and w-4 8-4, and then inside this I'm gonna add confirm. This is gonna be confirm take. This is gonna be confirm take. Okay, so the part that I gonna add more, so you're gonna add this, you're gonna add, gonna say if, and this gonna be not open. This gonna be is open. I'm gonna delete this, is mean it's not open, and then gonna return null right here. You're gonna add this part right here, and this gonna be header not message, so you're gonna change. This is just for a remark, it doesn't matter. Yeah, after I have created, yeah, confirm model, and then I'm gonna import confirm model to manage job right here. So I'm gonna import this is gonna be confirm model from components right here, and then you're gonna scroll down, and then you in a return you're gonna add div right here. I'm gonna add div, then I'm gonna cut this right here and scroll down. Yeah, you're gonna put inside this right here, and inside this I'm gonna add, yeah, I'm gonna import confirm model right here. Okay, and yeah, and the next is I'm gonna add I'm gonna put prop, and this gonna be is open prop, and this gonna be is model right here, and this gonna be on close. This is a prop on close. I'm gonna put a function. This gonna be set is model open right here, and then I'm gonna set to fail, return to fail right here, and then this gonna be on confirm. On confirm you're gonna put confirm delete, so I can say confirm. This gonna be confirm delete, and the next step is you're gonna add title. So this is gonna be title, and this is gonna be delete job, and then I'm gonna add message. This is gonna be message. I can say, are you sure you want to delete this job? I can say this action cannot be undone right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna create a function that handle the lead right here. So I can copy this, confirm the lead, and scroll, and this part I can enter new space, then I can add con. I can pay confirm the lead equal to arrow function, and inside this before bracket I can add a sin. This is gonna be a sin await. And then I gonna use try catch right here, and inside try I gonna add await. This is gonna be await, and then I can import API. Make sure that you're gonna import API from API folder, and this is gonna be dot delete method right here. And then so I can add backtick right here, and this is gonna be slash job, this is gonna be job, and this is gonna be dollar sign and curly braces, and this is gonna be select ID. Select ID. So right now I'm gonna go to backend. I'm gonna check in route, make sure that you're gonna destroy. So this is gonna be the lead, not a get. So this is gonna be the lead, the lead, and this is job. Okay, and the next step I'm gonna go to manage job right here. Okay, after I fetch data, so then I'm gonna add set job right here, and this is gonna be preview, previous job arrow function, and this previous job dot filter. This is gonna be the lead right here, and then job and arrow key, and then this is gonna be job dot ID not equal select ID. Then we're gonna delete right here. Okay, then I gonna show toast right here. I gonna import show toast message, and then this gonna be I can semicolon, then this gonna be curly brace, and this I gonna say message, and this gonna be job deleted successfully, job deleted successfully right here. And then this gonna be Thai, so Thai, this gonna be success, and then catch your, so catch I gonna show toast right here, show toast, and then gonna curly brace, and then this gonna be message, and this gonna be delete fail, this is gonna be delete fail right here, and then Thai, this is gonna be error. And the next step I can add finally right here, and then I can set, this is gonna be set is model open, to fail, and then I can add set select ID, and this is gonna be null right here. And then you're gonna scroll down, you gonna find the lead right here, the lead icon in this section right here. So this is gonna be on click. I can set on click, and then this is gonna be arrow function. Then on click I gonna set, this is gonna be on click, and this is gonna be I gonna set select ID, and then this can be job dot ID right here, and then I gonna set model is open, model open, return true, and then you're gonna copy the on click and scroll down. Here you see this delete, so I gonna pay inside this also, and this is the lead right here, So I gonna minimize this. Okay, then I gonna go to web browser. Yeah, I gonna refresh, and then I gonna sign in with my Google login, and yeah, I sign in with Phanit EasyDev right here, my dashboard, and this is my job. So you gotta click manage job and edit, and then I gonna work with the lead. So I can click delete. It will show model right here, and then if I click I cancel right here, and I click the lead, then it show alert that is a top message job deleted successfully right here. Then I gonna refresh job delete. Then I gonna go to job listing, my user E3, my user ID 3, and listing job right here. So I gonna select all rows, and then you're gonna find right here there's no user ID 3, only user ID 1. This is for a test right here. This is a test user ID. Okay, so everything gonna be fine. So right now I gonna go manage job right here, and then you're gonna scroll looking for edit job. Yeah, you see this is edit job, so you have to add edit job and ID. You're gonna edit by ID, and then you're gonna go to app right here, and then you're gonna scroll. You see I'm looking for this is a create job, manage job. So I gonna copy this right here. I gonna cut this. Then this only inside recruiter right here. So this is recruiter, and this manage job, edit profile right here. You're gonna copy all of this. Not copy, you're gonna cut, and you're gonna paste inside this right here. So I can space a little bit right, and this I gonna work with edit job right here. So this gonna be slash, and you're gonna add colon. Yeah, you're gonna add colon, and this gonna be ID right here, and then it will direct to edit job page right here. So then you in a backend API, so you have to copy this right here. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna paste this right here, and this gonna be get method. I'm gonna get job, and this gonna be job, and this gonna be show right here. And then I'm gonna go to a controller, job controller, and below the about this right here, I'm gonna put about. So this gonna be public, and this gonna be function, and then I'm gonna pass that method show right here, and inside bracket this is gonna be param. So we're gonna put ID right here. We're gonna show by ID. Okay, and then I'm gonna add $sign job equal to, so this is gonna be job listing, job listing from model, and this is gonna be with this gonna be description right here, and the next field, the next table is company logo, and then this gonna be I connect with user table right here, and then I gonna add where, this gonna be where user ID, and then this gonna be check with auth, that user ID exists or not. This is we're gonna check with auth API, and then select ID right here. It is a function, and then I'm gonna add find or fail right here, find or fail function, and then I'm gonna pass that ID inside this right here. Okay, and the next step is I'm gonna add $sign job data equal to, and this array and this gonna be recruiter, and then job. This gonna be $sign job recruiter. This gonna be user, yeah, user. Okay, then I gonna create variable job data, that inside the data we have recruiter. This is gonna be job user ID. This is gonna be job ID, and title, job title, and department, job department, level, job level, location, job location, location type, job location type, job type, job type, and this application deadline right here, and this mean salary, job mean salary, make salary, job mean salary, and this company name, job company name, company email, job company email, posted job, posted date, and this is gonna be job posted date. And the next is company description, job company description, contact person, job contact person, website, job website, description, job description, company logo URL, and this is gonna be job company logo. And if true, and then we're gonna select storage, select image from storage, this company logo and company logo path right here. This is stored in the storage. And if no image, we're gonna return now, something like that. And the next step, I gonna return, yeah, I'm gonna return, and this is gonna be return response. This is gonna be response, yeah, response with JSON, and inside it I'm gonna add square bracket, and it's gonna be status right here, and then this status gonna be success, and this gonna be success right here, and then this gonna be data, yeah, I gonna respond with data, and data gonna be job data right here, job data right here. Okay, the next step is you're gonna go to front end. I'm gonna select front end, and then I'm gonna looking for edit job right here, edit job page. So right here, edit job page, and then okay, then I'm gonna add some use state. So yeah, I'm gonna add this, gonna be con, and then I use navigate equal to use navigate. So use navigate, yeah, I can import use navigate, import use navigate from React Router DOM, and it's gonna be use navigate. And then I say con, and then I gonna import, I'm gonna show toast, equal to this gonna be use toast right here. So you're gonna import use toast from contact right here, and then I gonna add con, this gonna be use state, and this gonna be loading, and then I gonna set loading equal to use state, yeah, use state, and inside set use state I gonna set for right here, and then I gonna say con, this gonna be ID equal to uparam from uparam right here. So I got import uparam from React Router DOM. So this is, we can import this, and then I gonna add below this, I gonna add a con, and then this gonna be use state. So I'm gonna say fetch loading right here, fetch loading, and then set fetch loading. It's gonna be fetch loading equal to use state right here, and then fetch loading gonna be true, return true right here. And another step, I gonna add form data, this is gonna be use state. So this is gonna be form data, set form data equal to use state,
use state right here. And inside this I can add object. That this is going to be curly braces. This is an object. So we have title, a title right here, and then this is going to be empty string right here. So inside form data I can add title empty string, department empty string, level empty string, key role empty string, responsibility empty string, skill and experience empty string, location empty string, location type empty string, job type empty string, application deadline empty string, mean salary empty string, max salary empty string, company description empty string, company name description, company name empty string, and website empty string, and this contact person empty string, company email empty string, company logo, and this is going to be null right here, and company logo URL empty string. Okay, then you scroll down. I'm gonna fetch data right here, so I'm gonna use a fetch. Yeah, I'm gonna use a fetch, and this is gonna be arrow key, arrow function, and then dependency. Then I can add in a arrow function. I can set this is gonna be I can set fetching. I can set fetch loading, return true. Okay, and then I can use API. So you're gonna import API from API folder right here, and API, and this is gonna be get. So I use get method, and then this I can add bracket, and then slash job slash, and this gonna be $, curly braces, and this ID right here, and then I can add dot, and this gonna be then function, and inside then function I can add a arrow function, and this gonna be curly braces, and inside arrow function this is going to be right here, a parameter right. So and I can say if raise data dot status raise data dot status equal to success right here, then curly braces, then I can add con, and then job equal to raise data right here. This is we call response data. We're gonna get method. We're gonna get all data from job, and then I can set form data. Set form data. Inside this I can add curly braces. This is an object. An object I gonna pass that title job dot title or empty string, mean I gonna reset. So after successful I gonna reset right here. I gonna set form data job dot title. If no job title, we gonna add empty string right here. If there's title, then we gonna output title, and there's no title, then we're gonna put empty string right here. This is we gonna do this in order to avoid error right here. And department the same, job department, and level job level, location job location type job location type, and this job type, and this application deadline job dot application deadline. Application deadline we can use question mark, mean can be null, and dot split t right here, then index 0 right, or empty string. And then mean salary, this is gonna be job dot mean salary, max salary, job dot max salary, company description, job dot company description, company name, job dot company name, website, job dot website, contact person, job dot contact person, company email, job dot company email, key role, job dot key. This is gonna be key role description, because job we have we have two tables belongs to job listing. The first is description and image. So this is description, and in description we have key role right here, and then responsibility. So job dot description responsibility, and skill experience, job dot description dot skill and experience, and company logo. Yeah, it can be null right here, can be null. And company URL mean job dot company logo URL, and if no image, we're gonna set empty string right here. Okay, and then in this done, so I can say dot, and then we can enter a new line, and this gonna be catch function, and this gonna be arrow function. Yeah, and then I gonna show toe right here, show toe, and then I gonna say this gonna be fail. Yeah, fail to load job detail, and then this gonna be type error right here. Okay, and inside this I gonna add dot, and this gonna be finally. Finally, right? And then this gonna be in finally I gonna add arrow function, and then I can set fetch loading to false, and this gonna be false right here. And then inside dependency I gonna pass ID right here. Yeah, because we use fetch, we're gonna pass that ID to update. Yeah. And then you're gonna scroll. Yeah, you're gonna scroll. And form I gonna add on submit, so this is gonna be on submit. And then I can add handle, this is gonna be handle submit right here. So I gonna create a function that handle this method right here. Okay, inside job title, so I can add value, value form data dot job title and handle change right here. And then department, so department I gonna add, I can put value form data dot department and on change handle change right here. And scroll down, we have job level, so I gonna add value form data dot level and on change handle change. And then I can scroll down, so key role, so I can add value form data dot key role and on change handle change. And then you can scroll down, this is a responsibility, so I can add value form data dot value and on change handle change. And then you're gonna scroll down, this is gonna be skill and experience, so I can add value skill and experience, and this is gonna be on change handle change right here. And row I can add 6. Yeah, and then you're gonna scroll down, this is gonna be location, so I gonna add form data dot location, this is a value and on change handle change. And below we have work setup, so I can add value form data dot location type, and on change handle change. And then you're gonna scroll down, and this is gonna be I gonna add value, so this is gonna be form data dot job type and handle change on change right here. And scroll down, this is application deadline, so I gonna add value form data dot application deadline and on change handle change. And then you're gonna scroll down, and this is gonna be minimum salary, so I can add value form data dot minimum salary and on change handle change. And you're gonna scroll down, and this is gonna be max salary, so I'm gonna add form data dot max salary handle change right here. And then you're gonna scroll down, this is gonna be company description, so I can add form data dot company description and handle change. And then you're gonna scroll down, and this company name, so I gonna add value form data dot company name and on change handle change. And then you're gonna scroll down, this is gonna be website, so I can add value form data dot website and handle change. And then you're gonna scroll down, this contact person, so I can add value form data dot contact person on change handle change. And then you're gonna scroll down, this is gonna be company email, so I can add form data dot company email and this on change handle change. And then you're gonna scroll down, this image, so I can pass with form data dot company logo URL if now, so I can output default logo
So right now you're gonna import default logo. So yeah, you're gonna import this right here. So I'm gonna delete KFC logo, and then I can import default logo from asset right here, asset image and default underscore logo.com. That logo inside asset right here and default logo right here. Yeah, this default underscore logo png right here. You gotta import this. Yeah, I scroll down and I minimize this right here. Okay, right now you're gonna scroll to type file right here after logo, and then this part take import, and this accept right here. Then I'm gonna add on chain. This is gonna be on chain right here, and then this is gonna be event. I'm gonna add e, and this arrow function on chain, and then I'm gonna add con file, and then e dot target. This is gonna be target dot file. This is gonna be file. Then index 0 because the front end may be pick only one, so we're gonna select the first index, mean the first file right here, and then I can say if so file, yeah, we say have file, and then this gonna be set from data, and then a function set from data, and then this curly braces, and this dot c dot, and then form data. We're gonna select form data right here, and then we're gonna output company logo. It's gonna be company logo, so I need to enter new. This gonna be company logo colon and then file. So this part we can say store the selected file right here. Then I gonna add show preview. This gonna be company URL right here, and then this gonna be URL dot create object URL function, and then I gonna pass file inside this. Okay, and this we can say show preview. This gonna be preview. Then you're gonna scroll down, okay, and this is button submit right here. So in this part I can say loading is true. I can say true. This gonna be bracket. I gonna output this image. It's true, and then I gonna add M and then spinner in icon. So right now I'm gonna go to import section, and I'm gonna look for icon. So in this part I'm gonna say M spinner 2. So there's no info icon, so I'm gonna delete this. Then I'm gonna copy this icon right here, and I'm gonna paste inside this, and then I'm gonna change this to and this icon from M right here. Yeah, is lowercase M, and then this gonna be M spinner 2 right here. So you're gonna import M spinner 2 from the icon M, and then scroll down, and I gonna put in this right here spinner 2 icon, and then I gonna add class name, and this gonna be with file, and then high file, and then this gonna be animate spin right here, animate spin, and take y right here, and then I can add span, and then this gonna be posting 3 dot right here. This is a span.
So inside this I'm gonna add div right here. I'm gonna cut this inside this here below this span, right? So maybe better. And then so this is gonna be for I'm gonna output this line of code right here. I'm gonna cut this, then I'm gonna put inside this right here, then I'm gonna delete this. Yeah, and this gonna be div inside div, and I'm gonna cut this in below this right here. Okay, and the next step you're gonna scroll up. Okay, and then you're gonna define function. So inside this I'm gonna add con. So this I'm gonna add handle chain. So this is gonna be handle chain equal to arrow function, and this is gonna be event. I'm gonna add e inside this right here, and handle chain I'm gonna add inside function. I'm gonna add con this structure. So this is gonna be name, and then value. This is we call the structure value, and file. So file we have many file, something like that. Then equal to e.target right here, and I can work with company logo. So I can say if name equal to company logo, company underscore logo. Okay, then I can company logo, then curly braces, then I can add con, and then file equal to file. This is index 0. I'm gonna pick the first file. This is we call index 0 right here. Then I'm gonna set form data, and then curly braces inside this. Okay, and then I'm gonna spread operator. This is gonna be spread operator form data right here, and then this is gonna be company logo. Okay, company logo, and then I'm gonna path file right here. Yeah, I'm gonna path file, and then I'm gonna preview image. So this is gonna be company logo. No, this is gonna be URL company. This is gonna be company logo underscore URL, and then I can add URL dot create object or URL right here, and then I can path file. This is gonna be path file inside this right here, and this we can say preview file, right? Okay, everything gonna be fine, and this is gonna be L. So L I can set form data, and inside this I can add curly braces, and this spread operator form data, and this is gonna be name equal to name colon, and this is gonna be value dot, this is gonna be to trim. I'm gonna trim this is gonna be trim start right here, trim start function. Okay, inside this I can add semicolon, then I can handle submit. So I can say con, this is gonna be handle submit equal to spread, this is gonna be arrow function, and arrow function right here, and inside a function I'm gonna add event e right here, and then I can say e dot prevent default function, and below I'm gonna set loading. This is gonna be set loading return to
true, and then I'm gonna add con data, con data equal to new form data, okay, and then this is gonna be object right here, dot key, and this is gonna be form data, and for each I'm gonna use for each, for each, and inside for each I'm gonna add key right here. I'm gonna output a loop for each loop, and this is gonna be curly braces right here, and I'm gonna say if key equal to company logo URL, company underscore logo underscore URL, then I'm gonna return. This is gonna be skip preview. We can say skip preview. Then I can say if key equal to company logo, and then I can say and logical and not from data right here, and then I'm gonna pass key from data, pass key, and then I'm gonna return this. This is gonna be skip if no new file, so this is gonna be skip if no new file. Then I can add data dot append mean update, and then this is gonna be key comma, and this is gonna be form data, and then I'm gonna output key. Okay, and then below this key, so I'm gonna use try catch right here, and then this I'm gonna add await, so I can say await API dot post. This is a post right here because we're gonna update, so we can say post and backtick, and this is gonna be /job/ and this ID, so I'm gonna add ID inside this, and then I'm gonna add question mark. We're gonna query. This is gonna be method. We use method equal to post right here. This is a post method, and then I'm gonna pass data right here. This is gonna be data. So this is we use await, so we're gonna add a scene. This is gonna be a scene right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna add show total. Gonna add message, and inside this I'm gonna add message. So this is gonna be update, job updated successfully right here. Okay, and then type, so type this is gonna be success, and inside this I'm gonna add navigate right here, and navigate single quote, and then this is gonna be navigate to manage job, and then we're gonna go to catch, so catch error, so I'm gonna add con, then I'm gonna add error equal to error, and then this is gonna be dot response. It's gonna be dot response, and then question mark can be now response, and then data question mark dot and error right here. Then I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be first error equal to error, equal to error if true, so object dot value function, and this is gonna be error, and then we're gonna add index 0. This is we're gonna pick the first error. If false, then we're gonna add error
this is gonna be error updating. Okay, then I gonna enter, then I gonna add show toast. This is gonna be show toast right here, and inside show toast I can add curly braces, and then I can add message. Then I gonna say first error right here, first error. This is gonna be a variable, so this is gonna be first error right here, and then type I gonna add error. This is gonna be error, and then I can add finally I can set loading return to false right here. So everything gonna be fine. Then I gonna go to web browser. Then I gonna log in with my email, with my Google, then dashboard, then manage job. Then I gonna click right here. So right, this is the data that I gonna, because I have created a job, so this is my job I have created. So if you don't have job, you can click create, and then you're gonna click post, and don't forget to check your Laravel API. So you're gonna go to job controller, and then scroll up, and you're gonna check right here. You're gonna comment this testing. You're gonna use real user ID. So this is with API auth right here. You're gonna put this. So I go back and I gonna click manage job, and then I can update right here. So this I gonna say update, and then I gonna post, mean error updating job. Okay, so right now you're gonna scroll down, and then you're gonna go to a file, take import and a file right here, image, and this gonna be conf file e.target file. So this gonna be, you're gonna add as right here. This is array, you're gonna add as right here, file. And the next step is you're gonna go to handle submit, and then inside catch, so you're gonna add a right here. You're gonna add as right here. And the next step, you're gonna scroll down right here, looking for okay, and this gonna be edit, this gonna be update, so you can say update, updating right here, and this gonna be update. You can say update job now, or you can say update job right here. And the next step, bottom, you're gonna add disable, and this gonna be loading. So we're gonna add loading disable inside this. We're gonna add loading right here inside a submit. And then you're gonna scroll down, and this gonna be toggle sidebar, so we have to correct this right here, sidebar. And then we're gonna scroll down. So I gonna control F, I can search, this gonna be toggle side, this gonna be sidebar. I gonna search, I gonna search toggle sidebar. So you see, so we're gonna edit this right here. So this gonna be sidebar, and also this we're gonna edit this sidebar, sidebar. And then I gonna looking for the incorrect, and then you're gonna change this to sidebar right here. So you're gonna close all of this, everything gonna be fine. And then the next step, you're gonna search Thailand hub right here. So you're gonna go to, and this is gonna be A, so you're gonna add Thailand hub right here. and then you're gonna scroll to return right here, and I'm gonna delete this SVG right here, and then I'm gonna replace with far bar right here. So I'm gonna import far bar. I'm gonna import from React icon, and then this is gonna be size. So I'm gonna put size 24 to make sure that you're gonna import this icon. So I'm gonna look for this line of code. You're gonna import the far bar, and then inside return right here. Okay, right now after I have show by ID, show job, and then I'm gonna work with update job. So I'm gonna click this, and then it will update job. So I'm gonna go to my backend API. So you're gonna scroll down, and inside API, so you're gonna copy this right here, and then I'm gonna paste this. So this is put. We're gonna add update put right here. This is put update by ID. This is job ID, and then method. That method is gonna be update right here. Update, and this is gonna be, we can use patch. This is gonna be patch method, and this is gonna be update. We can use only one, or you can put this two. It is the same. So I'm gonna put this two, but you can delete this line of code. It doesn't matter. And then you're gonna go, I'm gonna close this, then I'm gonna go to job controller, and inside this show by ID, I'm gonna update. So this is gonna be public function, and this is gonna be update, and inside bracket, this is a param. This is gonna be request, and then request. Okay, and then I'm gonna say job, and it's gonna be job listing. It's gonna be job listing equal to job listing from model. Make sure that you're gonna import a job listing from model, and then you're gonna search where user ID right here, and then you're gonna compare with auth API auth, and this is gonna be API ID function. You're gonna check, and then you're gonna find or fail, and then you're gonna pass ID right here. And this we're gonna add another param. This is gonna be ID. We're gonna pass ID in a param. Okay, then I'm gonna validate field. So I can say validated equal to require. This is gonna be require, and then require, I can add validate function. Validate function, and inside this I gonna add square bracket because it is array. So this is gonna be title, and then this is gonna be require. This is gonna be string. Okay, and this is a double quote right here, then another. So I'm gonna validate title equal to require string, department required string, level required string, location nullable string, and the location type required in remote, on-site, and hybrid. This is enum right here, and job type, this is required in full-time, it is enum, part-time job, contract, internship, and freelance. So you're gonna import this. You're gonna add this line of code. This is enum, and the application deadline can be nullable date, mean salary required, numeric, min, 0, max salary nullable numeric min colon 0 GTE colon min salary. Company name required string. Website nullable URL mac colon 2048. Contact person required string. And this company email, you're gonna add required email. Company description required string. And this key role required string. And required string, this is responsibility, you're gonna add required string. And skill experience required string. And company logo, you can add nullable image, meme colon JPG, JPEG, PNG, and make colon 4048 right here. You're gonna import this. So after validate, I'm gonna add update right here. This is gonna be update job. And then I can say job. This is gonna be job listing. Yeah, job listing. Update. This is gonna be update function right here. And then add square bracket right here. And inside this update, I can update validate email title equal to title field, department equal to department, and Laravel validate Laravel and location validate location. If null, we can say if location is null, we can add null, mean empty can be null. And location type validate location type, job type validate, and job type. Application deadline validated application deadline, mean salary validated mean salary, max salary validated max salary. If empty salary, so we can add now. And company name validated company name, website validated website. If empty, we can add now right here. And contact person validated contact person, company email validated company email, company description validated company description right here. And the next step, I gonna update description. It's gonna be link to this job. And then I can say $sign job listing right here. And then this gonna be description. This gonna be description. Because job listing, we have description and company image, company logo right here. So then I gonna add update update or create. It can be or create right here. And inside this, I gonna add square bracket right here. And then I can add this gonna be square bracket, and this gonna be job listing, and this gonna be ID. Then validate sorry, this job listing, and then we're gonna find ID. If job ID fine, so I can add square bracket inside this. And then I can add field key role, because we have description, we have key role, responsibility, and skill experience. We have 3 fields, and this is gonna be key role, and then arrow key. This is gonna be arrow key, and this is gonna be $sign validated, and this is gonna be key role right here. So I can add key role, validated key role, responsibility, validated responsibility, and skill experience, validated skill and experiences. And another field that I gonna update, this gonna be image. So this gonna be update images, update company images, company logo, something like that. And then I'm gonna add logo equal to job listing. This is gonna be job listing, and then company logo, job listing company logo. This is going to be company logo in model right here. And then I can define if so require, if require, and hash file to hash file mean hash file, so we get hash file, then this field company, yeah, company logo. And then I can add if logo, then I gonna save to storage. You will need to import storage from Illuminate support facade right here. Yeah, I gonna scroll up, and then you're gonna import this right here, Illuminate support facade storage. Make sure that you're gonna import this, and then I scroll down, I write continue on my code, and then this you can add the function, and then this gonna be stored in public, and then I gonna point to the delete. This is gonna be delete all image if exist right here, so I gonna delete logo, and then this is gonna be logo path that we have a field in image logo, and right here, and then logo delete. So this field we're gonna delete a image inside storage, mean logo image right here. If this is all image, and then I gonna add new image right here. So a file, I can add file equal to require. This is gonna be $sign require right here, and then hash file, so file that have company logo right here. Then I can say company logo model, company logo model right here. Make sure that you got to import company logo from model right here, this line of code, because I'm gonna save inside company model right here, double colon, and then create, mean we're gonna create new company images, and then this is a square bracket, and then I can save, yeah, original, this is gonna be original name, and I go to my PostgreSQL, then I gonna go to company logo, select all row. Yeah, you see logo path, original name, and okay, we have a C field, job listing ID, original name, and logo path. Okay, and this gonna be original name, right? And then I can add original name, save to file, get client original name. This is a function. And then logo path, I gonna store URL inside file, store inside company logo, and public. So this is inside a storage, and then public right here. I gonna save in this public, and the company logo right here. And then this job listing ID equal to listing ID and job ID right here. And inside this, so I gonna reload. This gonna be reload relationship, reload price relationship right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna add dollar job listing, and this is gonna be reload. I can add load function. Yeah, load function. Inside load function, I can add field, table field, this description. Yeah, description, and then company logo. This is gonna be company logo, and then I can add return response. This is gonna be return response with JSON, and then I can add semicolon, and then this can be a square bracket. This is array, and then I gonna add status, and this gonna be subset, and then this gonna be message. I gonna add message, and this gonna be I gonna add job listing updated. It's gonna be updated successfully right here, and then I can add data, and this data we're gonna be contain this gonna be spread operator, and then we're gonna add job listing. Yes, spread operator, job listing, and then this gonna be to array. It's gonna be to array function, and then I'm gonna add this gonna be company URL, company logo URL, then this gonna be job listing and company logo. Company, if company logo true, I can add URL, URL function, and inside function I can add save storage. It's gonna be storage slash, and this no slash, we're gonna delete this storage slash, and concatenated dot, and then I can add $sign job listing, job listing, and then this save to company logo, this gonna be logo, and then if false, so if false I gonna return now right here. Inside this I gonna add a company logo, then this gonna be logo, and then logo path. We have logo path field right here, so if false can be now, right? And then I can add status inside this JSON, so this gonna be 200 successfully. This is a 200. So you gotta scroll to update, and then scroll down. I write something wrong, so this you're gonna delete square bracket right here. This is gonna be go to error, so you're gonna delete this, only this array right here inside create or update or create function. So you're gonna update this, and then you're gonna go to web browser right here, then I'm gonna refresh. All, then I'm gonna log in with my Google login, and then go to dashboard and manage job. I click edit. Okay, then I gonna type this gonna be update title. Okay, then I gonna select a new logo, Apple logo right here, then I gonna click submit. Okay, job successfully updated right here. Then I'm gonna go to job, this right here, update title, so everything gonna be fine. Okay, the next step I'm gonna work with edit profile right here. So you're gonna go to VS Code, and then I'm gonna close all of this. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to Laravel API, and then API. Inside this I'm gonna copy this right here, and this is a post method, and this is gonna be update profile, and method gonna be update profile. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to go to controller, and I'm gonna work with auth controller. Below this I'm gonna create public,
and then I'm gonna add update profile, and inside the I'm gonna add request, and then request, and then I can use try catch. I can use try, and this gonna be catch. So maybe something right here, try catch. So try catch, I'm gonna create user equal to JWT. Yeah, I kinda scroll up, I'm gonna copy. Okay, I'm gonna paste this right here. So this is a user JWT auth, and then I'm gonna add validate. This is gonna be validator equal to validator, and then this is gonna be make inside bracket. I can add request, and then this is gonna be all. So validate first name, sometimes string make 20, yeah, 255. Last name sometimes string make 255. Image sometimes image maybe colon JPEG, PNG, PNG, JPG, GIF, YP, make colon 2048, and Google image URL subtype URL right here. Okay, then I'm gonna say if validator fail, gonna be fail, yeah, fail. Okay, then I'm gonna add return, and then this is gonna be response JSON, respond with JSON, and inside JSON I'm gonna add square bracket, and this is gonna be message here, and then validator error, yeah, error function, and then this is gonna be first. I'm gonna get first error, and after square bracket I'm gonna add status. This is gonna be error, gonna be 422, and the next I'm gonna update. I'm gonna update name. I can say if request field, and this is gonna be first name, and then user, and this is gonna be first name, yeah, first name equal to request, and the first name. So I'm gonna copy this, and this is a last name, user last name, request last name right here, and then I can save. So this is gonna be user save. So the next step I gonna update image. So I gonna say if request has file, so this has file, and this is gonna be image right here. Okay, and then file equal to request, we request file, it's gonna be file, and then image here, and path equal to file, this is gonna be file, and then store. So store in a profile image, profile images, and then inside public, it's gonna be public right here. Okay, then I'm gonna add if exists, if image exists, then I can say $existing image equal to, and then this is going to be user image from model right here, and then where it's going to be user ID, and $sign user, and this is going to be ID right here. Then first I'm gonna get first image. So if $sign existing image, then it's gonna be an str and start with right here function, and then I'm gonna pass existing image right here. Image is gonna be image path, then contain with HTTP. Then I'm gonna add storage from storage. You have to import this storage right here. Then this gonna be this right here, and then public. Then I'm gonna add delete. I'm gonna add delete. I'm gonna pass existing image, and then this is gonna be image path, and then existing image gonna be delete. I can delete function right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna say user image from model, and then we can create or update. This is gonna be create or update or create function. Inside it, I'm gonna add square bracket, and this is gonna be user ID. Then user ID, it's gonna be ID. So this is $sign user, comma, and then square bracket, and this is gonna be image path, image path, and this is gonna be you need to add single quote right here, and this is gonna be path right here. If, and then I'm gonna add another else. This is gonna be else, then I'm gonna say require. Then this is gonna be fill Google image URL, Google image URL right here. Then I'm gonna update. So I'm gonna add, I can say existing image equal to user image from model. Here you can import model, and then where user ID is gonna be user ID, and $sign user ID. Then I'm gonna get first record. Then I can say if existing image and not str_start right here, this function, and then I'm gonna pass existing image inside this function, and then image path, image _path, and contain with HTTP right here. Okay, and then I can add storage. This can be storage, and add storage, import storage. Then this is gonna be this function store in a public. It's gonna be public, and then I can add delete, and then delete. I'm gonna pass existing image. I'm gonna add existing image, and then we're gonna point to image path right here. Then I'm gonna delete existing image and delete function. It's gonna be delete function, and at the step I'm gonna save new image. It's gonna be user image, save image from Google. So this is gonna be update or create function, and inside it I can add square bracket, and it's gonna be user ID and this gonna square bracket email path, and then this gonna be require, it's gonna be $sign require right here, require, and then this gonna be Google image URL right here. Okay, and then I gonna load image, so this gonna be user reload image, so then gonna be load function, and then I gonna pass image right here. We're gonna refresh image after we delete old image and save new image, something like that. Okay, and then I gonna return response, and inside this I can add square bracket, and then I can add, okay, inside JSON data I can add status success, I can add message profile updated successfully, and user data I can add data array, this is array, and then we have IDs, user ID, first name user first name, last name user last name, full name user full name, email user email, role user role, and is active user is active, and this is image, so str, this is a function with optional user image path contained with http true, then optional image path, and for image URL storage user image path. We're gonna add this in inside storage right here. We're gonna update and save or delete image from storage, and inside this I can add exception, so this is gonna be, I gonna delete this, I can say exception, exception, and then this is gonna be E, and then I gonna return, I gonna delete the return response, and then this is gonna be JSON with JSON data, and then square bracket, and this is gonna be message and arrow key, and then this is gonna be unauthorized, then I gonna add status, this is gonna be 401 status right here. This is JSON. So right now I gotta check that code, so you're gonna add a single quote right here inside Google image. You're gonna add this right here, and the next step is you're gonna add image, you're gonna add s right here inside profile underscore images. Okay, so the next step is I gonna close this alt controller, and then I'm gonna go to edit profile in React project. So you're gonna go to pages and edit profile right here, then you're gonna scroll down. So inside a form I can add on submit right here, and then I'm gonna say handle submit function. I will create soon right here, and then you're gonna scroll down. This is a first name, inside first name I gonna add value from data dot first name on chain handle chain right here, and then you're gonna scroll last name, so I can add from data dot last name handle chain, and then you're gonna add email address right here, so I can add from data dot email handle chain right here. And the next step I can add disable true, I gonna disable take import inside email address, and you're gonna scroll down, you see image, so this I gonna say current image. If have current image, and then If not, so I can output, or I can output default. So I can I gonna import default logo. So you're gonna scroll up and then you're gonna import default logo right here. Then I gonna delete this KFC logo and scroll down, go to image right here. Then I can say default logo right here, and then you can scroll down, import. So inside drive I gonna add this gonna be file import drive, file import right here. I will create that soon. So file images, I gonna delete this right here, and then I gonna add on chain. It's gonna be on chain handle chain right here, accept image. Okay, and everything gonna be fine. So right now I'm gonna scroll up, then I gonna define something. So right now I gonna import user. So I can say import, this is gonna be use auth. I can import use auth from contact. So I can open contact and this use auth right here. So then I gonna say again use auth, from contact. And inside this I gonna add this gonna be con, this structure, this gonna be I gonna say user, and then I can output set user right here, and this gonna be equal to you auth right here from contact. Then I gonna add con the use state loading, set loading equal to use state, and this gonna be false. And then I'm gonna add toast, so I'm gonna import toast, import, and it's gonna be use toast. So you can import use toast from contact right here, and then I'm gonna add con, and this gonna be show toast. I'm gonna add show toast equal to use toast. Then I'm gonna add another, this gonna be form data. Okay, then I can add set form data equal to use state right here, and then I can add object, and this gonna be first name. So first name, and then this gonna be empty string, and this gonna be last name, and the empty string, and email empty string. So I gonna delete this single quote right here. So the next step I gonna add con. This gonna be preview, preview image, set preview image equal to use state, and then return null, default null right here. Then I gonna add con, and this gonna be selected file, set selected file equal to use state, and inside use state I can add null default right here. Then con, and it's gonna be file import, this gonna be right here. Then I gonna use right, you're gonna import you right here from the app. Okay, the next step is I gonna populate form when user is loaded. So this is gonna be populate right here. Then I'm gonna use effect, and this a function and dependency. So I can say if user exists right here, then I'm gonna set form data and curly brace. So this is a curly brace, not square bracket. This is curly brace right here. Then this is object, so I can add first name user dot first name, or now can be empty string, and last name user dot last name can be empty string, and email user dot email if now can be empty string right here. Then I gonna put user in dependency. This is gonna be user, and the next step is I gonna add con. So con I gonna handle change equal to this is a function. Right? So I gonna add event, so this is gonna be e right here, and then I'm gonna set form data. Inside is a previous function, and I'm gonna add a spread operator 3 dot and then previous right here, previous, and then this gonna be e dot target dot name, and then this gonna be e dot target dot value. So inside this gonna be curly brace, so I'm gonna add curly brace inside this right here. So the next step I'm gonna handle file change. So this is gonna be handle file change equal to arrow function, and then this is gonna be event add con file equal to e dot target, and then this is gonna be file index 0 right here. If file, if not file, and then return. Then I'm gonna set select id select file right here, set select file, and I'm gonna pass file inside this right here. Then this gonna be set preview images, then URL dot, and this gonna be create object URL, and then I'm gonna pass file inside that URL function. Okay, this is file, handle file change. Okay, and then I'm gonna handle file change. So I'm gonna copy this, I can scroll down, handle file change. This is a file, so I'm gonna delete this. I can pass handle file change right here. So the next step I'm gonna handle submit. So this is gonna be handle submit, then this is arrow function, and then I'm gonna add async await, and this is gonna be e handle submit, then e dot prevent default function. Then I can set loading gonna be true right here. Okay, then I'm gonna add try catch, and then this gonna be con data equal to new form data. So then I'm gonna update first name last name, so this gonna be data dot append, append right here, append method, and then this gonna be first name form data dot first name right here. Then I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna paste inside this right here. So this is a last name, and this is gonna be last name. So then I'm gonna handle file, I'm gonna select, this is gonna be select file, and then I'm gonna add data dot append function, and then this gonna be image. Inside this select file. Okay, then I gonna add a post method when respond to Laravel. So this gonna be con, alright, equal to await, and then this gonna be API. So make sure that you're gonna import API right here from API folder. Import this, then this gonna be post method, and inside post I'm gonna add slash. This gonna be auth slash and update profile. Right here, this is a method, the route that I had defined in Laravel. Then this gonna be data right here, and then we gonna add header right here, and header I use content type. This gonna be content type right here, and then this gonna be multi-path form data. We can post with image multi-path slash form data right here. After response, so then I'm gonna add set user. Set is gonna be user, and then I'm gonna preview. This is gonna be free arrow function, and inside arrow function I'm gonna add curly braces. This gonna be spread operator free 3 dot array dot data dot user, and then I'm gonna show toast message. Make sure that you import use toast from contact right here, and then inside toast I'm gonna add message, and then I'm gonna say profile updated successfully. Then I'm gonna add this gonna be Thai, then I'm gonna add Thai success. Okay, and then we're gonna go to catch. So I'm gonna show toast catch. I'm gonna add show toast, and inside toast this curly braces, and it's gonna be message. So I'm gonna copy this, and message this gonna be fail. So I can say I'm gonna delete this, and this gonna be error. So I'm gonna delete this error right here. Can say error dot, and this gonna be response dot data dot message right here. So data can be null and response can be null, and then we can add, or if no error message, then we can add message, and we can say something went wrong right here. Something went wrong, please try again. And status we're gonna add error. This is gonna be error. And catch, after catch I'm gonna add finally right here, and then finally I'm gonna add set loading return false. So, and the next step I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be current image equal to this is gonna be preview image, or user can be null, then image. I can say or default logo right here. Mean current image if exists, we're gonna print current image. If no image, we're gonna import default logo right here. So we're gonna copy current image inside image right here. This is current image right here, if has no image, we're gonna output, but no, we're gonna output default logo. So the next thing that I gonna update, so set sidebar, you see. So I have problem. I'm gonna add sidebar open, set sidebar open. So and this I'm gonna add set right here. You're gonna the same right here, this part, and toggle sidebar. So you can update this, gonna be sidebar right here. So then I can scroll down. Yeah, you're gonna update this gonna be sidebar. Make sure that on click right here, toggle sidebar, and then you're gonna control F, you're gonna search. Yeah, we have two, so we're gonna update this right here. This is gonna be sidebar, yeah, and this is gonna be sidebar. We're gonna update the sidebar, and then this is gonna be sidebar right here. So you have to control F, and then you're gonna import the wrong text right here, then you're gonna search. So there's no error right here, no result, mean there's no the same word in this search. So I can close this, and the next step you're gonna change this right here, Thailand A, no E right here, Thailand hub right here. So everything gonna be fine. Then I'm gonna go to web browser, then I'm gonna go to dashboard right here, then I'm gonna click edit profile. So I'm gonna update this, gonna be KFC, and I'm gonna save change. So you see everything fine. This edit profile have updated successfully right here. Okay, right now, so I'm gonna work with detail job. I'm gonna go to detail job, yeah, in page. And before we're gonna do this, you're gonna go to Laravel API, then you're gonna go to API, then I'm gonna define detail job. Okay, so this is a public, so I'm gonna copy this right here, then get this is a detail job public, this is gonna be public, and then public job, and I can slash job ID. This is gonna be route binding, and this is gonna be job, and in that I'm gonna say that method gonna be show public by ID, something like that, show public. Okay, and then you're gonna go to job controller, and then I'm gonna put below index method right here. This is index, so I'm gonna put below this method. Wait a minute. So right here, below this in my job, so I'm gonna put below this. So this gonna be, I'm gonna say this gonna be public show job by ID, and then I'm gonna create a function, public function, and its method gonna be show public right here, and inside this I'm gonna pass param ID. Okay, and then I'm gonna say job equal to job listing from model. You make sure that you're gonna import model job listing, and this gonna be where we're gonna check ID where, and this gonna be I can say with a table. So this gonna be description table, and company logo, and user table, user table right here. Then I'm gonna point to this is gonna be find or fail function. Find by ID right here. We're gonna pass ID from a param right here. In the next step, I'm gonna create job data equal to, and this is gonna be array. Yeah, inside array I'm gonna define a field. So I'm gonna minimize this and I'm gonna pass. Yeah, I'm gonna pass a recruiter. This is gonna be job user, and ID job ID, and title job title, department job department, job level, and location job location, location type job location type, job type job type, application deadline, and job application deadline, mean salary job mean salary, make salary job make salary, company company name job company name, company email job company email, posted date job posted date, company description job company description, contact person job contact person, website job website, description job description, company logo URL job, and then company logo. So if have logo, then we're gonna add pick storage and job company logo path that fill inside storage. This is URL that inside storage. If no, return now, something like that. Okay, after I have created job, then I gonna return. So this gonna be return response with JSON. Yeah, with JSON data, and this gonna be square bracket. Then I gonna add status, and this gonna be success. And then I gonna add data, and then this gonna be job data right here. Okay, then I gonna show a file, and then I gonna go to front end. Make sure I gonna close this, manage job, edit job. Okay, then I gonna go to front end React. Then I gonna go to job detail right here. Okay, and then you're gonna import use state, and I'm gonna use effect. Okay, footer. Okay, and then I can import it's gonna be u param. It's gonna be u param, not show u param. So u param from React router DOM right here. U param. Then I gonna import API. So you're gonna open API folder from contact. Oh, sorry, from API folder. Right here, you're gonna open the file, and I gonna import API. Yeah. Okay, the next step I gonna create con, and then I gonna import ID from I can use ID from uparam from the router DOM right here, and then I create con, and this is gonna be use state job, and then set job, then equal to use state right here, and then I set default now. And next step I'm gonna create con, and this gonna be loading set loading equal to use state. Okay, use state gonna be true, set default gonna be true, and then this gonna be error set error equal to use state. and error can be null in default. And next step I can say con, and this is gonna be has apply job, has apply, and then this gonna be set has apply right here. This square bracket, then use state, and this gonna be false, yeah, boolean. So the next step I gonna add con, and I gotta do with the first capitalize, so this is gonna be first capitalize, and capitalize first, something like that, and this arrow function right here, and this I gonna add tag inside. This is gonna be tag, receive tag right here, and I can say if not tag, and then return now, return empty string, then if true, then return tag dot char, and this is gonna be add function, char add, and then index 0 dot to uppercase function, and I can add plus, this is gonna be tag dot slide, I can slide 1 right here, I can select the first letter is uppercase, and then I'm gonna add con, I'm gonna work with form salary, so this is gonna be form salary equal to, and this is gonna be num, return num, and arrow function. Inside this I can add if num is not num, then return 0, and then I'm gonna add if num greater or equal to 0 0 0 0 right here, and then return, and this is gonna be return num and divided by 1 0 0 and underscore 0 0 right here, and then this is gonna be to fetch, to fetch function, and then I can add 1 and plus, this is gonna be okay, then I can add if, and this is gonna be num greater or equal to 1 0 0, then return num divided by 1 0 0 to fix 1, and then I'm gonna add plus key, then return, and then this is gonna be num right here. Okay, the next step I'm gonna create con, then I'm gonna get day ago, then this arrow function, so inside it I'm gonna add that string, so I'm gonna accept that string right here, and then I'm gonna say if, so that string right here, not that string, then I'm gonna return empty string, then I'm gonna add con today, this is gonna be today equal to new, this is gonna be date, new date, then I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be posted date equal to new date, then I'm gonna pass that string inside this right here. Okay, then I can create con, and then this is gonna be different different day right here equal to this gonna be math dot I'm gonna floor this gonna be floor function, and then I'm gonna add inside floor I'm gonna add today minor posted date, and then we're gonna divide it by, so and this gonna be 100 multiply 60 multiply 60 and multiply 24. So I can say if day less than or equal to 0, then I gonna return today right here today, and if different day equal to 1, then I can say 1 day ago, and then I can return so backtick, and this is gonna be $sign diff day, and then this is gonna be days ago. Also next step I'm gonna fetch job. I can use fetch. I'm gonna fetch job in the get data, so I can say use a fetch, and this gonna be arrow function and dependency. This is gonna be con and fetch job equal to a sin, and this can be arrow function. Then I use try and catch statement. In try catch I can say con array and equal to await, and this is gonna be API, so make sure that you're gonna import API right here, and this is gonna be get method. Inside get I can add public and public job, and this $sign and this ID right here. Okay, then I can add if, so I can say right dot data dot status equal to success, and then I can set job right here, and this is gonna be right dot data right here. Inside catch, so I can add console. Okay, I can set error, and I can say fail to fetch job, something like that, and then I can add finally. In finally I can set loading return false. Then inside this I can pass a fetch job right here, and the independency I can add ID right here, and then another I can use a fetch to check apply job, so this is going to be use a fetch. So I can say arrow function and this dependency. So inside this I can add con, and this is gonna be check apply job, check apply equal to a sin right here, and then arrow function, and then I'm gonna try catch statement. So inside this I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be array equal to await, and this is gonna be API dot, and this is gonna be get method, and then inside get I can add backtick. This is gonna be backtick slash apply, apply. This is gonna be apply job, and I gonna check, and slash I gonna pass ID, this gonna be inside the ID. Then I gonna set this gonna be has apply, so I set has apply, then right dot data sorry, right dot data dot apply. This is gonna be apply, and inside catch, so I gonna delete error. This is gonna be set has job has apply, and then gonna be fail. Okay, and then this gonna be if ID, then I'm gonna check. This gonna be check if apply, check if apply. Yeah, I'm gonna pass this gonna be check if apply right here. I'm gonna pass that function, and inside dependency I'm gonna add ID right here. Okay, the next step I'm gonna check if loading true, then I'm gonna return, and this is gonna be return. So you go to I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna paste inside index.md. So you're gonna go to index.md right here. Inside this this is gonna be loading return true, and then I gonna path 24 right here. So you're gonna copy this inside index.md, so I can pass that inside this right here. So I'm gonna go to job detail right here, and then I can say if, and this is gonna be error, if error, then I gonna return I can add div, and this is gonna be class name. So I can add class name take center, take red, and 500p-10, and inside it I can add error. I can add error right here. Okay, and then I can say if no job, this is gonna be no job, then it's gonna be return div, and then this class name take center p-10, and then I can say job not found right here, and then you're gonna scroll down. So I'm gonna minimize this. Yeah, you see, so live logo info inside it I'm gonna pass job. So job dot company logo URL true, then I'm gonna pass and return true. I'm gonna pass image src job dot company logo URL, and this is gonna be our company logo, and I can add class name w full a full object contain rounded al right here, and this is gonna be true, and then if false, so I can say if false, then I gonna cut this line code right here and then play inside this right here. Okay, then you're gonna scroll down, so you see this is a job title, so I'm gonna delete it, I'm gonna drop, and this is gonna be job dot title, and this is gonna be job detail, job company, job dot company name, and below this I'm gonna delete, and this is gonna be I'm gonna add capitalize first, and this is gonna be a job dot location, and then this I'm gonna add capitalize. This is gonna be capitalize first, and inside here I'm gonna add job dot, this is gonna be location type. Sorry. So this gonna be job location, so I gonna cut this and I gonna replace with this right here, and this gonna be job level, not location type. This is a job level right here, and then I gonna copy this, I gonna paste inside this, and this is gonna be job location type, right? And then you're gonna scroll down, you see right apply button. So below this I gonna add prop, so I gonna say has applied. If has applied true, I gonna output, I gotta output apply, already apply, right? This, so I gonna copy this, and then I gonna go to document, I gonna, and inside it I gonna add, so this gonna be apply, already apply, and this gonna be part 25. So I gotta copy that div inside this, so you're gonna copy all of this. You're gonna copy this. So I go to detail job right here, you're gonna copy from document, and then if false I gonna add, I gotta add this button right here. I gonna cut this, and then I gonna place inside this right here. Okay, then you're gonna scroll down, you see about role. So this I gonna add a description. So this gonna be job dot, so I can add question mark, can be now, and description right here can be null, and then key role. And then you're gonna scroll down, so I gonna minimize this, key responsibility, so I gonna delete this right here. Then I gonna add job question mark dot description dot, and this can be responsibility right here. Then I can scroll down, and this skill and experience, so I can delete this and replace with job dot description dot skill and experience. And then I can scroll down, inside salary, so I can output this line of code, so I can output this, and I can say form, this is gonna be form salary that I have created, and inside this gonna be job dot min salary right here, and then multiply min salary per month, per year, so this is annual salary. And then I gonna copy this, I gonna paste this right here, and this gonna be max salary per year right here, multiply by 12. And then scroll down, this is Laravel, so you're gonna delete this, then I gonna replace with, and this gonna be capitalized first, and I can say job dot Laravel right here. And then you're gonna scroll down, and this gonna be, I gonna delete this right here, then I gonna replace with, and it's gonna be get days ago function, and then this gonna be job dot posted date, this gonna be posted date right here. Then you're gonna scroll down, and and this deadline, so I gotta delete this, then I gonna say job application deadline. This gonna be application deadline, and if true, so I gonna add new, and this gonna be date, new date right here, new date, and this gonna be job dot application deadline, application deadline right here. This is gonna be deadline, and I gotta change this to deadline, and this is gonna be e deadline, and then dot to local date string, to local date string function, and I gonna add this gonna be inv-ua, and then this I gonna add this gonna be a year. I gonna add year numeric, month short, and day numeric right here. And then if false, so I'm gonna spell it with if false, and then I'm gonna add n/a right here. And then below this apply CTA inside sidebar, so I can add prop, and this I gotta say has apply. If I apply true, then I can output. I gonna cut this right here, gonna cut this and play inside this. Okay, and this button and this button I gonna add on click, and this gonna be arrow function. Then I gonna set modal open, set modal, this gonna be set show modal, set show modal right here, and return to true. And then you're gonna scroll down and about, so I gonna delete this right here, about company, and then I gonna drop job dot, and it's gonna be company name, and below this I gonna delete, and this gonna be job dot company description, Okay, that is scroll down, this is open, and on close. So then I gonna add on success, so this is gonna be on success, this is gonna be a function, and then inside a function, arrow function, then I can set this gonna be show modal, I can add false, and then I can add set has apply, and this gonna be true. So this is curly brace right here, so you can delete this right, curly brace, and then below this I can pass job, this is a prop and job. So I'm gonna check this code right here, so you're gonna add apply, so this is gonna add all right here inside this your effect apply job. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll so you're gonna delete this so one day only singular right here, you're gonna delete this, and inside this right here 1 million, so you're gonna, this is 30, so you're gonna delete the 40, so this is 3 and 30 right here. Okay, and then description, so you can delete I right here, so I cannot delete I, this is description right, and then application deadline, so application double P no C double right here, so you're gonna delete P, and application deadline, make sure this correct right, and then you're gonna this equal to 1, then you can add return, it's gonna be return right here, here you gotta add this return. Okay, then next that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to job card right here, and then make sure that this is ID, so view and apply. So you gotta add route detail and slash job ID, and then I go to app. So in app, this is job detail. I can add slash dot ID. Then I'm gonna go to web browser. Then I'm gonna refresh. Okay, and then I'm gonna click view and apply. You see, yeah. Okay, right now I'm gonna go to detail job, and then I'm gonna work with apply job check. This is in a user, so I'm gonna work with this. Right now I'm gonna go to backend, so I'm gonna go to API. Okay, then I'm gonna copy this line of code right here. Then inside this is a role of user, so this is going to be user, and then I'm gonna pass all of this. This is get, and then this is going to be apply job, so I'm gonna change to apply job and slash check and slash, and this is going to be job ID, and then this is going to be save job. So I gonna import save job, so I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste this, then I'm gonna delete this controller. This is gonna be save job, so save job controller. This is gonna be okay. So I need to create a controller that this gonna be a save job. So I'm gonna go to terminal, and then I'm gonna cd job portal, and this is gonna be backend. Then I'm gonna add PHP artisan, and this is gonna be make controller. Then this is going to be save job controller right here. Then I'm gonna paste, so maybe something wrong. So the problem is, so I'm gonna delete this controller right here. So then I'm gonna create again, copy, and then I'm gonna paste inside this, then press enter. Okay, success. Right now this is a great save job. Okay, then I can import. I can copy this, I'm gonna paste, then I'm gonna change this to save job controller, right here, and inside it I'm gonna add save job controller. And then this method I'm gonna say check apply. So I'm gonna check apply. So I'm gonna go to save job, then I'm gonna create function. This is gonna be public function and check apply method. So in this check apply, I'm gonna pass ID, so this is gonna be job ID right here inside param, and then I'm gonna add try and catch. This is gonna be try and catch block. Okay, then I'm gonna go to job controller, then I find auth right here. So I'm gonna scroll down this, and I'm gonna search for JWT auth. In auth controller, so I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna go to save job, then I'm gonna paste this right here. Okay, and then make sure that you're gonna import JWT right here, PHP open source server and JWT auth. You're gonna import this right here. Okay, then I'm gonna add apply, and this is going to be apply equal to apply job from model where user, this is going to be user ID, and then equal to user ID right here. Then this is going to be where and job ID, and then this is going to be job ID. Okay, then I'm gonna add axis. I'm gonna get axis. So this is gonna be axis. Axis, and then yeah, axis. We're gonna get the axis job. Okay, and then I'm gonna return. So I'm gonna return response with JSON data, and then this I'm gonna add square bracket, and this is gonna be apply, and I'm gonna pass apply variable. This is gonna be $ apply right here. Okay, and catch. So this is gonna be exception. I'm gonna delete this exception, and this is gonna be E and $E. Okay, and that delete this. Then I'm gonna return, and it's gonna be response with JSON. Then this gonna be apply, and then fail right here. Okay, so the next step I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create user login and user sign up page. So you're gonna go to front end, and inside login. So yeah, I have created already. So this is login sign up, and this is user. Let me check recruiter. Okay, so I'm gonna work with recruiter sign up. So yeah, I'm gonna create this gonna be con, and I'm gonna use navigate. So I'm gonna import this gonna be use state. Okay, then I'm gonna import nav link right here from the Laravel DOM, and then use nav link, use navigate right here. Okay, then I can import a CS a show API. It's gonna be a shows, and then I can add con, and it's gonna be API underscore URL. This is gonna be equal to import dot meta dot, and this is gonna be env dot, then I can add with underscore API underscore URL right here, and then I can import. So I can import use toast. Yeah, use toast from contact right here. So you can import all of this. Okay, and inside this I create con, and this is gonna be navigate. Yeah, navigate equal to you navigate from the Laravel DOM, and then con, this is gonna be use state error. I'm gonna set error equal to use state, and then use state gonna be null, default gonna be null, and then I can set con loading, set loading, and equal to use state right here. and inside I'm gonna add default for, mean loading for in default, and then I'm gonna add con, and this gonna be instructor. This gonna be I show toast. Yeah, show toast from toast that import from context. It's gonna be show toast equal to u toast right here. Okay, then I'm gonna add form data. This is gonna be con use state, and then this is gonna be form data set form data equal to use state, and then inside bracket this is object. So I'm gonna add a first name, can be anti-string, last name anti-string, email can be anti-string, password anti-string, confirm password anti-string, and role this is a recruiter. So then you're gonna scroll down right here. So about form, I'm gonna add error if error true, and then I'm gonna say this is a paragraph. This is a paragraph right here, and then class name. Yeah, class name take dash red 500 take sm mb dash 4, and this is gonna be error. And form, so I'm gonna add on submit, and on submit I'm gonna add a function. This is gonna be handle submit right here, and then below this I'm gonna add this is gonna be on chain right here, and this is gonna be handle chain. Okay, and then scroll down. So I'm gonna copy this right here on chain, then I'm gonna paste in last name on chain equal handle chain. Then I scroll down, this is email, so I'm gonna pass on chain handle chain. Then scroll down password, so I'm gonna pass on chain handle chain right here, password. And scroll down, confirm password, I'm gonna pass handle chain. And then scroll down, this is a type submit. Then I'm gonna add, this is gonna be disable equal to loading. Okay, then I'm gonna delete this class name. So in class name I'm gonna add w-full ph-4 py-3 take-y font symbol rounded lg shadow-md transition duration -300. And then I'm gonna prop, so if true, loading is true, then I'm gonna pass bg purple 400 cursor not allowed, and if false, so bg purple 600 hover bg purple 700. And in sign up, so I can add prop, and this is gonna be loading. If loading true, so I can add creating account 3 dot right here. And if false, so I can output sign up right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna update something. So now link I need to delete this because we have duplicate, so delete it. We use only one right here. Okay, so the next step I'm gonna add below this I'm gonna add handle chain, so this is gonna be con. Then I'm gonna add handle chain equal to arrow function right here, and then this event, so I can pass e inside the bracket. This is event, and then I can set form data and this is gonna be a spread operator, 3 dot, and from data, yeah, and from data, and this e dot target, and then dot I can select name colon e dot target, and then dot value right here. So handle change, that's it. Then I can add con handle submit. This is gonna be handle submit equal to arrow key equal to arrow function, and this is gonna be e inside function and inside bracket e, and it's gonna be assign right here, and then I can add e dot prevent default function, and then I can set error can be I gonna set it null, and then I gonna say if from data dot password not equal to from data dot password confirm, then I gonna return, so I gonna show toast. This gonna be show toast, and this I gonna add message, and this gonna be password do not match, something like that. This can be dot, and then tie this gonna be error. Okay, and then I gonna below there I gonna add try catch block right here. In try I gonna add con, and this gonna be response equal to, and this gonna be await export shows dot post. Okay, and inside this I gonna add backtick, and this gonna be $sign API URL, yeah, API URL slash, and this gonna be auth slash, and this gonna be register right here, and then I can add from data, and then I'm gonna add with credential. This is HttpOnly cookie with credential return true. So if return true, so I'm gonna show toast, and inside toast I'm gonna add curly braces, and it's gonna be message. Then I'm gonna say recruiter account is gonna be created successfully. Then I'm gonna add tie, this is gonna be success. Okay, and then I'm gonna navigate to home page, and I'm gonna navigate to recruiter login. This is gonna be recruiter login right here, recruiter login. Okay, and error, so I'm gonna leave error this, and then I'm gonna add console. We can use console. This is gonna be console dot error. Then I can say registration error, and then I'm gonna pass error dot, and this is gonna be response dot data right here. this is gonna be error, or we use comma. Gonna be starter right here equal to 422. Okay, and then I can add con, and this is gonna be validation error. Validation error equal to be object this is going to be object dot value value function, this object t right here, and value, and then I can add a validation error, and then I can add index. I gonna pick 0, and 0 gonna pick the first error, and then show toast. Inside this I can add curly braces, and then I can add message. I can say first, this is gonna be first error, and then Thai gonna be error. Okay, and this I can say L. Okay, and then I can show toast, and curly braces inside toast, this is gonna be message. So message, and this is gonna be something went wrong, something went wrong, please try again. Then Thai error right here, and then so finally I can add set loading right here. Okay, so we need to edit something, so this is gonna be response.data.error, so we're gonna add data inside it right here, and then you're gonna first error, so this is gonna be first error, so we're gonna pass first error, not right here, first error. We need to update this, so right now I have to add this is gonna be set loading. You need to add set loading right here, and then return to true. Yeah, inside below this form data.password. Okay, after I have created recruiter sign up, so I gonna copy all of this. Yeah, I'm gonna copy all, then I'm gonna go to user sign up. Yeah, I'm gonna paste all of this right here, so I can select all, then I'm gonna paste right here. Sorry, so I need to go back. So recruiter sign up, so I'm gonna copy all this, so I'm gonna close all of this. Okay, then I'm gonna go to a login right here, so I go to user sign up, so I'm gonna select all, delete, and then I'm gonna paste. Yeah, then I'm gonna change, so I'm gonna change this. I change this to user sign up right here. Then I'm gonna change
Yeah, this is I gonna change to user login. Yeah, user login. And about role, so I'm gonna change this to user. So this gonna be user. And then I'm gonna change recruiter to user. It's gonna be user right here. And then this is gonna be create account, user create account. So I can change to user create account. And then this is gonna be user login. User login right here. So everything gonna be fine. Then I gonna check. So yeah, then I gonna go to app. I gonna check. Okay, so I have defined route already. Then I gonna go to web browser. I gonna type this gonna be login and then register. So create account. Okay, and back. Okay, good. And then I gonna copy recruiter login right here. I gonna copy all of this, and then I gonna select all, and then I gonna copy. Okay, then I gonna go to user login. So user login, I gonna select all, Control A, then delete, and then I gonna paste recruiter login. Then I can change that name. I can change this to be user login. Okay, and then I gonna this gonna be user login. You're gonna change this to user login, right? And then this gonna be this gonna be user. So we need to add user right here. And then I'm gonna change this to user login. User login. And then this gonna be access save job, say save job right here. And then this gonna be sign up, so I can say user sign up. This is route, we're gonna add route right here. And login add user. We're gonna change this right here. Okay, so I'm gonna go to web browser again, and then I'm gonna tag this is a and then I'm gonna go to register right here. Then I'm gonna create Kevin right here, and then I'm gonna add this gonna be Kevin at Gmail. This is for tag 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm gonna add tag password, and then I'm gonna sign up. So right now user account created successfully. So then I'm gonna go to Progress, and then I'm gonna check user right here, view our roles, and then this Kevin net and Kevin Gmail right here, and the password and the user, you see, active true and Google now and token now right here. Okay, so then I'm gonna log in with my user account. So I'm gonna go back, then I go to login, and I put this gonna be Kevin. Then I'm gonna enter my password. Okay, the email already token, so we have problem with a login. Okay, so I try to log in. Yeah, it's still an error. So the problem is I'm gonna go to auth controller right here. So you have to go to auth controller, and then inside login method, so we're gonna update. So I'm gonna change this line of code. I can update this right here, and then I can update this. I can delete all of this.
and I'm gonna delete this also. So then I'm gonna add email, and then I'm gonna require email, password requires a string, and then role, so required, and this is user, recruiter, and admin, in colon user, recruiter, and admin. So you're gonna update this right here. So right now I'm gonna go to web browser, then I'm gonna try to log in. So right here. Okay, so right now I can log in right here. So the problem is invalidate, so make sure that you're gonna update this validate right here. Okay, so the next step is I'm gonna work with apply. So when I click apply, I work with data in that apply job. So right now I'm gonna go to VS Code, and I'm gonna go to backend. This is API. Then I'm gonna copy this right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna work with post, and then I'm gonna change route. So I'm gonna change this apply job. Okay, and this is gonna be apply method. So apply right here. So right now I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna go to controller, save job controller. Okay, then I'm gonna about this right here. So public function, and then I'm gonna pay apply method, and this is gonna be require, and then I use try catch. This is gonna be try catch block right here. Then I'm gonna delete this. So try catch, I need to add to go to auth controller. Then I'm gonna find. So I need to copy this right here. I'm gonna close. Then I'm gonna paste in try catch. We need to authenticate using JWT auth right here. And then this exception. So I'm gonna add exception right here, and this is gonna be E. So then I'm gonna add this, gonna be return response with JSON, and then this JSON I'm gonna add square bracket, and then this gonna be message, and this gonna be unauthorized. Okay, and then starter I'm gonna add 401. This gonna be 401. Okay, this part this is gonna be auth check right here, and then I gonna add another. This gonna be role check. So I gonna add if I can check role user. This is gonna be role not equal user, window not equal user. Then I gonna return response with JSON, and then square bracket, and this gonna be message. Then I'm gonna say only job seeker can apply. Job seeker can apply. Okay, and then I'm gonna add starter inside this. This is gonna be 403. And the next step I'm gonna validate. Validation right here. And then I'm gonna create variable validate, and this is gonna be validator equal to validate. So make sure that you import validate from a domain support for SaaS, and then this is gonna be make require yeah, make request, and it's gonna be all function, and then square bracket. So validate, I'm gonna add job ID, required access job listing ID, and first name required string mac colon 255, and last name required string mac colon 255, email required email mac colon 255, LinkedIn nullable URL mac colon 255, and resume nullable file meme colon pdf mac colon 5120. So make sure that you're gonna update this, and then I'm gonna check if validator fail, yeah, fail function, then I'm gonna return response then with JSON, and inside this I can add square bracket, and this is gonna be message, and this is gonna be validator error right here, and then I'm gonna get first record, and then this error. So this is gonna be validator, and this is gonna be error right here, and then I'm gonna add starter. So this is gonna be 422, and another I'm gonna check duplicate application, check duplicated application, duplicate right here, so I'm gonna add already, I'm gonna create already apply equal to, this is gonna be apply, so equal to application apply job, this is gonna be apply job model. Okay, this is variable right here, and then apply job model. Make sure that you import apply job model. So right here, then I can say where user ID, and this is gonna be user ID. Then I add more where, and this is gonna be job ID, this is gonna be request job ID, request job ID. Then I can add more, and this is gonna be access, yeah, access function right here. Then I can say if application apply, if already apply, and then I'm gonna return response with JSON, and then I can add message, and this is gonna be you have already applied for this job right here. So this is a single quote, I can add single quote right here, and then I can add starter, and this is gonna be 409. Okay, and then I'm gonna work with resume upload, resume upload right here. Resume, this is gonna be resume, and path, yeah, equal to null, and then if require and request this gonna be hash file, and then I'm gonna pass resume right here. Then I'm gonna add file equal to request, and then this is gonna be file. Inside here, I'm gonna add resume, and file name. So you're gonna add file name equal to I'll add file name time concatenated dot, and add this and dot, and then this is going to be ID, username, ID, and dot, and then this. So I can add underscore right here, and this also underscore, and then I can add str. Make sure that you import, you import str. Scroll up, illuminate support str, and it's gonna be random. I'm gonna put 10 right here, and dot, this is gonna be .pdf. Okay, and then this is gonna be resume path right here. Resume path equal to file, and then store I function, and then inside here you can add store in resume, and file name, and then this is going to be stored in public, public in storage. Okay, then I'm gonna save application. Okay, so I can create variable application equal to this is going to be apply job model, and then create right here, and then square bracket, and this I'm gonna pass all field. So I'm gonna pass user ID, job ID, request job ID, first name, request first name, last name, request last name, email, request email, LinkedIn, request LinkedIn, resume, request resume path, and this is a resume path we have request already, and status apply job. This is the status apply right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna return response with JSON, and this square bracket. So this is gonna be status, and this is gonna be success right here, and then message, and this is gonna be application submit successfully, and then this is going to be data. So data, I'm going to pass application, and this data 201. Okay, so right now I'm going to go to React project. So I got to scroll to apply model right here. So I'm going to define this apply, and you're gonna scroll down. So this is button on close. Okay, right now I'm gonna add use state effect. I'm gonna import use state and use effect. This is gonna be use state and use effect right here, and then I'm gonna import API. So I'm gonna open API right here. So I'm gonna close this, and then import API right here from API, and then I'm gonna import tool right here, tools. So I'm gonna open contact use tow contact right here. Then this gonna be use tow from contact, right? And apply in this prop, I can add another job and on success. So this is gonna be job and on success. Because when we go to detail job, yeah, we put prop in below. We have open on is open on close on success, right? And job, this is a prop, and then pass in apply job model right here. So then I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be form data. Yeah, form data. I'm gonna set form data equal to use state, and in this gonna be array. This gonna be this gonna be object, not array. So I'm gonna delete it. So form data, I'm gonna add first name, anti-string, last name, anti-string, email, anti-string, LinkedIn, anti-string, and resume, anti-string. So another, I'm gonna add con, and this gonna be your current user. So this gonna be current user, set current user equal to use state, and this is gonna be null con, and it's gonna be uploading. I'm gonna set auth loading right here, use state and true, and this is gonna be resume name con resume name. I'm gonna set resume name, this is use state. So default default is null, and then const, and this is gonna be show toast equal to, I'm gonna use toast right here. And another step, I'm gonna fetch data, so I'm gonna use a fetch. This is gonna be use a fetch and arrow function, and this is gonna be dependency. So then I'm gonna add con, I'm gonna add fetch, and it's gonna be fetch current user. Fetch current user equal to async function, and then in this I use try catch block right here. So try, I'm gonna add con right equal to await, and it's gonna be API dot, and it's gonna be get method. This is a fetch data right here, and get method I'm gonna add slash auth slash me, this is from user, data from a user. Okay, after loading data, after fetch data, so I can set current user, and then this is going to be array dot data dot user, and if now, so I can say array dot data, and then in catch block, so I'm gonna delete this. So I'm gonna set user, I'm gonna set current user, and this is gonna be null. And the next step is I'm gonna add finally. So I can set auth loading false right here. Okay, and then I can say if is open. Okay, I add already, so I can add if is open, and then I can add fetch current user. and then dependency I'm gonna add is open. So another step, I'm gonna create con, and this is gonna be is authorized right here, equal to current user dot, and this is gonna be role equal to user. Then I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be handle chain. So I'm gonna add handle chain equal to current user. Okay, so right now I'm gonna scroll down. This is application, and yeah, I'm gonna prop this. This is gonna be job dot title. Because job we have prop through right here, through in bracket right here. So this is a prop, and scroll down. So this is gonna be on submit. Then I'm gonna say handle submit. Handle submit, and then scroll down. So this I'm gonna add on chain handle chain. Yeah, handle chain. So I'm gonna copy this, then scroll down. So this is gonna be handle chain, and then scroll down, and this is gonna be handle chain and placeholder. So I'm gonna say your at email.com. Okay, so the next step, you're gonna delete this label right here. So I'm gonna delete this, then I'm gonna go to document and index.md right here. So in resume part 26, so you're gonna copy all of this label, and then you're gonna wrap all of this. Then you're gonna go to apply job model, then you're gonna paste right here. I have defined some Tailwindcss. So this is I can define if resume, so border, violet, and 400. This is I can define some Tailwindcss right here, and also, and this if have resume, so I can output this line of code, resume name, and if not, I gonna output this click to upload your resume right here. So make sure that you have to import this right here, and then you're gonna scroll down. So you see this is link in URL. So I'm gonna add on chain. This is gonna be handle chain, and scroll down. You see submit. So everything gonna be fine. So right now I'm gonna scroll up, and then I'm gonna define this is gonna be handle chain. So con, and this is gonna be handle chain equal to arrow function, and this is even. So you can add e inside bracket, and con, and the structure name, and another value, and another file equal to, and this can be e dot target. So I'm gonna say if name equal to resume, then I'm gonna set form data. Yeah, inside form data, this is a curly braces, and then spread operator form data, and then this is gonna be resume file, and index 0 right here, and then I'm gonna set this gonna be resume name. So inside bracket I can set file, and this array index 0 can be now dot name right here, or now. Then I can add l set this is going to be form data, set form data, and then I can add spread operator 3 dot form data, and inside this I can add name and value right here. Okay, so the next step I'm gonna work with handle submit. So it's gonna be con handle submit equal to arrow function, and this I'm gonna add a scene wait right here and event inside bracket. So e dot this is prevent default, and I'm gonna check if not authorized is authorized. Yeah, not authorized, so I'm gonna return nothing, and then I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be data equal to new form data, and then I'm gonna update. So data dot append means we're gonna update right here, append, and then this is gonna be a job ID. I'm gonna add job ID, job, and then dot ID and data dot. So yeah, I'm gonna copy this. So first name underscore name right here, job data dot, and this is gonna be first name. Yeah, and this is gonna be last name, and job dot last name, and this is gonna be email, job dot email. So I'm gonna check if form data dot LinkedIn, then I can add data dot append, this is append, and then this is gonna be LinkedIn, and then form data dot, and this is gonna be LinkedIn right here. So I need to copy this, and this is gonna be resume right here, and this is gonna be resume, and it's gonna be resume. Okay, after we have updated this data, so right now I'm gonna use try catch block right here, and in try I'm gonna add a wait, and this is gonna be API. Make sure that you're gonna import API dot, and this is gonna be post method, and inside this I can add slash and route, so I can add apply and apply job. This is gonna be apply job, and then this is gonna be data. Make sure that you have to, this is a method, this is a route name that you're gonna define, and this is data, and I'm gonna add header. This is gonna be header, yeah, header. I use content, yeah, content type right here, content type, and this is gonna be multi-part, yeah, multi-part slash, and this is going to be form data. We can upload for image, something like that. This is we're going to use multi-part form data. Okay, everything going to be fine. And then after fetch data, after post, so I can show message, so talk message, and inside this I'm gonna add this is going to be message. So message, I'm gonna say application submit successfully, application submitted successfully, and then this is gonna be type, this is gonna be success. Okay, then I'm gonna prompt on success right here. So on error I'm gonna add, yeah, I'm gonna add this is gonna be con, this is gonna be error equal to error dot response, and this dot data and dot error right here. So I'm gonna say if error con first error equal to object, and it's gonna be dot value error, and it's gonna be index 0 gonna pick first error, and then I'm gonna show toast. I'm gonna add message, and it's gonna be for error, and type is gonna be error, and then I'm gonna add L, so I'm gonna show toast inside toast curly braces, and this gonna be message, so I can say error dot response dot, and this gonna be data dot message. So, and I can say fail to submit application, and type, and this gonna be error. So the next step I gonna define, and this gonna be loading. I can say if auth loading true, and then I'm gonna output this right here, return so you need to copy auth loading right here. So you need to copy auth loading, so I'm gonna copy this right here, and then you're gonna paste inside this right here. And the next step I can say, and it's gonna be not login. I can say if current user not current user, then I gonna return. So inside index.md in document, so you're gonna wrap all of this right here. So I'm gonna copy all this, then I'm gonna paste inside this right here. So make sure that you're gonna copy and paste inside this not login right here, and then I'm gonna add more. So this is gonna be wrong role. So I can say if not, this is gonna be auth authorized, it's gonna be is authorized right here, then I gonna return. Okay, in index file, so I can copy this right here, this HTML is Tailwind. So you're gonna wrap all this, and then you're gonna copy, and then inside this you're gonna paste right here. So you can paste. So it is a user, not recruiter. So it is a user role. So if that role is recruiter, we cannot allow or we cannot access right here, something like that. So make sure that you're gonna import this, you're gonna copy and paste this right here. I have add current user.role right here. So okay, so right now let me check the code. So right now you're gonna edit this is not job, so this is a form data. So I can add form data right here. Make sure you're gonna update this is a form data. Okay, and then in catch block right here, in catch block, so you have to update this is a error, this is a multi, mean not singular. This is we're gonna add right here, this is array, we're gonna pick the first error in array. And the next step, you're gonna change this to fail to submit application right here. And the next step, you're gonna change this right here. This is not capitalized, this is a lowercase right here, so this is error, type error right here. You're gonna change this, and then you're gonna change this is a last name, not the first. So you're gonna correct that label right here, and then I'm gonna search Control F, so I can search class right here, class. This is gonna be class. So make sure that we have to update this is a class name, not class right here. We have to update class name. Okay, so everything gonna be fine. Okay, after you have updated the error or syntax, so after you have updated the error or the wrong in the code, so right now I'm gonna go to web browser and I'm gonna refresh. So right now I didn't log in, so I'm gonna refresh, and then I gonna click detail job, and this is not logged in, so I gonna click apply. So you see login required, I gonna close, and then when I log in as recruiter, so I gonna log in as recruiter, and then I gonna go to job and I click apply. So I set the name. This is we gonna add a code in apply job model that access only user, but recruiter cannot access that job, cannot apply. So I can close right here. So right now when I click log out, and then I'm gonna log in with user, so I can say this is gonna be Kevin user. This is a user right here. So when I click apply text right here, so it allow right here. So right now I gonna fill my name right here. So yeah, I gonna, this is like, okay, so right now I click apply. Resume failed to upload. So the problem is with file size. So in order to solve that upload a file in PDF file, so you're gonna go to terminal, and I use PHP using homebrew package. So I gotta go to terminal, and then I'm gonna type PHP, and I'm gonna edit in this field, right? PHP. So and then I'm gonna update file size. So this is upload make file size 10 and post make size 10 something else. So you're gonna update this greater than 10 something like that, and after then you're gonna save and restart PHP. So I can open terminal, and then I can add PHP dash init right here, and then I can open then I can say nano and space. So I'm gonna copy okay, so I'm gonna open nano /opt/ homebrew /etc/ php/ and the version. So I use version 8.2, so I need to change this to 8.2 right here. Then I'm gonna press enter. So right now I'm gonna search, so I'm gonna type Control W, and then I can search I can search this right here. So I can copy this, and then I can paste this. So I can press enter. So you see I have changed already. So if you see you are using 2 or mean under 10, so you're gonna change to 10 or above this size right here. So I have changed this. So then I'm gonna search another W, and then I'm gonna search post my site right here. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna paste right here, and then I'm gonna press enter. You see, this is post max size and 10, but in previous my post max size only 2 but I changed to 10 or about of this post size right here. So you're gonna save. In order to save, so you're gonna Control X and Y, enter. So I'm gonna press Control X, and then it save automatically right here. Or if alert, you can Control Y and enter, Control X, and then it will alert okay. So you're not gonna click Y, mean you gonna say yeah, and then it alert, you can enter enter space, enter keyword, something like that. So I hope you understand about it. Okay, and then for you use Windows, so you use XAMPP, so you're gonna check in try C and XAMPP and PHP and php.init right here. So you're gonna check file location right here. This is in XAMPP php.init, and then you're gonna open. So you're gonna open with notebook right here. Open with notebook, and then you're gonna search Control A. Then you're gonna copy this search, and then it will show upload my file size, and then you can update 10 or about of 10. Or you can, and the next step you're gonna update post max size 10 or you can set greater than 10 something like that. And then you're gonna save Control A, you're gonna save. Okay, and that's it. So right now I have save and update all of this. So I'm gonna go to my job application, and then I'm gonna view, and I can click apply. So I need to log in. I need to log in. This is a recruiter, this is a user. Okay, so right now I click view job and apply. I'm gonna type, and I'm gonna select resume and click apply. So application submitted successfully. So that's all for these errors. And let me alert you. So after you have save, and then don't forget to restart. So you're gonna open terminal and brew services restart PHP. So this is for the process or set error for file handling. So right now I'm gonna work with a save job right here. So I'm gonna open my VS Code, and then I'm gonna go to save job controller. So this is a apply, and this is check apply. So I'm gonna create another. So I need to go to API, and in API I'm gonna define some route. So in this user, okay, so I gotta copy this, and then I'm gonna paste. Okay, and then I'm gonna get, this is get, and I'm gonna get apply job. So this is gonna be apply job, and this I'm gonna change to get apply job, get apply job right here. And then I'm gonna delete job. So this is gonna be delete apply job, delete, and this is gonna be I'm gonna copy this, apply job, and ID, delete by ID. So this is gonna be ID. So and then I'm gonna change this to destroy. So this is gonna be destroy method right here. And then I'm gonna go to save job controller. So I'm gonna create function, public function, and then I'm gonna say get
yeah, I'm gonna copy from route, so this gonna be get apply job. Okay, then I'm gonna use try catch block right here. Then I need to scroll up and I'm gonna find JWT auth. So I'm gonna copy this right here. Then I'm gonna paste this. So, and then I can say if this gonna be user role equal to user. So I need to add a little bit. I need to space a little bit. So I can say application. Yeah, application equal to apply job model from model, and then with this is a table. So job dot company logo. Then I gonna say where, and where this gonna be user ID, and then this gonna be user ID, and then I'm gonna say letters. I'm gonna get letters field. Then I'm gonna say get. Okay, a public, so you're gonna change to public right here. So alright, and then I'm gonna return. This is gonna be return. So return response with JSON. Inside return, this is a square bracket, and this gonna be status. Success right here, and then it's success. So I can add data, and then this gonna be apply application data that I have just defined right here. Okay, and then I can add status inside this. So 200 this is, and try catch. So I gonna add this exception, and this gonna be E right here. Then I'm gonna delete this. So I can say return and return response with JSON, and inside JSON I'm gonna add square bracket, and this gonna be message. So I can say unauthorized, and then status 401. So the next step I gonna I gotta work with the lead apply job. So I can say public function, and this gonna be destroy method. And then we're gonna pass ID in param. So, and then this I gonna add try catch block. So in try catch block, so I need to copy this user, and below this I gotta pass that user JWT auth right here, and then I gonna add this gonna be application equal to apply job model, from model, and then where, and this is gonna be ID and ID from param. Then I'm gonna add with where, and this is gonna be user ID, and then user ID right here, and then this is gonna be first. I need to get the first record right here. So I need to add condition. I can say if application, not have application. Yeah, not have application. It's gonna be $sign application right here, and then I'm gonna return a response with JSON, and inside JSON I can add this gonna be square bracket. I can add message, and this gonna be, I can say single quote application not found, then status 404. So this is semicolon. Okay, and then I gonna delete resume. Delete, it's gonna be resume file if exists. If exists, so I can add if application resume, yeah, if have resume, so I can add storage. We're gonna clear storage. Make sure that you're gonna import storage right here. Illuminate. Okay, wrong storage, so I gonna delete this right here. Then I gonna, yeah, I gotta change, so this gonna be storage. Illuminate support facade. Make sure that you're gonna import Illuminate support facades right here, and then double colon, and then I'm gonna say this public inside public folder, and then yeah, then we can say delete. We can say delete function right here, and then I'm gonna pass application resume, and I'm gonna say this is gonna be application and then delete. So then I'm gonna return response with JSON, and this square bracket. So I can add status, and this is gonna be success, and then I can add message, and message I can say application delete successfully. Application deleted successfully. Yeah, successfully. Okay, then I can add status 200, and in catch, so this is gonna be exception, and this E. Then I gonna delete this line of code. Then I gonna return, this is gonna be return response with JSON and square bracket, and this is gonna be message. Then I gonna say unauthorized. It's gonna be unauthorized. Yeah, unauthorized. Okay, and then I can add status 401. Okay, after I have created destroy method and get application, so right now I'm gonna go to front end, so I'm gonna close back end. Yeah, I'm gonna go to front end, then I'm gonna navigate to page folder, and then save job JSX right here. So in save job we have user profile, apply job listing. So I'm gonna go to user profile, in component right here. So I'm gonna work with user profiles to fetch data into that
file, so I gotta import use auth. So use auth right here. So I can open use auth in context right here. So I can close all of this. Yeah, import from context. Okay, then I can import default logo from, and this is going to be, yes, from asset / image / default logo, and it's going to be default logo dot and jpg right here. Okay, so the next step, I'm gonna import API. Yeah, I can open a folder, API folder. So I'm gonna minimize this right here, API. Then I can import use tool. So I can open tool context right here. Use tool. Okay, in this section, I gonna create use state. I gonna create I gonna destructure user and set user from use auth. So con, and this gonna be user and set user that I have set already, so equal to use auth right here, and this gonna be con, and then I'm gonna create form data. So this is a use state form data set from data equal to use state right here, and then this gonna be object. So this is a full name right here, can be empty string, so maybe something wrong. Email can be empty string. Okay, then I'm gonna add con, this is gonna be preview image. I'm gonna set preview images, and this is gonna be use state, so can be null, default null. Okay, and then I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be select file. Then I'm gonna set select file equal to use state, and then this is gonna be null, and con loading, I'm gonna set loading equal to use state, and this is gonna be false. Then I can add another, this is gonna be con, and then file import, alright, equal to u right here. So you can import u and use state. Okay, then I can create con equal to show tools right here, u tools. Okay, the next step I'm gonna use effect u effect right here, and it's gonna be arrow function dependency right here. Then I say if user exit right here, if user, then I can set form data, and this I can say full name, this is gonna be backtick user, this a $sign, user dot first name, I can say or, and this is gonna be empty string, empty, and then I can add $sign, and this is going to be user dot last name or empty string, and then this is going to be dot trim function right here, and email user dot email, and can be empty string. Okay, and then this is going to be user dependency. You're going to add user right here, and the next I'm going to create handle chain. So con handle chain equal to arrow function, and then this event, and then I'm going to set, this is going to be set from data previous and arrow function. In this I'm going to add curly braces and then spread operator previous. Then this is going to be e.target dot name, yeah, and column, and then this is going to be e.target dot value right here. Okay, and below I can add con. I gonna work with handle file chain. So handle file chain, it's gonna be arrow function, and inside the event right here, and I'm gonna add con file equal to e dot, and it's gonna be target, yeah, target dot file. I'm gonna select 1 index 0, and then I can say if not file, then return right here, and then I'm gonna set selected file, then I'm gonna pass file inside for a function, selected function. Then I'm gonna set preview image. This is gonna be URL dot create object URL right here, and then I'm gonna pass file inside that function. Okay, then I'm gonna create handle submit. It's gonna be con handle submit equal to arrow function. Then inside this I'm gonna add event, so I'm gonna say this is gonna be con. Okay, and I'm gonna add e.prevent default first, prevent default right here. Then I'm gonna set loading return true. Then I'm gonna use try catch block. So in this I'm gonna split, yeah, I'm gonna split full name into first name and last name. This is gonna be con path equal to, and this is a form data dot full name in controller, and this is going to be trim function, and this I can add split, yeah, split function. Okay, and I can add con first name, yeah, equal to path index 0, yeah, first name index 0, or equal to empty string. Con last name equal to path index 1, or equal to empty string. So this we can say path dot slide, yeah, dot slide function 1, and then we join split, yeah, we can split right here. Then this can be If not, I can be anti-string. Okay, and then I'm gonna create data equal to new form data. I'm gonna update append. I'm gonna update append, and then this is gonna be first name, then first name right here. Then I'm gonna copy this. Then this is gonna be last name. Okay, right here. And below I'm gonna say if selected file, it has selected file, then I'm gonna add data dot append. I'm gonna update file. Append means update, right? Append, and then this is gonna be images, and this is gonna be selected file. Okay, and the next I'm gonna add con array dot array dot equal to await, and then this is gonna be API dot post. Make sure that you're gonna import API from API folder right here, and con. Make sure that you have to add a scene right here, a scene await inside this. Okay, and this is gonna be await API dot, this is gonna be post. Yeah, it's gonna be post, and I can add auth slash update. This is gonna be update profile, and then this is gonna be data right here, and I'm gonna add header, and this is gonna be content type right here. Content type can accept multi-path slash form data. This is we can upload images right here. So another I'm gonna set user, and it's gonna be previous arrow key, and this is gonna be spread operator previous, and this is gonna be rise dot data dot user. Then I'm gonna set form data, yeah, previous, and this is gonna be spread operator. I can say 3 dot previous, and this is gonna be full name. I can add backtick and inside it $sign, and this is gonna be right dot data dot user, and then dot, this is gonna be first name, yeah, first name, and then this is gonna be or empty string. If have no a first name can be empty string, and then I'm gonna prop the $sign and right dot data dot, and this is gonna be user dot last name, if now can be empty string, and then this can be dot trim function right here. We're gonna add the trim function. Okay, then I'm gonna show toast, and then I'm gonna add show toast, and this is gonna be message. So I'm gonna say profile updated successfully. Yeah, updated successfully. Then I'm gonna add type, and this is gonna be success, and error. So this is gonna be error, and error I can show toast, and inside toast I can add message, message. So this is going to be error dot, so respond dot data dot message right here. Or I can say something went wrong, please try again, and then tie, this can be error. Okay, then I can add finally I can set loading return to false. Okay, then I can set current user, so I can say con, and then this is going to be current user, current image, and then this can be preview image, and then or user dot image. If no, we can output default logo. If no image, we can default we can import default logo right here. And then you scroll down, so you're gonna add on, this is gonna be on submit, on submit, and this is gonna be handle submit. I have created already right here, handle submit, right? And then this is gonna be value, so value I can say from data dot, and it's gonna be full name, and on chain I'm gonna add handle chain, then you're gonna so I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste this, this is not email, this is name, full name, so this is email, so you're gonna change to email from data dot email, and handle change the same right here. Scroll down, and then this image, so I don't import KFC logo, I can say I can import current image, or if no image can be default right here. And then you're gonna scroll down, this is file import, right? So you're gonna add array, and it's gonna be right, and then you're gonna add file import right here, and then you scroll down. Okay, and so this I can say if loading true, then I can say saving, it's gonna be saving dot 3 dot, and if false, and it's gonna be save profile. Okay, then I cannot delete this, so I need to check. So in this you're gonna add on chain, it's gonna be on chain, and on chain I can handle file chain right here. You need to import, and I have created a function already, handle file chain right here. Okay, and then you can scroll up, so you're gonna delete this right here. We don't need to use KFC logo anymore. Okay, and then save, everything gonna be fine. Okay, so I have create a user, fetch data from a user right here. So right now I gonna do with a sales job dashboard right here. So this is a user. We have create, we have fetch data from a user. Okay, then you're gonna go to sales job JSX, and then I'm gonna work with apply job listings. So yeah, so I'm gonna search for apply job listing right here. So right here, so I'm gonna work with this. Okay, so right now I'm gonna delete KFC logo. Okay, and I'm gonna import use state effect. So from React, and it's gonna be use state and use effect right here. So this is comma, right? and then I gonna import link. This is gonna be link. I gonna import default logo, so I gonna copy from default logo right here. So you're gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna close this, then I'm gonna replace with default logo, right? And this icon I can add loader tool right here from low side React. Okay, then I can import API from API, and then I can import this gonna be util from contact, right? And the next step I gonna import con, and then this gonna be API URL, API base URL from import dot meta dot env dot with underscore base underscore URL. So next step I gonna do with status page. So this is gonna be status page. This is gonna be status page color. So I'm gonna say con, and then I'm gonna add status style object. So status style, then I'm gonna add apply. Apply, and then I'm gonna add BG, and this is gonna be green and 100, and then I'm gonna add type green, BG green and type green, and dash, and this can be 800 right here. So I gonna copy this. So this is accept BG dash blue 100 blue 100 take blue 800, and expire BG yellow 100 take yellow 800, and this rejected BG red 100 take red 800, and default BG gray 100 take gray 700. Then I can create a function. So this one be function, and then this is going to be status page. Then I'm gonna create status. This is gonna be status, and this con style status style right here, and then this is gonna be status can be null, and then dot to lowercase to this can be to lower case, or status style, and this is gonna be default. Then I'm gonna return, and this I'm gonna add span. This is gonna be span. I'm gonna add class name, and this is gonna be I can add class name and curly braces and backtick, and this is gonna add ph-3. So ph-3 py-1 text-hs font semi-bold rounded full capital line right here, and then I'm gonna add this gonna be curly braces, and then I'm gonna output style right here, style. So so I gotta cut this inside this backtick right here, and this close curly braces right here, and this I can add status if not, or can say unknown, unknown right here. So I gonna close this, right? Okay, so right now I'm gonna navigate to apply job listing inside this. So this I'm gonna add I can spell it a bit, and then I'm gonna add con, I'm gonna add a UEFI, so this is gonna be job and then set job equal to u, and this is gonna be uState, not UEFI, uState, and this can be default in, can be empty array in default, and con, this is a loading, then I'm gonna set loading, this is gonna be uState, and set loading I can add true right here, and con, and this is gonna be error, I can set error, and then uState, and inside uState I can add null in default, right? And then I can add the lead ID. It's gonna be uState, delete ID, set delete ID right here equal to uState, and in uState I can add, this is gonna be null, then I can add this is gonna be uToast, equal show toast, and sorry, and this is gonna be show toast equal to uToast. Okay, then I'm gonna import another, I'm gonna import confirm model, so this is gonna be import, and then I'm gonna import confirm model right here. I'm gonna show you right here, this is confirm the lead right here, so I can import, and this is going to be confirm, yeah, confirm model. Okay, and below this this is handle confirm model right here, and then I can add con, and this is going to be show model, I have created already show model, and then I can add set show model, set show, and then this is going to be uState, and default fail for right here, and then I can add con target ID, this is going to be target ID, and this is going to be set target ID, and this is going to be uState, and inside uState I can add null, and this is going to be square bracket not curly braces, square bracket uState, right? Okay, then I'm gonna fix apply job, so I gonna use effect, this is gonna be use effect, and then this is a arrow function and dependency. In this function I can add con, and it's gonna be fix apply job, fix apply job right here equal to a sin, I'm gonna use a sin await, and this is arrow function, and then I'm gonna use try and catch block right here, yeah, fix apply job, and then I'm gonna set loading, and this return true. I'm gonna add con, and then response, this is gonna be response equal to await, and then I can add API, import API dot, make sure that you have to import API right here, and this is going to be get method, because for data we're going to use get method, and slash, this is a route, so apply job, and then I'm gonna set job, and then this is gonna be response, response dot data dot, okay, or response dot data, and this is gonna be data dot data right here, and cut, so I gonna define in cut block, so this is gonna be set error, so this is gonna be error dot, and this is gonna be response if null message, can be null and message, and then or then I'm gonna define fail to load your apply job right here. Okay, then I'm gonna add finally, I'm gonna set loading return false, and then I'm gonna call a function, and this is gonna be fetch function, fetch job function right here, or method, we can say method. Okay, and this is alright for our fetch data. Okay, and below I'm gonna open a model and store which application to delete. So this is gonna be open model, and then I can confirm this, delete equal to and this arrow function, and then I can set target ID right here, set target ID, then I'm gonna pass application ID, this is gonna be application ID, and inside param, so this is gonna be application ID right here, and then this is gonna be, I can set show model and return true. Okay, then I'm gonna create delete, I'm gonna create delete apply job, this is gonna be delete apply job, so I'm gonna add con, and this is gonna be handle delete, handle delete equal to arrow function, and this I'm gonna add a scene await right here, and then I'm gonna set show model to false. Okay, then I'm gonna add try catch block, this is gonna be set delete ID right here, set delete ID equal to target ID, and below this I'm gonna add a wait, and then this is gonna be API dot and delete method. Inside this route I can add backtick right here, slash apply, this is gonna be apply job slash, and this $sign curly braces and target ID right here. So I'm gonna set, this is gonna be set job, I'm gonna set job, and then I'm gonna add a function, and this is gonna be previous job arrow key, and then previous dot filter, to delete filter, to remove ID, something like that, and then this is gonna be, I can say app equal to app dot ID not equal to target ID right here, and then this cut, so I can add show toast, and inside show talk I can add message, and this is gonna be error dot response dot data can be empty string, can be null, so it can be null, and then this can be message, and then or fail, fail to delete application, and then this type error right here, and then I can add this going to be finally I can add set delete ID now right here, and then I can set loading, this is going to be set target ID return now. Okay, so make sure that in delete this right here, so I can check in API. Okay, so API I have created the delete method already, and go to controller, this is destroy right here, delete application, so everything gonna be fine. Okay, then I gonna minimize this, then you're gonna scroll down, so in H3 right here below H3, so I gonna add this is gonna be job dot length equal to 0 if true, so I'm gonna output, it's gonna be bracket, so then I can enter, then I'm gonna pay this div right here, so I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna save in, I'm gonna put in document, then you're gonna go to index, and you see a part 30 right here, so I can say part 30, and this is apply job listing part 30, so and then I'm gonna pay a div right here, so you're gonna go to this and you're gonna copy this, and then you're gonna pay inside this right here, and then this now link, so I'm gonna navigate to dashboard slash, and this is a browse job to show job, and then if true we're gonna output this, and if false, so I'm gonna say if false, then we're gonna write all of this right here, you're gonna write all of this, then you're gonna cut all of this, and then you're gonna pay inside this. Okay, and the next step under UL mean another list, so I can prop, this is gonna be job dot map, and map job to use array to list all of job, and then this is gonna be application, and then a function, this is gonna be function right here, so I gonna cut this right, I gonna cut this, then I gonna select list right here, so below this I gonna paste, I gonna paste this right here, this close bracket and curly braces right here, and list, so we're gonna add key, this is a key right here, so key I gonna add application.id, application application.id, make sure this is application, so I gonna delete p, we have a 3p, so I gonna delete the p, only 2p right here, application. Okay, so in the image, so I gonna add this, if I say application dot job can be now dot company logo dot logo path right here, true, if it's true, so I'm gonna copy this and then I'm gonna paste this right here. Then I'm gonna spell it a bit. Okay, inside KFC logo, so I can add backtick, and then I can add, yeah, I can add $sign, curly braces, and this I can pass API. This is gonna be API base URL right here, and then I can say slash, and this storage slash, this is gonna be storage slash, this is an image path, so we're gonna use in a Laravel. That's why we're gonna use a storage path that show image, and this is gonna be application and slash and application, and this is gonna be job dot company, and this is gonna be company logo, and I can say dot and logo path right here, and this out I can say job dot no job, this is application dot job dot, and this is going to be company name, company underscore name, right? If true, we're gonna output these images. So if false, I can say if false, then I gonna delete this. I gonna copy this. Yeah, and then I gonna delete this, and this I gonna default. I gonna import default logo if false right here, and this gonna be, yeah, default logo. Okay, then you're gonna scroll down, then you're gonna see this is a title, so this is gonna be application job title. So I'm gonna drop this, and this I gonna say application and application dot job, and can be null and dot title right here, and this I'm gonna drop application dot, it's gonna be job dot company name right here, and this location, so this gonna be drop application dot job, and this gonna be location, and then you can scroll down, and this is a page. So right now I gonna comment page, and I gonna enter a new line, and then I gonna say status. This can be status page, and then I can add status equal to, and then I can say application dot status. So I'm gonna cut this right here. I'm gonna cut, and then I'm gonna delete this. This is I'm gonna import status page right here. So then I'm gonna pass that status. Okay. So then you scroll down, you're gonna see this is a nav link. So this is a job, and this ID we gonna show job by ID. So I'm gonna delete this right here, and I'm gonna add curly braces and backtick, and inside backtick I can add slash job. It's gonna be detail, job detail, and slash $sign curly braces and application dot job can be now dot id. Okay, this is a view job right here, and this is a bottom, we can delete job. So I can add on click on click right here, and then handle click, handle delete right here. So handle delete I have created already right here below. Yeah, this is handle delete, right? I have create a function already, so I just replace with handle delete. So this is a function, so I can add arrow key right here, handle delete. This is I can open, so I can delete this. I can open model, so arrow function, then I can open model. This can be confirm model. This is confirm delete right here, and then I gonna pass application dot id right here, and then this I can add disable this delete id equal to application dot id right here. So this is a confirm model, so I can open confirm model, and then I can add confirm model below this in a section. So I gonna import confirm model. This is gonna be confirm model right here, and then inside this I gonna say is open, yeah, is open, and then I gonna pass show model, and another I can add flop is on close. I have created already, so this is on close, and then this is gonna be a arrow function, and then I can set model, yeah, set show model right here, return to false, and then this is gonna be on confirm, then I gonna add handle delete right here. Okay, and then is loading, and then I gonna add, yeah, delete id, yeah, delete id right here, double exclamatory mark and delete id. So this is a title equal to delete application, and then message, this action cannot be undone right here. Okay, and then we're gonna go to bottom. Okay, and then inside a class, below class, I can add prop, so I gonna say delete id equal to application id dot id true. So if true, yeah, true, and then I gonna output logo. This is gonna be loader logo, loader 2 logo right here, and then I gonna copy this class name, and I'm gonna paste inside this load 2 logo, and then if false, then I gonna output the trash 2 logo. I gonna cut, I gonna paste this. Okay, so right now I'm gonna check the problem. So okay, this is a use fetch, so you're gonna delete this because I have import already in a use fetch. So this is a duplicated, so we're gonna delete use and use fetch at the file right here. So the first and the next thing that I'm gonna do is, yeah, you're gonna change this to status. This is uppercase. In React we're gonna use uppercase, and then status style, so we're gonna update status style. Yeah, right here you're gonna update this right here, status style, so you can add s right here. and then you're gonna update this right here. This is status page, so you're gonna add ice right here. So I can update all of this. So you're gonna update this gonna be uppercase. Yeah, uppercase. Oh, then you're gonna find by Control F. You're gonna find. Then I'm gonna pass a status page right here. So we have. Okay, alright. And then this is style. So yeah, so this is I'm gonna add this gonna be style right here. Okay. Yeah, and the next step, this is not confirm delete. This is confirm model right here. So I'm gonna change this to confirm model right here. And then you can scroll up. So and yeah, and this is show model. So you're gonna edit this. So this is gonna be show model right here. You're gonna update all, and then I'm gonna copy this. Control F. I'm gonna search the error right here. This is you're gonna change to O, mean to lowercase right here. Yeah, you can change all of this. Okay, everything gonna be fine. And then you're gonna check. So yeah, and this error. Okay, and then you're gonna add this is catch block. So you can add data dot, and this can be now right here. And then you're gonna update this. This can be applied. So I have create a forward right here. And then you're gonna scroll down. So you see this is, yeah, I'm gonna check for. So this is application job company logo, and you're gonna add O right here. This is O right here. So you're gonna update this, and then you're gonna update this is O logo path, not log right here. Company logo path. And then you're gonna scroll down. This is application title, and this is company name. So I type a wrong word. So this is gonna be a company name right here. You're gonna update this, and then you're gonna scroll down. So load tool. So you're gonna add animate dash spin. So you're gonna update this is a Tailwindcss right here. And then you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna scroll. You're gonna go to H2 and this save job. So you're gonna output, and this is gonna be, I can say job.land right here, job.land. And inside it, I'm gonna add this is gonna be bracket inside this. Okay, and then okay, you're gonna update this status style. So this is uppercase. So you're gonna add this to uppercase right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna update this tag. So this is delete right here, fail to delete. Okay, so after you have updated some error code that I typed wrong. So I'm gonna edit all of this, and then I'm gonna go to web browser. Okay, this is the data that we're gonna output in the web browser. This is the applied job that we have applied recently right here. And then I'm gonna update logo. So I'm gonna select logo, and so I can update this. Okay, successfully. This is a logo right here. You're gonna click save job. Okay, and you're gonna update name, and this update. Okay, successfully. So everything gonna be fine. Then I'm gonna click view jobs. I'm gonna click test show job right here. Then I'm gonna delete apply job. So I'm gonna delete this, and it goes away right here. Okay, so yeah, I have a complete in dashboard, in sales job dashboard, and this is a user. this is sign in a user, and the a data that from user, and the a sales job that user have applied for job. So it alert in this right here, and this is view. Okay, this is view job, and we can delete right here. Okay, and this is status. So right now I gotta log out, then I gonna sign in with a recruiter. Okay, and then I gonna work with view application, so the recruiter can reject and accept application. So I gonna work with this. So right now I'm gonna go to VS Code. Okay, so then I'm gonna copy this route right here in API. So I'm gonna paste this, and then I'm gonna change this to get, and then this is gonna be get application. So I can delete this route, and this is gonna be slash get application. This is gonna be application, right? And this is method, so this is gonna be get recruiter application. Get recruiter application right here. Then I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna create another route that this is gonna be application status. So this is gonna be application, and this is gonna be ID and slash, and this is gonna be status right here. And then I gotta change this update status. Update status. Okay, so right now I'm gonna copy this route, this method, then I'm gonna go to job controller. Yeah, below destroy, I'm gonna pay right here, and this is gonna be public function. Okay, then I'm gonna use try catch block right here. So then I'm gonna go to auth controller, then I'm gonna copy JWT. I'm gonna copy this right here, then go to job controller, then make sure that you're gonna pay this line of code right here. I'm gonna pay this right here, then I'm gonna copy JWT. So right here I'm gonna copy this. Okay, then I'm gonna close, open job controller, then scroll below. So this is gonna be I'm gonna paste this right here, and then I'm gonna create a user equal to, so this is gonna be if I can add if user. I can check with role if user role equal to, or this is going to be not equal to a recruiter, then I can return, and this is going to be response JSON, respond with JSON, and this square bracket. Then I can add message, then I can say access deny only recruiter can view this application. Okay, and then I'm gonna add status. This is gonna be 403, and if recruiter role is recruiter, then I'm gonna create application. This is gonna be application, equal to apply job model right here. You're gonna import model, and then this is gonna be with job. Then this is gonna be warehouse, and this is gonna be job. And I'm gonna add function query. This key function query $sign query, and I'm gonna use this is gonna be user. Okay, and then inside this I'm gonna pass a query. Query where function, and then user ID and user ID. Okay, and then I can add more. I can pass more, and this is gonna be letters. Letters, a job, and then I gonna add more, and this is gonna be get function, get letter version, and this is gonna be map. I gonna map right here. Okay, inside map I'm gonna add a function, and this is gonna be I'm gonna pass application. Not pass. This is I'm gonna create application as a map, and then this is gonna be if application. So this is $sign resume. Application has resume, so I can add application resume URL equal to URL function, and then get URL from storage. It's gonna be storage slash, and then concatenated application, and this can be resume. Okay, and then I can say L application, and it's gonna be resume URL can be null. If no resume, then resume can be null, and then I gonna return. So I gonna return application. Return application. Okay, and the next step I gonna return, and it's gonna be return response with JSON. Okay, and square bracket, and this I add status, and this gonna be success, and then I gonna add data, and this gonna be application. I gonna pass application data, application right here. Application data, and this gonna be setter 200 means success. Okay, and catch, so I gonna change this to exception, and this gonna be E, and then throw error. This is gonna be code, block of code, so I gonna say return. So I gonna copy this right here. I gonna paste this, and this is gonna be 401, and status. So I don't add status, I just add a message, and this is gonna be unauthorized, or server error, something like that. Okay, so right now I'm gonna create another function that handle update status. It's gonna be function and then update status public function. The I right here. So in this param I'm gonna add request. Yeah, request right here, and I'm gonna pass ID param, and then I use try catch block right here. Then I'm gonna copy JWT auth right here. I'm gonna paste inside the try and catch. So catch this gonna be exception, and this gonna be E and through error. So I can say, yeah, I can copy this return right here. I can paste this. It's gonna be return, right? And then this gonna be authorized, unauthorized. Okay. Okay, then I gonna validate. Yeah, I can validate, and this I gonna add variable validator, something like that. Validator, and then this gonna be validator. We can import validator from support for SAT right here. So I can scroll up, make sure that you can import this right here. Then I gonna go to my method, and this is gonna be make function, right? And then require all function, and then this is a square bracket. This is gonna be starter, and this is gonna be, I can add required. This is gonna be I required, and then in accept we have accept. This is enum, accept, and reject. This is going to be accepted and reject. And then I can say if validator, this is going to be validator. If validator fail, this is fail function, then I'm gonna return. I'm gonna copy this right here. Then I'm gonna paste this return, and this message. So message I'm gonna add $sign validator and error, and then first error. Okay, and this is gonna be error, and then I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste error. Okay, and the status, so the 422. Okay, then I gonna find application. I gonna add application. Yeah, application equal to apply job model. Make sure that you're gonna import apply job model, and this is gonna be warehouse function, and inside the job, right? Then I can add function and the param q user. This can be user, then q queue mean require where this is gonna be user ID and user ID. Okay, and then I'm gonna add so I spell it a bit right here, and then I can add find or fail function, and then I'm gonna pass ID. Make sure that this is user ID who created job user ID. This is a user ID that have created job, and that job belongs to its own user. And then this is gonna be guard again, refinalization. Okay, and then I'm gonna add if in array function, and then I'm gonna pass application, then status, and then this is gonna be accepted, and another rejected. Okay, so this is in array, so we're gonna delete this, and inside this right here. Okay, and then curly braces, so I'm gonna return response with JSON, and then I can add square bracket, and this is gonna be message, and I can say application has already been finalized. Then I gonna add, okay, and this is gonna be status, so this is gonna be 409, something like that. Okay, then next I gonna add update, and then this application equal to update, so application, so this can be update right here, update function, and inside update I gonna pass this is a square bracket and this status, and then require status. Okay, this is application. Okay, we need to add application update, and then I'm gonna return. Okay, then I'm gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna copy this, return with response JSON, right? This is a success, and then this is I can add success, and then I can add another field, and this is going to be message. Then I can say application, and concatenated require $sign require. Status dot, and then I'm going to add successfully right here, and then this data, so data application, and then this is going to be brush. Okay, brush, this is require. Okay, so I delete this data. So right now I want to edit some errors. So application apply job, so this is, you're gonna cut this, and then you're gonna pass square bracket, then I'm gonna pass job right here, make sure that this is correct, and then you're gonna scroll down, update status. So I'm gonna change this to accept right here, accept it and reject it to make sure that this is correct word. And the next step in a setter method, so validator fail, and this you're gonna change to this gonna be message right here, message. Okay, so the next step I gonna do is I gonna go to front end, okay, and then I gonna find view application. So I can close all of this. So then I gotta import API. So import API URL from import. This is gonna be .meta.env .with underscore base underscore URL. So this is I gonna add base, okay, and then I gonna copy this, and this is URL not base. Then I can import this is API, with API URL right here. So the next step I gonna create status style. So con, and then this gonna be status style right here. So style right here equal to this is a object. So I gonna add apply, and then this gonna be bg blue dash 100, and then take blue and 800. So I'm gonna copy all of this. So I have apply, review, reviewing, accepted and rejected. So I can add a color of each. Okay, and then this is I'm gonna prop. This is gonna be role, user role. Okay, and then I'm gonna import con. I'm gonna use that. So make sure that you got import use state from React and you effect from React, then you write. Okay, and then in this square bracket this is application. Then I can set application. Then this use state right here, use state and empty array, and then I can set loading. It's gonna be set loading right here, use state, and the default true, con, and the error, set error, and this gonna be use state. Inside use state, this gonna be now, and then I'm gonna add con and action loading. I can set action loading right here equal to use state, and this now. Okay, then I'm gonna fix application. I can show application. This is we call fix. Then I'm gonna use effect right here, and inside this I can add arrow function and dependency, and then I can add con, and this is going to be fix application, and I can use async and this arrow key, and then I can use try cut block try. So I can add con, and this is going to be array equal to await, and this is going to be a serious. This is going to be a show, not easier, a shows, So make sure that you can import a show from. So I can import a show. So import a show from a show right here. So this is gonna be a shows. Yeah, a show dot get method. Okay, and this I can add backtick right here, then $sign, and then this gonna be API URL right here, and slash, and then I can add get application. This is a route name, get application, and yeah, and this gonna be with credential true. Okay, then I gonna set application right here, and it's gonna be right dot data, and it's true if yeah, it can be now right here, mean can be empty array right here. This is square bracket, can be an empty array. If no data, can be array. So we add double question mark. If null, mean if have nothing, then can be array. Okay, and then I'm gonna work with catch. So this is error. So I can add if error dot response can be null and status equal to 403, then set error. Then I can say assay deny, and else if error dot response dot status equal to 401. Okay, then I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna say unauthorized. Please log in again. Then this gonna be L. So L, I gonna set error, and this gonna be fail to load application. Okay, and then this gonna be finally. So finally I can set loading to false. Then I can call a method. This is gonna be fetch application method. Okay, below this I gonna create a function that handles status update. So this is gonna be con handle status update right here equal to async. This is arrow function, and yeah, in this I gonna set fid a param, and then status. So then I gonna set action loading, and then I'm gonna pass app id. Okay, then I'm gonna use try catch block. In try, so I can add a wait, and then I show dot patch. Patch means update. We can put or patch, and then this backtick, and then I can add $sign, and this gonna be API URL, and then slash application. This is a route name, application, and slash, and this $sign inside outside bracket, and this gonna be app id right here, and then slash status, and then Okay, and this status, and another HTTP with credential, return true. So I'm gonna cut this right here. I'm gonna cut the and then inside this right here. Then I'm gonna paste again. Okay. Yeah, and this is semicolon. Okay, and then I'm gonna set application, and then this is gonna be previous arrow key, and then previous dot map function, and then this app, and then this is gonna be app dot id equal to this is gonna be app id if true, and then I gonna output spread operator, and this is gonna be app status. If false, then I gonna add app right here, and then I gonna go with cut. So cut, I gonna delete this error right here. Okay, and then I gonna alert. This is gonna be fail to update status. Please try again, and then I gonna add finally. I gonna set loading to false. Okay, and the next step I gonna get a resume URL. So this is gonna be get. So I can add con get resume URL, and this arrow function, and inside it I'm gonna accept path as param, and then path true. So I can output this right here, this URL. So this $sign and API URL slash storage, because resume store in a Laravel API storage, inside storage right here. That's why I gonna output storage, and this gonna be path. Okay, and then false we're gonna output now, something like that. So the next step I can work with a format date equal to arrow function, and inside this I'm gonna add status, and this is gonna be status. If true, then I can add status dot char at 0 index 0 dot to uppercase plus status. It's going to be status dot slide, and this slide 1 right here, and if false, so this is going to be applied. So yeah, I'm gonna delete, this is not a arrow function. I'm gonna delete this curly braces right here. I'm gonna cut this, and inside this. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. Okay, so the next step below this right here, so you're gonna go to index.md document right here, index.md. Then you're gonna looking for PU application part 31 right here. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy all of this. Then I'm gonna go to PU application. Then I'm gonna pass below this right here. Make sure that you're gonna pass that. And this I gonna find if loading true. So I can output this. And loading false and error and have error, so I can output this line of code right here. And a false, loading false and error false, and application.length equal to 0, so I can output this line of code that say no application yet right here. And the next step I gonna work with desktop work with desktop table. Then I gonna flop, so I can say loading return to fall, and then I can add an error to fall, and then I gonna add application dot len equal to or sorry greater than 0. Then I gonna output, so I gonna cut this right here, and then you're gonna scroll down, you're gonna looking for this right here, so you're gonna pass curly braces and bracket, close bracket and close curly braces inside this right here. Make sure that you're gonna place below all of this code, this block of code right here, something like that. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. So in this action, I'm gonna define something. So I can say user role equal to recruiter. Then I'm gonna output is true. I'm gonna output this line of code. So I'm gonna wrap all of this. I can select, then I'm gonna cut, then I'm gonna place inside this right here. And then you're gonna scroll down, and below this I'm gonna add prop, and then I'm gonna say application dot I can map all. So in map I can add and then arrow function right here. Okay, then I gonna cut this right here. I gonna cut this, and then looking for body. So you're gonna pass that double bracket, double close bracket and curly braces right here, because this is a map function. And then you can scroll down. You see this is image. So I can work with image. Then I can say app.job can be now dot company logo. Company logo can be now dot URL true. Then I'm gonna output this, so I'm gonna cut this right here and inside this. Okay, and this is we're gonna delete KFC logo, so we're gonna replace with app dot and job dot company. This is gonna be company logo, and this is gonna be URL. Okay, and then span right here. So span I gonna delete name right here. Then I gonna drop this is gonna be app dot a first name, and then I'm gonna space, and it's gonna be app dot last name. And you're gonna scroll down, and this is a title, so I'm gonna flop this, so this is gonna be app dot job dot, and this is gonna be title. Okay, if we can slash, and if fall we can say this is a slash. So if now we can output this dash. Okay, and then I'm gonna work with email right here. So and this I'm gonna add app dot email, and this gonna be created at date. So I can output this is a form date, and inside form date I can add app dot created add. Okay, then and below this, I'm gonna output this is a download URL mean download resume, so I can say get resume URL, then I'm gonna pass app.url resume, sorry, app.resume, then I'm gonna say if true, so if true I can output this line of code right here. So yeah, I'm gonna cut this. Yeah, I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna delete this. Okay, this. Okay, and then true, but if false, so if false, then I can output span right here. Then this can be class name, so I can add ph dash. This is gonna be take dash gray dash 400, and then I can say no resume. So and below this, I gonna prop, I can say and add dollar sign, and this gonna be status style, and this gonna be app, yeah, app dot status no, I mean now, so I can output this right here. I'm gonna cut this, so yeah, I'm gonna output this. So this I'm gonna say bg dash gray dash 100 and take dash gray dash 800. Okay, so then I'm gonna delete this. Yeah, I can delete this, and this is apply job status, so I can delete this. I gonna say status, this is gonna be status label, and then inside you're gonna add dot status. Okay, so below this I can add a prop, and this is going to be user row. I'm going to verify user row dot, and it's going to be, yeah, user row, I can say equal to recruiter. If true, so it's true, then I can output, it's going to be, yeah, I'm gonna cut this right here, and I'm gonna play with that td, and then so this is gonna be drop down, so I'm gonna create a drop down action. So this is gonna be drop down action, and this is gonna be, I'm gonna pass app equal to, this is gonna be curly braces app, and this is gonna be on status update equal to handle status update, and this action loading right here equal to action loading. Okay, so right now I'm gonna create drop down action right here. So then I'm gonna scroll up. Okay, and below this I'm gonna create a drop down action. So this is gonna be con. So this is gonna create a function. This is gonna be function, and then drop down action right here, and inside drop down bracket, in this I'm gonna prop app on status update, and this is going to be action, this is going to be loading right here. Inside it I'm going to add con open, and this is going to be set open and use state, and this is gonna be I set for the default for right here, and this is gonna be con ref equal to uref right here, and uref I gonna add now. Okay, then I gonna this is gonna be use effect, and this is arrow key, arrow function, and this dependency right here, and this is gonna be I gonna add con, and then handler equal to event. This is gonna be e arrow function right here. I gonna say if right dot colon true, and yeah, and not right dot current dot contain e dot target. Then I can set open, and then this gonna be for, and then I can add document dot add event listener, and this is gonna be mouse down, yeah, mouse down, and then this is gonna be handler, then return arrow function, and this is gonna be document dot remove event listener, and then I'm gonna pass mouse down, and this handler. Okay, and then I'm gonna add con is loading equal to action loading equal to app.id, and then I can add con finalize equal to app.status equal to accept, yeah, this is going to be accepted, or app.status, and this can be equal to rejected. And then below this I can add if finalize, then I gonna return, this is gonna be span right here. Then I'm gonna add class name, and this is gonna be tag -sm tag -gray, and this is gonna be 400 italic right here. Then this is gonna be dash. Okay, then this I'm gonna return with div. Okay, then you're gonna go to document, yeah, document, and in that.md you're gonna copy all of this. So drop down part 32, so you're gonna copy all of this right here. So you're gonna wrap all of this right here, and that you're gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna replace with that copy file. Okay, so this is a drop down menu. So we have bottom, and I'm gonna set on click set open, and this bar is loading right here, and this is image right here, svg image, and this bottom we have accept and rejected right here. Okay, so you're gonna copy all of this, and then you're gonna scroll down. I'm gonna work with mobile menu. So this is going to be mobile card right here. I can work with this. So below this, I'm going to add a prop. So this is going to be application dot map right here, dot map, and then this is going to be I'm going to array list array app arrow key and bracket. Then I'm going to copy this right here. I'm going to cut right here. Gonna cut this. Then you're going to go to, you're going to select all of this, and then replace with this right here, double bracket and curly braces inside this. And in this you're gonna add key we accept, this is gonna be app.id, and then this image. So image I gonna prop app.job can be now dot, and this company logo can be now dot URL If true, then I'm gonna output images. So I'm gonna cut this right here and replace with this. Okay, and this SOC, so you're gonna delete this now and then replace with app dot company logo. Yeah, company logo dot URL. This is a URL path that we're gonna fetch from Laravel API. And then this is name, full name, so I can output this right here. So full name, we have first name and last name, so this is going to be app dot first name, and then this is going to be last name, app dot last name. And then you're going to scroll down. Okay, this is apply, so this is a status label, so I'm going to add a status label. This is a function, and then this inside this you're gonna add app dot status. Yeah, dot status. And below span, so I'm gonna output if user role equal to recruiter that's true, so I can output this. And this drop down, I can insert drop down action right here. I'm gonna close this, and then inside this I'm gonna add add equal to app right here, and it's gonna be on status update equal to handle update status update right here, and action, it's going to be action loading equal to action loading. Okay, and then scroll down, this is a job and full stack, so I gonna loop this. So this is going to be app dot job can be now dot, and this is going to be title right here, and this email, so I'm gonna loop this right here, and it's going to be app dot email. Okay, and this is date right here, so I can add format date. This is going to be format date function, and then I'm going to add app dot, and this is going to be created item. Okay, and then you're gonna scroll down. This is resume, work with resume, and then this is gonna be get resume URL function, resume URL that I have created in a previous, and then I'm gonna pass that app dot resume. Okay, then I'm gonna say if true, and then false if false right here, so we can spell it a bit. Okay, so right now as true, so I can output this. I can cut this and replace with this right here, and if false, so I can add span right here, and then class name, and class name, this is tag dash sm tag dash gray dash 400, and then I'm gonna say no resume uploaded. Okay, so right now I'm gonna fix error, so you're gonna add this bracket right here, then you're gonna select all of this, and then inside this you're gonna add close bracket right here. Okay, this is a return, so we're gonna add bracket inside this. This is a React project, so we're gonna output this type of code, and then you're gonna add bracket. Okay, and the next step is I'm gonna work with fetch right here, so I'm gonna delete this. So this gonna be set action loading return now, something like that. So you're gonna change this finally right here. Okay, and then you're gonna go to get resume URL, so you're gonna delete this curly braces right here. So you're gonna cut and you're gonna paste this right here. So so the problem is I gonna I'm gonna cut this right here. I'm gonna copy this, and this gonna be, I'm gonna paste it and format date right here. So format date, I'm gonna update this code, right? So this I can add date str, this is arrow, and then date str true. Then again I can add new date function, and this can be date str, and this to local, yeah, to local date string right here. This is a function, and this is gonna be en ui. Okay, and then this is gonna be curly braces, and then I can add year, numeric, month, this is gonna be month, and the short, and then day, numeric, and for, so for I can output dash, this is gonna be underscore dash, and then I can delete this right here. So I can add another con, and then status, this is gonna be status label function that handle label, status label, and this can be status right here. And this I can add status true, status dot char add index 0 dot 2, this is going to be uppercase, and then plus status dot slide, and I'm gonna output 1, and this apply. Okay, then you're gonna scroll down, you're gonna search and company logo, and this is gonna be logo, we're gonna add all right here, and this is company logo, so I'm gonna check to company logo right here, and I'm gonna change this also. So this is a company logo, you're gonna correct company logo, yeah, and this is gonna be company logo, we're gonna change typo right here. Okay, and then you're gonna go to, yeah, key row, so this is gonna be key, you're gonna add key right here, and this is gonna be app.id, and then you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna add some field. So yeah, so you have to add href get resume URL and app.resume and download, and this is app dot first name and resume.pda, and then you're gonna scroll down, this is mobile card. So mobile card I'm gonna looking for href, so you're gonna add, this gonna be get resume URL and add dot resume right here, you're gonna add this inside mobile card, and this is anchor right here. Okay, then I'm gonna control I'm gonna search, yeah, bg, this is bg, so I'm gonna change this to bg, not by sorry, bg right here, background gray 100 right here, something like that. Okay, so I'm looking for your effect, this is, yeah, I'm gonna cut this right here, and this is set loading, not action loading, and this is for, so you're gonna check this, and inside this I'm gonna pass, yeah, I'm gonna pass action loading right here, and looking for status label, so I'm gonna update this, gonna be char right here, char add right here. Okay, and then you're gonna go to get resume URL, so this is API URL, so this is not API URL, so you're gonna add base right here, API URL base right here. And the next step I'm gonna search, I type something wrong, so this is company logo, so I'm gonna add this is company logo right here. Okay, then I'm gonna scroll down looking for, this is, yeah, we're gonna add job, add dot job right here. company logo dot URL. Okay, so right now I'm gonna search this chart. I still have the same problem, and I can search this chart, so I can search no chart, right? So the first problem is this is not chart, this is chart, so we're gonna delete T right here. Chart. Okay. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to web browser. Okay, and I'm gonna log in with recruiter right here. Then I go to dashboard. Okay, this is apply job, and then manage job right here. So this is view application, this is apply, and download right here. Okay, so right now we didn't see action, so I'm gonna work with action. So go to view application. Okay, and dashboard right here, and then you're gonna add this is user role, and this you're gonna add recruiter. Okay, right here, and then you're gonna check Laravel API. Go to route, and then you're gonna change this to update. This is gonna be patch right here. Okay, I'm gonna close all of this. Then I'm gonna go to web browser again. Okay, you see we can select, yeah, then I'm gonna click accept, then it will accept the application right here, and then I'm gonna log out, and then I log in user. So yeah, and then I go to save job. You see status accepted right here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna go to dashboard, and then I'm gonna click log out. It did log out doesn't work, so right now I'm gonna handle with log out. So you're gonna go to assign right here, assign JSX. Okay, then I'm gonna import nav link, and then this is gonna be link, and another gonna use navigate, and then I'm gonna go to trusted company. Then I'm gonna copy default logo. So default logo right here, I'm gonna copy this, and then I go to assign page, and I'm gonna import default logo from images. Then I'm gonna import useState right here, and then I'm gonna import use auth right here from a context. So you're gonna open auth, and then it's gonna be auth from context right here. Okay, and below this I'm gonna create useState. So this is gonna be con, and yeah, I'm gonna use navigate I can say navigate equal to navigate from the algorithm. And then this is going to create con, and this is going to be user. So this is I'm gonna import user logout from auth. This is going to be user. I'm gonna import loading, and then this is going to be logout, and then we're gonna import from auth right here. And the next step I'm gonna create useState. This is gonna be menu open, set menu open useState, and this is gonna be default right here. So then I can create handle logout equal to arrow function, and then this can be async, and inside this function I'm gonna add try catch block right here, and then I'm gonna add await, and this is gonna be logout. I have created logout already from a use auth context right here, and then this is gonna be Google.
So make sure that you're gonna import Google from Google OAuth right here. So import. Yeah, you're gonna find in a recruiter login. Then you're gonna copy this right here. I'm gonna close this, then I'm gonna replace with Google right here. This is Google logout, so not login. So this is logout. So yeah, I'm gonna define this is Google logout right here. So this is, yeah, Google logout. Then this is gonna be Google logout, and then I'm gonna set menu open, and this is gonna be false, and then I'm gonna add navigate to / recruiter login. Okay, and then cut. So I'm gonna add console.log, and this is gonna be logout fail, and then this can be error. So then you're gonna scroll down right here, and then you're gonna this button, this is a logout, so you're gonna add on click right here, and then this is gonna be handle logout, and scroll up. So you see this is first name, so I'm gonna add from use auth, so this is gonna be user dot first name right here, and this email user dot email. Okay, then I'm gonna go to web browser. You see, I'm gonna go to dashboard right here. You see this is first name and email, and I click logout. Yeah, it logged out, and then navigate to recruiter login right here. Okay, so the next step, I'm gonna update this listing job. So I'm gonna copy from all listing job in a document. You're gonna go to db.json. So I'm gonna create 10 job right here. Okay, so I have upload 10 job listing from index.md, so it look better. So then I'm gonna test. So I'm gonna search with title, and this is gonna be customer. Okay, and this is gonna be backend. Okay, good. Okay, then I'm gonna filter job type, full-time, part-time. Okay, this is part-time, and this contract, internship, freelance. Okay, maybe it better. Then I'm gonna view job by ID. Okay,